A few minutes ago, when Cassandra had something to tell Mikhail, he asked her, "Tell me, did you leave the Holy Kingdom because they didn't believe your prophecy?" Cassandra replied, "That's not the only reason, the prophecy the public knows is far from the truth." Mikhail furrowed his brow and asked, "Different how?" He lowered his voice, "So what is the real prophecy?" Cassandra immediately replied, "The demon lord will engulf the whole world in fire, chaos will spread like wildfire, blood will flow like rivers across the entire continent. However, facing the demon lord is a lion with a golden mane. On the lion's neck, there is an object, an inverted sun." Cassandra sighed. The sun is the symbol of the hero, so there is a possibility that people will understand this as a prophecy about the downfall of the hero in the future. Mikhail pondered, the power of the hero representing this holy kingdom has always been beyond our comprehension, and suddenly the hero has to face such a negative prophecy. Of course, they will do everything they can to prevent this information from getting out. Mikhail muttered, the worrying thing here is the description of a lion with a golden mane. Suddenly, Mikhail's eyes widened. Wait, golden mane. The distinctive golden color made Mikhail unable to help but think of that incompetent one. He blurted out in astonishment, Siegfried. Returning to the present, when Mikhail just entered the Pope's room, he warmly greeted him, "Welcome, Master Mikhail." Seeing Mikhail just standing there without responding, the Pope called out a little anxiously, "Master Mikhail." Mikhail was trying to swallow his anger. Thousands of curse words were like venom bubbling up in his throat. However, he had to restrain himself. He had to calm down. Siegfried suddenly asked, "Are you okay?" Mikhail's eyes were about to devour Siegfried whole, but he still told himself, "I need to calm down." After a moment, Mikhail regained his composure, bowed before the Pope, "Your Holiness, representative of the great holy kingdom, the wise eyes of Heikao, I am deeply grateful to be in your presence." The Pope said in a low voice, "It seems you still remember the etiquette." Mikhail glanced at Siegfried and said to the Pope, "But, may I ask, who is this?" The Pope calmly replied, "This is a prodigy from the Golden Lion Knights, Lord Siegfried. He is also a candidate for the position of hero." The Pope explained, "Both of you are candidates. It is highly likely that soon, one of you will be honored to hold the title of hero." At this moment, Siegfried approached Mikhail again. Siegfried generously extended his hand towards Mikhail. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Master Mikhail." Mikhail once again told himself not to get mad. He reluctantly shook Siegfried's hand. "Well, it's an honor for me." Suddenly Mikhail's face became unpleasant. "Ha, look at this bastard." Mikhail thought to himself, "His holy power is slowly flowing into me. It seems he's trying to gauge how strong I am." Mikhail secretly smirked, a smile gradually losing its humanity. "All right, I'll play this petty game with you." Immediately Mikhail used the power of the storm, the free circulation technique. He looked at Siegfried with cold eyes and thought to himself, "Let me tell you this, it's easy to transfer the power in, but it's a bit hard to get it out, you bastard." Just a moment later, Siegfried's face turned panicked. He said to Mikhail in a panicked stammer, my hand, please." Fortunately for Siegfried, Set spoke up to appease Mikhail. "Mikhail, at this rate, he'll die." He heard Set say that and finally let go. Siegfried was still in shock, anxiously turning his wrist to check. The Pope was also surprised by Mikhail's power. "It seems you have acquired pure holy power. If we are only talking about purity, your holy power ability is even higher than mine. Have you received enlightenment?" Mikhail immediately replied without hesitation, "Yes, your holiness." Set mumbled in his ear, lying as naturally as breathing. Siegfried suddenly shouted, "Impossible." He confidently asserted, "After the prophetic war, the supreme god Heikao abandoned the enlightenment of humanity. Even your highness hasn't received enlightenment yet." Mikhail sneered and laughed contemptuously at his rashness and foolishness. "Ha ha ha." He sarcastically asked in a loud voice, "Even your highness?" Mikhail confidently retorted, "A hero, from birth, has always been a special being." He boldly declared, "Being a hero, even orders from the Pope are meaningless, because Heikao always supports the hero, and it is said that he is very wise." Mikhail directly criticized Siegfried. "What you just said, knight, is not just an insult to the hero's dignity, but it's also a serious blasphemy, daring to bring the highest saint from heaven to compare with mortals." Siegfried stood before Mikhail's powerful arguments and strong reasoning. He could only remain silent and bow his head. He admitted with a heavy heart, "I've talked nonsense." Mikhail softened his tone and said understandingly, "However, I understand what you want to express. It would be much better if we were more certain about the prophecy." Mikhail thought to himself, this excuse should work. He slowly looked up at the Pope and said, "All right, let me tell you about the enlightenment I have received." Mikhail stopped speaking, his eyes widening in astonishment as he looked behind the Pope. Seeing a girl sitting behind the Pope with a cunning look on her face, he wondered in surprise, who is that girl, and since when? The girl immediately noticed Mikhail's gaze fixed on her. The mysterious girl smiled cunningly and asked Mikhail, can you see me? Mikhail stood there staring at the mysterious girl, hesitant about whether to answer her. Even though Mikhail didn't answer, the girl could tell from his eyes, you can see me, right? Immediately, the girl snapped her fingers. Both the Pope and Siegfried froze. Time seemed to stand still. The girl glided behind Mikhail with amusement. Well, there's a little question, who do you think I am? Mikhail glanced at the girl and thought to himself, very few people have the magical ability to freeze time like this. Among them, I can only guess one person. He hesitated and answered, is it Heikao? Heikao burst into a cheerful laugh. Correct. Mikhail secretly glanced at Heikao and thought, but that expression and playful attitude doesn't resemble a god at all. Mikhail then glanced at Set. She looked more like Set as if reading Mikhail's thoughts. Set, I hope you're not thinking anything indecent about me now. Heikao smiled cunningly, teasing Set, you don't look like you used to. Set raised an eyebrow and asked Heikao, what makes you say that? Heikao casually said, of course I have the right, I am the source of all kinds of magic and the other half of Asar. Set heard this and sneered, why the other half? You're more like a fragment that fell from him. You always try to defeat him, yet who was crying their eyes out yesterday? Set was mocking loudly when Heikao grabbed her arm. Heikao angrily threw Set to the floor, shut up. Seeing Set lying flat, Heikao cheerfully turned to talk to Mikhail. Well, anyway, she said happily to Mikhail, nice to meet you. The successor? Mikhail asked in surprise. The successor? Heikao excitedly explained, you have received a part of Asar, and you'll likely have more in the future, meaning you are his successor. Suddenly, Heikao directed a sharp gaze at Mikhail. However, your eyes looking at me are a bit disrespectful. Heikao mocked, it seems you have no intention of serving me. Mikhail didn't hesitate to criticize Heikao. While the world tree is withering, the demons are still expanding their army. You haven't done anything but stand and watch. If I still worship you, wouldn't that be strange? Mikhail directly poured cold water on Heikao, regardless of her being a god. Mikhail's criticisms made Heikao stunned for a moment. However, a moment later, she smirked and said cheerfully, interesting, really interesting. Heikao said casually to Mikhail, if you're angry because I couldn't answer your call then, I have my own reasons for that, understand? Mikhail looked at her suspiciously, your own reasons? Heikao immediately replied, yes, there are reasons. Heikao crossed her index fingers and brought them to her mouth, that's because my answer didn't reach you. Heikao explained, I am called a god, an existence equal to him, but that doesn't mean I'm automatically perfect. Mikhail questioned Heikao with suspicion, but you're a god, even if that's the reason, it's only because. Heikao interrupted him, I'll address that later, because explaining it thoroughly would take too long. In short, because of some problems, my children can't hear my voice, so they denied my previous prophecy. Mikhail asked again, so what do you want from me? Heikao said, to be precise, you are the only human I can communicate with now. Heikao proposed enthusiastically, so I want you to find out the reason for this. She smiled kindly and offered a condition to Mikhail, if this matter is resolved smoothly, it will be beneficial for both sides. Before Mikhail could agree, Heikao snapped her fingers. The surrounding scenery returned to its normal colors. Siegfried tilted his head curiously and looked at Mikhail. Young Master Mikhail, what did the prophecy say? Mikhail pondered, the prophecy. Find the reason for this, it must be something related to the demon lord. I have to take care of this as soon as possible, but before that, I need to set the trap. After a moment of contemplation, Mikhail slowly said, I want to say. He said with a serious expression, O ye who seek salvation, I have been informed that the current state of the Holy Kingdom is extremely corrupt. The Pope was speechless with shock upon hearing this. Siegfried exclaimed in surprise, how dare you? Mikhail calmly responded, I didn't confirm the truth or falsehood of the prophecy, besides, do you dare to treat me so rudely? Mikhail glared at Siegfried, be wise and shut your mouth. Mikhail continued to address the Pope, moreover, I have known for a long time that you have had 2 children. One is under your control, the other is not, and that's why everything hasn't gone according to your plan. Mikhail thought to himself, although it sounds vague, I assure you, you will understand it in your own way. He looked calmly at the Pope and thought, moreover, even if it's not true, it doesn't matter, the prophecy of Heikao, I just need to do as I said, meaning the prophecy has come true. After regaining his composure, the Pope calmly said, I suggest we end this conversation here. He addressed Mikhail and Siegfried, everyone has high hopes for you too. Please never forget that. As Mikhail turned to leave, the Pope hesitated and called out, young Master Mikhail, is it? He faltered and said, never mind, forget it. Mikhail seemed to understand the Pope's uneasiness and said, "It will be fine." The Pope looked at him in surprise. "What?" Mikhail smiled confidently and said, "Everything will happen as predicted." He calmly walked away and thought to himself, "And if it doesn't, then I will make it right." As Mikhail stepped out of the tower, the sun was about to set completely. Looking at the new mark on his right hand, Mikhail sighed. "They even gave me this mark. It's understandable. I'm their only hope, so at least I should be able to do this." Set also sighed. "And hey cow, she gave you a mark too." She teased Mikhail. "Soon, your whole body will be covered in marks." Mikhail nodded. "That's easy." Mikhail glanced around, unable to find his three friends, and said, "Now, let's head to Cassandra." Meanwhile, Leon was stunned by something serious. He muttered, "Really? I never expected this." Leon couldn't help but wonder, looking at Helen and a knight facing each other, what the heck is happening? Their eyes met, filled with murderous intent, as if they were ready to attack each other. Leon kept repeating his question in his head, "What the hell is going on?" He was confused and kept muttering to himself, "I can't believe it." After a tense staring contest, the male knight finally spoke first. "Where's the one who made the prophecy? I want to see her." Helen gripped her sword tightly, her eyes full of vigilance. She raised her sword and warned, "Who are you to make such a demand?" The male knight said, "Isn't your return a clear sign that you believe the Holy Kingdom is ultimately the truth?" Helen resolutely shook her head. "No." The male knight sighed in frustration at Helen's stubbornness. He slowly walked towards her, each step filled with such powerful energy that the ground cracked beneath his feet. The male knight calmly pressed his finger against the blade of Helen's sword, stopping it. He leaned close to Helen's face and threatened, "The one who made the prophecy is also a citizen of the Holy Kingdom." He calmly said, "Naturally, she should be here and obey, right?" The male knight's aura overwhelmed Helen, making her feel slightly flustered. The male knight said in a harsh voice, "So, are you mistaken about something?" Suddenly, Leon stepped in front of Helen. He said in a firm voice, "Stop." The male knight sternly ordered Leon, "Get out of the way," but Leon didn't budge. "They are all my allies. If I just stand here and watch at a time like this, I wouldn't be worthy of the noble name Parslope." The male knight calmly replied, "Now I understand. You are the Empire's swordsmanship prodigy, Leon Parslope, aren't you?" The male knight drew his sword from its sheath and said coldly, "There are no other options, I suppose." Leon exclaimed in surprise, "That sword, don't tell me you are the vice-captain of the Holy Knights, the White Knight, Heir." Heir arrogantly warned Leon, "I won't repeat myself, quickly get out of the way." Leon stood firm, protecting Helen. "I told you, I can't." Heir sighed, "Well, then, there is no other way." Leon thought to himself, "Perfect, I was curious anyway, to see how much I've improved." He charged at Heir without hesitation. Heir quickly prepared himself to receive the attack. The two swords clashed, creating a deafening sound. Suddenly, Cassandra appeared and shouted, "Stop." The two sharp blades were locked in a fierce struggle, neither yielding to the other. Seeing Cassandra appear, Helen immediately became worried. "Young Miss Cassandra." Cassandra sternly criticized Heir, "Even though you are a vice-captain, I never expected you to appear here so abruptly." Heir calmly replied, "Young Miss Cassandra, the Archbishop deeply regrets what happened. This time everything is different. Please come with me. This time things are different. I hope you will follow me." Cassandra furrowed her brow and looked at Heir with a wary gaze, certain that he was aligned with Archbishop Killian. Cassandra thought to herself, "Archbishop Killian is a very strict old man when it comes to maintaining order. If I go back now, there will be no hope of escaping the Holy Kingdom. If I go back now, I will never have hope of escaping the Holy Kingdom again." Cassandra bluntly asked Heir, "If I refuse, will you use force to take me?" Heir casually responded, "Only when absolutely necessary. Now, please come with me." Both Leon and Helen resolutely raised their swords to protect Cassandra from Heir's threat. Before a battle could erupt, Mikhail arrived just in time. "Who gave you permission to take her away?" As soon as Mikhail finished speaking, a streak of fire appeared like a boundary between Heir and Mikhail's friends. Heir curiously looked down at the trail of fire on the ground. Instantly, a raging fire erupted like a tempest, causing him to flinch back in surprise. Heir looked at Mikhail in shock. "You are, Master Mikhail." Mikhail glared at Heir with sharp, cold eyes. Mikhail declared to Heir, "I promise to protect young Miss Cassandra well, so you don't need to worry, just go about your business." Heir remained arrogant, issuing a threat. "This is a major issue concerning the entire Holy Kingdom. Even if you have the potential to become a hero in the future, you have no authority to stop the Holy Knights." Mikhail laughed sarcastically. "Ha, do you mean that even heroes will be mere bystanders?" Mikhail calmly refuted, "Are there any laws of the Holy Kingdom that you're unaware of? Do you need me to remind you?" Mikhail thought to himself, he must think I'm not paying attention to the details surrounding becoming a hero. This is because the laws regarding heroes of this empire are not widely known among the people. Mikhail calmly argued, young Miss Cassandra did indeed leave the Holy Kingdom without prior notification, however. She is with me, the reserve hero, so, it cannot be considered unauthorized departure, Mikhail resolutely asserted. So it cannot be considered going abroad without a reason, Mikhail firmly affirmed. Heir began to hesitate before Mikhail's strong argument. What I mean is, you have no valid reason to be here. Mikhail even threatened Heir back. Do you want me to discuss this matter directly with Archbishop Killian? Heir was cornered and stammered. Well, that. Mikhail unceremoniously dismissed Heir. Then, leave. And don't try anything stupid, he said, glaring at Heir with a menacing look. Heir helplessly bowed his head and sighed. Then I will take my leave. Mikhail and his friends stood tall in the cool demeanor of victors. Mikhail's silver tongue was indeed one of his strong assets. Cassandra was still tense, clutching her cloak with anxiety. Helen rushed to comfort her. Mikhail sighed, relaxed his shoulders, and said, now, we should talk a bit, shouldn't we? Right after that, Mikhail spoke privately with Cassandra and Helen. Mikhail got straight to the point. There are a few things I need to confirm. He didn't hesitate or hold back when he asked Helen, take off your helmet. Of course, Helen was completely embarrassed by his sudden request. Seeing Helen hesitate, Mikhail repeated, take off your helmet. Mikhail thoughtfully looked at Helen and thought, lately, I've had this feeling that something isn't right. The more he observed Helen, the more familiar she seemed. He hesitated, wondering, could it be? Seeing Helen's discomfort, Cassandra quickly intervened, Master Mikhail, Helen needs some more time. After a moment of contemplation, Helen finally spoke up, Master Mikhail is right, this isn't something that can be solved by hiding from it. Helen removed her helmet, revealing her radiant golden hair. I will end this here, my name is Ida Nibirin. Even Ida's eyes shimmered with a golden hue. She introduced herself confidently, I am the reserve hero of the Holy Kingdom and Siegfried's sister. Mikhail muttered, I knew it. Mikhail bluntly asked Ida, so, can you tell me now, what was the reason for taking Cassandra out of the Holy Nation and why did you have to follow her? Ida recounted in a low voice, my brother and I were abandoned children. When we were young, our lives were confined to the dark streets and alleys. I'm sure everyone knows that children in those alleys, besides being used as tools for others, what else can they do? This world is too cruel. It's hard for helpless children like us to survive. Or we will be exploited. Or, in a worse case, we could be abused. Those were the things that happened to us. However, a man found us. Mikhail asked Ida sternly, was that Killian? Ida replied thoughtfully, yes, that was Archbishop Killian. Ida expressed her inner doubts frankly, looking back, it's strange that we weren't discovered earlier. My brother's divine power was something remarkable. After that, our lives changed. The temple became our home, and we never had to scavenge for food again. Ida hesitated, however. At the same time, many things started to become strange. When my brother was told that he would become a reserve hero, he started showing an arrogant, unusual side. And that's when he stopped listening to others. Ida glanced at Cassandra with pitiful eyes, and the first thing my brother did when he became a reserve hero was to cut off the limbs of the prophet. Cassandra sadly bowed her head, silently confirming it to Mikhail. Mikhail furrowed his brow and asked Ida, you said limbs. Do you mean the people around Cassandra? Knowing the name, Siegfried, for his overly straightforward personality, it's hard for me to believe he could be that scheming, he scoffed. Are you telling me that Siegfried is the one who did it? Ida immediately replied, to be clear, it was Archbishop Killian who manipulated my brother. Since the prophecies were validated one way or another, he used it for his own purposes. Ida furrowed her brow with bitterness. He seemed to make it appear that the things that happened to us were all because of the destructive prophecies. And, well, he exploited my brother's straightforward nature. Mikhail muttered to himself, although before I regressed, I thought Cassandra's disappearance was related to Archbishop Killian, but I didn't expect him to be directly involved in everything. Mikhail couldn't help but feel smug. If this is true, it means I'm holding Siegfried's weakness in my hand. The corner of his mouth involuntarily curled up in glee. This isn't even funny. Mikhail thought, an archbishop rejecting prophecies from Heikau himself and a reserve hero. I wonder if what Heikau mentioned is related to this. Mikhail pondered thoughtfully, well, I guess I'll find out soon enough. Suddenly, he looked up at Cassandra and asked, Cassandra, are you discouraged by always being pushed into bad situations? Cassandra nodded slightly. I'll admit, yes. However, nothing will change even if the truth is revealed. Cassandra sorrowfully clutched her cloak, her hand trembling. I'm sure you know my nickname. Mikhail replied in a low voice, of course, the doubtful prophet. Mikhail thought, even though she's considered a prophet, people don't trust her at all. Mikhail thoughtfully told Cassandra, if you reveal the whole truth, the Archbishop will immediately have a countermeasure, it will only benefit Siegfried. He calmly said, however, that's not a serious problem. Mikhail suddenly stood up and walked towards the curtain. The reason why Siegfried can be the center of attention is because of his appearance. Mikhail cheerfully pulled the curtain open, allowing the bright light to flood the room. Masks like those, we just need to break them. Meanwhile, at a temple in the Holy Nation, Siegfried was practicing his swordsmanship alone and seemed to be deep in thought. Siegfried wondered, I wonder if I'm doing well in my role as a hero. Siegfried recalled when Ida was by his side. She had begged him, brother, please stop. However, Siegfried only met her with an indifferent gaze. He turned away with a displeased expression. You don't know anything. Siegfried's actions hurt and angered Ida tremendously. Reflecting on that moment, Siegfried wondered, since when did my sister start looking at me with such anger? He felt a pang of sadness in his heart. The warmth from her gradually disappeared. And finally, all I feel now is coldness. Siegfried, his disappointment and helplessness turning to frustration, swung his sword wildly. Why? After a moment's reflection, he still firmly asserted, no, I haven't done anything wrong. He looked at the gleaming blade, examining himself with his swirling anxieties. But why couldn't his own family understand him? Siegfried sighed softly, muttering, I really don't understand. Suddenly, the arrival of Archbishop Killian interrupted his thoughts. The Archbishop had arrived. Killian smiled warmly, asking, am I interrupting you? Siegfried replied, no, I'm almost done. Do you need anything? Killian bowed his head, looking troubled. Well, it's just one thing. There's something I need to tell you. Do you remember the young master of House Walpurgis, who came to participate as a reserve hero? Siegfried replied curiously, of course, I do. Killian feigned hesitation. Oh, the young master of House Walpurgis, he has arrived in the Holy Kingdom with the prophet and his sister, Lady Ida. Siegfried was stunned, frozen in place upon hearing this. He was so shocked that he dropped the sword in his hand without even noticing. Siegfried, bewildered, questioned Killian, you mean the girl came with Mikhail? Siegfried pressed on, and the Pope, does he know? Killian bowed his head in contemplation. He will know soon. Siegfried anxiously continued, so what do we do now? Killian sighed, I'm sure God has a plan for all of us. However, God won't favor those who sit idle. It seems we must exert our abilities. Siegfried looked at Killian with concern. You mean? Killian plotted cunningly. After all, no one will believe the prophecies of that little girl. He provoked Siegfried, but what's important is that young Walpurgis, your role in this is crucial. Siegfried immediately understood. I need to show my abilities even more to surpass him. Killian replied with satisfaction. Exactly, I'll help you do that. While speaking with Killian, Siegfried suddenly felt something amiss. He immediately looked with vigilance towards a dark corner behind Killian, but all Siegfried saw was a dark, empty space. He wondered to himself, what was that feeling? Killian noticed Siegfried's unusual behavior and inquisitively asked, what is it? Siegfried replied awkwardly, oh, no, nothing. A week later, a heavy intense atmosphere enveloped the mood of everyone in Mikhail's group. Leon sighed with worry. Mikhail, what do we do now? The other side has claimed they're the chosen ones. Mikhail pondered in silence. In recent days, a heated debate had taken place within the church between the priests and the archbishops. Who was the righteous, what was the standard of a hero, and who was the most suitable to become the symbol of the church? Currently, many had expressed their support for Siegfried as the hero. And in this situation, Archbishop Killian was in a dominant position, having persuaded several other archbishops to also declare their support for Siegfried. As a member of the Holy Knights, Siegfried became a talented individual with a good image, worthy of representing the Holy Kingdom. It was clear that Siegfried would attract all the attention. After a moment of reflection, Mikhail calmly said, let them say what they want. Leon responded dejectedly, even so, we've been stuck in this situation for a week. Leon sighed. I know you already have a solid plan, that's why you can be so indifferent, but the other side already has over half the votes. Leon emphasized to Mikhail the gravity of the situation they were facing. Mikhail calmly responded, more than half the votes in his favor don't mean anything. Leon curiously asked, what do you mean? Mikhail explained, this is just a statistic based on the opinions of the archbishops who have made their decision on which hero to choose, and the other bishops in the church maintain a neutral stance, like Archbishop Arley. Mikhail confidently affirmed, so until there is a definitive outcome, that number doesn't mean anything. Leon remained anxious. In other words, it's possible that they're secretly supporting Siegfried. Mikhail thought to himself, as long as nothing unusual happens, I'm sure Siegfried will assume he's chosen to be the hero. However, that won't happen. Mikhail told himself, the reasons I decided to participate in this hero selection are quite complex. One of them is the murder of the Archbishop. The truth is, before my regression, a wicked demon intervened in that shocking event. Because of that, I decided to participate in the hero selection from the beginning. I need time to grasp the situation clearly and prevent the Archbishop's murder, as well as prove that the demons are behind it all. To achieve that, I've been in the temple for a week straight. Suddenly, Mikhail asked Cassandra, how's the thing I asked you to do? Cassandra replied with a hint of sadness, I've done as you instructed. I hoped I would receive a response, but... Mikhail pondered, no, there's no way she would be rejected, because they're the ones who trust Cassandra until the very end. At that moment, there was a knock on the door from outside. Is anyone in there? The door immediately creaked open. Cassandra anxiously looked towards the door, seemingly expecting someone to arrive. Looking at the man with a hood covering half of his face, Mikhail smirked triumphantly. Ha, he's here now. Cassandra was slightly bewildered when facing the man. The man spoke to Cassandra in a choked voice. Ah, to think that you are trapped in a place like this. Cassandra replied nervously. I'm all right, Your Holiness. Even though Cassandra said that, the Pope's expression remained sorrowful and distressed. Cassandra gently comforted the Pope. You have Mikhail protecting me. The Pope immediately said to Mikhail, thank you so much. Mikhail generously replied, of course I have to protect her. He frankly told the Pope, however, I will be honest when I say that she is in a dire situation. Mikhail stood up and approached the Pope. So, Your Holiness, continuing from what I mentioned before, I have a few more things I want to tell you. Mikhail showed the imprint on his hand to the Pope. The Pope was immediately astonished. Is that from Heir? Mikhail calmly nodded. He told me that the Holy Kingdom needs to change. The Pope was both worried and concerned when he heard that. Mikhail looked seriously into the Pope's eyes. To achieve that, I need the Pope's help. The very next day, a shocking event occurred that made Killian furious. He angrily wondered, what in the world is going on? The reason for his anger was a meeting between the Pope and the archbishops just a few hours before. Archbishop Nerin announced, as an archbishop, I declare my support for Mikhail Walpurgis. Archbishop Nerin's declaration shocked Killian and his followers. What did you say? Meanwhile, the Pope remained calm and didn't reveal any emotions that indicated who he would support as a hero. However, the cunning Killian could still guess that Archbishop Nerin was the Pope's closest advisor, and his declaration of support was as meaningful as the Pope's own. The archbishops on Killian's side looked at each other anxiously. What do we do now? We knew they wouldn't just sit still. The gloomy archbishop wearing glasses said, after all, the only thing we feel comfortable about right now is Siegfried's reputation and symbol. We can trust that it will overwhelm that young Walpurgis. However, things did not go as expected, and that's why we're gathered here now. Other archbishops also expressed anxiety. It's true, you never know what's going to happen. Killian slammed the table angrily. There's no way that Walpurgis young master will build a reputation. He proudly declared, even if a devil's minion is killed by his hand, that's still not a story that will influence the people. Killian pressured the other archbishops. Even if that happens, we must do everything in our power to suppress the information. He smiled sinisterly. Under the right circumstances, I'm sure all of you will be willing to get your hands a little dirty, won't you? Meanwhile, Mikhail finally stepped out of the sanctuary after a week, and he stretched his arms refreshingly. Mikhail leisurely stretched his body. Ah, the fresh air feels good, it's been a week. Mikhail secretly rejoiced in his heart. As expected, Archbishop Nerin has already taken action. He thought triumphantly, I have Cassandra and Heir's mark in my hands, the Pope is bound to support me. Mikhail pondered, now, there's only one problem left to solve, the Archbishop's death. To be more precise, it was the assassination of Archbishop Nerin that had happened before his regression. This event made the Pope, who already had limited support, even more marginalized. From that, if you look at who benefited the most, then Archbishop Killian's faction would be the prime suspect. However, it's still too early to draw a conclusion. Mikhail was lost in his thoughts when his butler, Mordin, suddenly appeared behind him with a deep voice whispering in his ear, Master. Mikhail turned around, surprised. Butler, you startled me. Mordin immediately exposed him. I know you weren't startled at all. Mikhail shrugged and asked Mordin, you took a leave of absence, why are you back so soon? He replied, a week of rest is more than enough. Mordin sighed, if you don't get back to work soon, the Viscount will start grumbling again. Mikhail muttered, well, even I'm afraid of my father's wrath. Mordin whispered to Mikhail, I have something to tell you, my vacation wasn't at all comfortable. I didn't expect that the Holy Kingdom would have such trashy individuals. Mikhail glanced at Mordin with interest. Oh, so where are they? Mordin replied, surprisingly, it's the Holy Knights. Set added unexpectedly, I'm starting to have a bad feeling about this too. Mordin continued his report to Mikhail, besides that, I also heard something from others. The archbishop named Killian was emanating an aura of dark energy. It felt as if something ominous was following him. Mikhail understood immediately that it was Mordin himself who saw the anomaly in Killian. He pondered for a moment then nodded, so, I'll investigate that. Mikhail gently said to Mordin, because you've been working so diligently, I think I should reward you with something. Mordin looked curiously at Mikhail. Are you going to give me a secret potion? Mikhail pointed to his chest suggestively. Not a potion, I'll teach you an appropriate method to improve your health. Butler Mordin was a little surprised, then a feeling of choked emotion overwhelmed him. He bowed his head, silently expressing his gratitude to Mikhail. Butler Mordin asked Mikhail, where are you going to teach me that method? Mikhail pondered for a moment and replied, probably after we take care of these current matters. He smiled cunningly at Butler Mordin. After that, we'll continue discussing this. Mikhail thought to himself, now I don't need to hide anything anymore. Seeing Mikhail pull him towards the headquarters of the Holy Knights, Leon asked suspiciously, are you planning to join the Holy Knights? Mikhail shook his head. There are just a few things that concern me there, Leon questioned, but why bring me along? Mikhail suddenly brought up what happened when they first arrived at the Holy Kingdom. You didn't get to fight a battle with the deputy commander back then, wasn't that a pity? Leon mumbled, well, it's not wrong, Mikhail immediately said, that's why I'm giving you this opportunity. Leon grinned, wow, why are you being so nice all of a sudden? Mikhail suddenly stopped, and there's also this. Mikhail tossed something to Leon, next time you fight, try using this. Leon looked at the hilt in his hand in astonishment and asked, what is this? Mikhail feigned indifference and instructed, try channeling your chi into it, you'll see the effect immediately. Leon immediately followed Mikhail's instructions. Ah, I understand. The flow of chi into the hilt created an astonishing sight. The blade emerged after Leon channeled his chi into it. Mikhail nonchalantly said, you can call it a magic sword or a magic tool, whatever you like. Leon was still speechless, gaping in astonishment. Mikhail continued to introduce it. It's not just a sharp sword. Now try spreading your chi throughout the magic tool. Leon followed Mikhail's instructions and a sudden illusion appeared before him. Leon was so surprised he stammered, wait, this is... Mikhail nodded, that's right, this is a magic tool used to summon an opponent. Looking at the illusion, Leon thought to himself, he's actually similar to what I've seen in my dreams. Mikhail explained, even though you can't communicate with it, it will make it easier for you to train. Set teased Mikhail, a weapon and a training opponent, you're spoiling him, no wonder you've been so quiet this past week. Leon nervously asked Mikhail, is it okay for me to receive so much? I haven't done anything for you. Mikhail gently placed his hand on Leon's shoulder, I'm sure you'll be of great help to me in the future. He encouraged Leon, if you want to thank me, then become stronger. Leon was surprised by the trust Mikhail had in him. Leon gripped the hilt tightly in his hand and declared resolutely, all right, I will definitely become stronger. A while later, they arrived at the headquarters of the Holy Knights. The guards were startled as soon as they heard Mikhail's name. You, the reserve hero, what brings you here? Mikhail replied, I have something to discuss with Deputy Commander Heir. The two guards hesitated, looking at each other, and stammered, sir, that. Mikhail narrowed his eyes, looking at their expressions, and thought, they don't want me to enter. He guessed, there must be a special reason why they can't let me in right now. The guard tried to delay, sir, would you mind waiting a moment, we need time to prepare. Mikhail calmly walked straight inside. Prepare what? I want to see the knights as usual, haha. Leon also followed Mikhail, excuse me. As soon as Mikhail stepped through the door, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. A knight hurried towards him, Hero Mikhail. Mikhail gave a fake smile and quipped, oh, are you here just to greet us, Commander Heir? Looking at Heir's face, it was clear he wasn't happy that Mikhail had come uninvited. Mikhail continued with a sarcastic tone, what an honor for us. Heir grumpily asked, what reason do you have for coming here? Mikhail calmly put his hand on Leon's shoulder and said, reason, I have one. He smiled cunningly at Heir, this Leon Parslope here wants to finish the battle you had before. Leon was dumbfounded, did I say that? Mikhail firmly stated, yes, you did. Heir felt uneasy and tried to find an excuse. Firstly, I apologize for not being able to properly greet you after the previous events. He looked at Leon and said, however, I want to make it clear that we don't have to fight each other every time we meet. Hearing Heir say that, Leon unexpectedly chuckled, ha. Leon looked at Heir with a challenging gaze, are you afraid? Heir frowned in annoyance when challenged. Mikhail continued to provoke him. So you didn't stage this for a fight, should I consider it an attack? Heibi immediately became agitated. That. Mikhail said calmly, Humph, even though I'm just a backup hero, I believe it's my duty to fight corruption and evil in this holy kingdom. Heibi frowned and asked again, do we have to do it now? Mikhail firmly replied, yes, I think so. Heibi was forced to concede, I understand, please come inside. Heibi led Mikhail and Leon through the training grounds of the Holy Knights. The knights were here to train in hand-to-hand combat. Mikhail and Leon looked curiously at the training ground while walking through the hallway. Heibi proudly introduced, to not disgrace the Holy Kingdom, we always train continuously. Leon glanced at the knights and whispered, there was a time when I admired the Holy Knights, now looking at them like this makes me feel a little strange. Meanwhile, Set flew in front of Mikhail and said, I can feel the powerful aura of Heikao here. Set opened his eyes wide and looked around, but, as the old man said, there's something that makes me feel uneasy. Set looked up with concern, those flags bear the symbol of Heikao, but they seem strange. However, the feeling is very complex, so it's no wonder that most others don't recognize it. Mikhail listened to Set and became very vigilant, glancing around. He pondered, the place with the largest number of loyal and powerful followers is the Holy Kingdom. Therefore, demonic power cannot exist in the capital of the Holy Kingdom. Mikhail wondered, no, it's still possible, because there is a demon that has been born with a kind of power. It uses dirty tricks to slowly kill its target, bit by bit. It cunningly imitates the shape and actions of its target. Feeling that this is the only possible case, he focused his thoughts. However, it has a weakness. That is, if it imitates someone, it will forget the fact that it is imitating. It will become completely the subject, thinking and acting just like them. After a moment of contemplation, Mikhail muttered, I wonder who it is. Mikhail suddenly asked Heibi, Sir Heibi, has there been any problem in the Holy Knights? Heibi calmly replied, no, nothing at all. Mikhail looked into Heibi's eyes scrutinizingly. It seems like he's telling the truth. I can't see anything from his eyes. Mikhail clicked his tongue and mumbled, I guess I'll have to investigate myself. Then, he stopped and put his hand on his forehead. Mikhail immediately used a probing spell to scout widely. Energy waves emanated from his body like a kind of radar wave scanning objects within the range of this building. Mikhail carefully searched every corner. Nothing here either. Nothing here to worry about. Suddenly, he noticed unusual movements under the tree. He couldn't help but wonder, wait, this feeling, definitely. Basement. Mikhail whispered to Set, there's something beneath us. After discovering something unusual, Mikhail asked Heibi again, Mr. Heibi, are you really sure that nothing is wrong? Heibi remained firm, I'm sure. Mikhail pressed on, really, are you sure? Seeing Heibi not answering, Mikhail pointed to the ground and said, so, beneath us. If we go down there, that won't be a problem for you, right? Heibi's pupils suddenly narrowed. Mikhail immediately realized, he had a reaction. Mikhail thought to himself, it's impossible that the vice-captain would know nothing about what's going on in the Holy Knights, but he couldn't conclude right away. Mikhail probed Heibi, it seems like there's something down there. Heibi avoided his gaze, I'm not sure. Mikhail continued to probe the other party, really, then allow me to check it myself. Heibi suddenly reacted more strongly, that's impossible. Heibi seemed worried and said, I'll go with you, it'll be better if someone with authority goes with you. Mikhail immediately shook his head, no. Don't you have more important things to worry about? He pointed towards Leon and said, I didn't bring Leon here without a reason. Heibi hesitated, even so, we can't let you go alone. Mikhail squinted at Heibi, yes, I know, that's why I'll be going with someone else. Heibi looked surprised, with someone else. Mikhail thought to himself, I'm sure he'll leave as soon as he senses something is wrong. He felt a bit anxious, come on, let's go. Just then, Siegfried appeared before them, what's going on here? Mikhail smirked with satisfaction. Mikhail immediately pointed towards Siegfried and declared, I'll go with you. Siegfried, completely clueless, froze and apologized. Siegfried finally reacted and questioned Mikhail, wait, what are you doing here? However, Mikhail ignored his question and said with a cunning smile, Siegfried, you're going with me. After that, Siegfried reluctantly followed Mikhail down to the basement. He grumbled at Mikhail, I've asked you a dozen times already, what's going on? Mikhail reluctantly replied, I think there is something in this basement. Siegfried said indifferently, this is just an abandoned storage area. Mikhail said skeptically, you say it's abandoned. Set stroked his chin, agreeing with Mikhail, strange. Siegfried felt a little flustered as he saw Mikhail's hostile attitude towards him. He silently followed Mikhail, hesitating to speak. After a long moment, Siegfried finally dared to ask Mikhail, "You once said I was arrogant." Mikhail responded casually, "Yes, I did." Siegfried asked, "Could you tell me why? We don't even know each other well, so why do you think?" Feeling annoyed by Siegfried, Mikhail stopped. He sighed in frustration. Mikhail turned back and questioned Siegfried, "Do you really think the Holy Kingdom can't do anything wrong?" Mikhail said bluntly, "It seems all the archbishops are given holy mandates, and they appear to cause no trouble, but in reality, they always know how to justify everything." Mikhail questioned Siegfried, "Have you ever considered the impact of your actions on those around you?" Siegfried was stunned for a moment and then hesitated. "Of course, I always think carefully before I act." Mikhail mocked, "Ha, and that's why you abandoned the prophet." Siegfried stammered, trying to defend himself. "That." Mikhail, losing patience, glared and shouted, "Shut up, you bastard." He directly criticized Siegfried. "The moment you abandoned her, you also lost your sense of justice. You're just using justice as an excuse." Mikhail continued to lecture Siegfried. "Did the bishop tell you that her prophecies were a disaster for the lives of ordinary people? Have you ever gone out yourself to see if his words were true? Don't just follow the path the bishop shows you. Have you ever thought about doing something to satisfy your own free will?" Mikhail grumbled with frustration. "This conversation is pointless. You didn't expect me to say anything positive when I asked that question, did you?" Siegfried was completely silent in the face of Mikhail's moral lecture. After a long pause, he hesitantly asked Mikhail, "Ida, that child, do they also think the same as you?" Mikhail frowned and asked back, "If that's true, would you be willing to change your attitude?" Mikhail recalled his previous life and cursed in his heart, "Damn it, back then I didn't change. If he had ever intended to change, this would never have happened." Stepping down to the basement, Mikhail used magic to light up the dark space. The dimly lit storage containers appeared as the basement was lit. Siegfried said triumphantly, "See, there's nothing here." Mikhail coldly replied, "Shut up." Mikhail softly called Set. She understood immediately, "Leave it to me." Mikhail raised his staff at the same time. He muttered a chant, combining it with Set's divine power. The top of the staff began to emit a blue light, activating the power of the storm. The swirls of divine power spread throughout the basement. Siegfried couldn't help but be amazed by Mikhail's powerful divine energy. When the storm's energy swirls dissipated, a hazy mist rose from the ground. In the midst of the smoke was an object that looked like a tumor. Mikhail looked at the object and clicked his tongue, "TSK." He glanced at Siegfried and sarcastically said, "What did you say?" "Nothing here." "Ha." Mikhail quickly smashed the tumor with his staff. Set worriedly told Mikhail, "It's similar to the thing that troubled YGG, but much weaker." Mikhail nodded, "Remnants of the demon lord." Mikhail felt a sense of unease in his heart. He was certain this wasn't the only piece. There must be dozens, hundreds of these scattered throughout the Holy Kingdom. The more Mikhail thought about it, the more anxious he became. No, that wasn't all. If Heikao had specifically asked for his help, then the issue couldn't be that simple. Mikhail furrowed his brow, pondering. He couldn't be careless. Mikhail turned to Siegfried. "You saw it, right?" Siegfried, still in shock, asked back, "What is that?" However, Mikhail ignored his question. He pointed at Siegfried's head and advised, "What you should do, what's right. Think carefully about it." At the same time, on the Holy Knight's training ground, Hebi wasn't even in the mood for a duel with Leon. He sat alone, lost in thought. Mikhail Walpurgis. To think he had been silently staying at the first temple for a whole week, and now he suddenly appeared. The more Hebi thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Is there really something there? I've never seen anything suspicious there. But looking at his face, it's clear he knows something I don't. Hebi muttered anxiously, "If there really is something suspicious there, then..." Suddenly, Leon interrupted Hebi's thoughts. "How long are we going to stand here like statues?" He urged Hebi impatiently, "Are you not going to duel?" Hebi replied, "As I said earlier, our previous confrontation wasn't an official match." Leon indifferently asked, "So what?" Hebi looked up at Leon with disdain. He said calmly, "The title of vice captain of the Holy Knights isn't easily earned." Hebi finally took his sword. "It's not that I haven't heard of you, Leon." He challenged Leon with burning ambition. "However, against me, your skills are nothing." Leon smirked, amused. He raised his sword excitedly, "Then prove it." Leon thought to himself, "Yes, you probably think I'm not much of a challenge for you. You may not be a master, but your skills are on par with that level." Leon chuckled. "However, compared to that kid, you're still far behind." Leon started channeling his spiritual energy into the artifact Mikhail had given him. "Let's try this." Immediately, he charged forward, attacking Hebi. The powerful strike, clashing with Hebi's blade, produced a deafening sound. Their swords clashed in a tense struggle, neither side gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, a glint of killing intent flashed in Leon's eyes. He began unleashing his own unique techniques. Leon's attacks came one after another, fast as lightning, bombarding his opponent. Heir parried the attacks while unconsciously taking a step back, overwhelmed by Leon's speed. Heir couldn't help but stare at Leon in astonishment. Each of his strikes is getting faster. Heir tightened his grip on his sword and thought to himself, this is getting dangerous. Immediately, Heir gathered his strength for a direct attack, but Leon blocked it. Leon's sword energy didn't falter in the face of Heir's, forcing him to stumble backward and involuntarily exclaim, "What the hell?" Heir glanced at the knights surrounding them, watching the duel. He thought to himself, if I can't show them the overwhelming skill difference in this battle, I'll have no face to confront the holy knights. Heir no longer dared to underestimate Leon. He began focusing on the duel and poured his strength into his sword. Heir glared menacingly at Leon. I will teach you a lesson. At that moment, an explosion shook the training ground, drawing everyone's attention. Leon glanced towards the smoke and asked, Mikhail. Mikhail greeted calmly, seems like everyone's here. Heir turned to Mikhail, stunned, hero, you are. Mikhail got straight to the point, alright everyone, pay attention, there are a few things I want to share with you. He announced with a cheerful smile, the Holy Knights will be temporarily disbanded starting today. Everyone froze for 5 seconds. Then, a chorus of shouts erupted, what? Heir questioned, why did you suddenly suspend our operations without any reason? Mikhail nonchalantly replied, there's a reason. Mikhail explained, there are a few demons hiding beneath your headquarters. He glanced at Siegfried, who was standing helpless, and said, oh, I forgot to mention, but Siegfried also agreed. Mikhail narrowed his eyes at the knights. Now do you understand? He raised his staff and declared, until we find that demon, no one is allowed to leave the headquarters. Immediately, Mikhail chanted, Sanctuary Declaration. A blinding light spread out from his staff. The light gradually enveloped the entire headquarters of the Holy Knights. Mikhail thought to himself, the power of the World Tree, the power of Heikao, and the Storm of Set. With this amount of holy power, I can find that demon. Mikhail furrowed his brow and stared at the knights. Show yourselves. After that, everyone fell silent. No one dared to challenge Mikhail. Heir nervously glanced around. Leon, too, felt anxious and kept glancing at the knights. After a while, Mikhail sternly asked, who is it? Who just coughed? His eyes were cold as he looked at the knights. At that moment, a young man named Mileson in the midst of the knights was coughing uncontrollably. The other knights anxiously asked, Mileson, what's wrong, Mileson? Even Heir looked at Mileson with concern. Mikhail walked up to Mileson, who still stubbornly denied, no, it's not me. Mileson tried to deny it, no, it can't be, how could a holy knight like me be a demon? Mikhail coldly replied, stop it. Mileson immediately cowered and stopped pleading. Mikhail sneered, I see you're a talented actor. Mileson's eyes shifted, turning pitch black. He still couldn't believe it. A demon? No, it's impossible. Mikhail looked at him with disdain. He killed someone, put on that person's skin, and just like that merged into humanity. How disgusting. Mikhail sighed and swung his staff. But what can I do? I can't control everything, he said, without hesitation smashing his staff onto the man's head. Immediately, the demon within him revealed its ability to use magic to block Mikhail's attack. He began to wail, I can't believe it. I wasted years. How dare you ruin everything? Mikhail calmly looked at him. Then what? The surrounding knights were stunned. No way, he's right, what's happening? Mikhail mumbled to himself, now I remember. He thought, the method, in the situation, the assassination of Archbishop Naren, yes, you're the only one capable of doing that. Mikhail glared at the now revealed demon, it's you. Delos. Mikhail stared at the demon with disdain. I should have realized it was you sooner. Delos innocently asked about Mikhail, do you know me? Mikhail then replied, of course, the demon behind the curtain, Delos, the commander of the 6th Legion, and Meryl's right hand, a small part of that woman's power. Mikhail raised his voice and sarcastically mocked Delos. After all, you are just her loyal henchman. The humiliated Delos laughed again, ha ha ha. Then he glared at Mikhail, I don't like being called a lackey. After finishing speaking, Delos stood up and created an explosion that shook the training ground. In the thick smoke and dust, he disappeared from Mikhail's sight. The knights, surrounded by smoke and dust, panicked slightly. I can't see anything, everyone, calm down. Mikhail immediately thought, his identity is now revealed, and the plan to assassinate the bishop has fallen apart. He has no choice but to kill the biggest nuisance. That means the target will be one of the reserve heroes. While Mikhail was thinking, the demon dashed forward through the misty smoke, heading towards its target with a wicked grin. Just as Mikhail realized he was going to try to attack him, the demon lunged from behind. As the demon's fingernail was mere inches away from Mikhail's neck, the characteristic blue rings of a storm materialized. Mikhail calmly turned to face the demon and unleashed Set Storm. The demon was completely taken aback by Mikhail's ability to discern its intentions. Before it could react, Set Storm flung the demon away. Delos fell back in shock. How could that be? While Delos was still reeling, Mikhail's hand suddenly emerged from the smoke. Mikhail grabbed the demon by the neck and lifted it up. The demon struggled in vain, its desperation evident. Mikhail spoke in a firm voice, "Meryl, I'm sure you're watching me." Mikhail's image was reflected in Delos's eyes, and it seemed to be transmitting information back to its owner. "I don't know what your intentions are with this place," Mikhail warned in a hardened voice, "but I assure you, I will crush all your plans, one by one." Having delivered his message, Mikhail conjured a colossal spear imbued with divine power. Without further ado, he plunged the spear through the demon's body. Everyone present was astonished and awed by the sheer might of Mikhail's divine power. The demon trembled in terror and despair at Mikhail's swift and deadly technique. Mikhail swiftly raised his hand, ready to deliver the final blow. Before ending the abominable creature's life in front of everyone, he left one last message for Meryl. "That's the reason, just you wait and see." The blinding radiance of divine power engulfed the demon's body, the cleansing magic causing it to vanish in an instant. This was the first time that the people of this holy kingdom witnessed the true power of divine force capable of annihilating demons. Siegfried stood in utter amazement at the miraculous spectacle, thinking to himself, a hero who vanquishes demons, and discovers the righteous path for humanity to follow. Siegfried couldn't help but ponder as he witnessed Mikhail's proud demeanor under the sun. Could this be the true image of a genuine hero? Siegfried clenched his jaw as envy surged within him. Compared to him, he began to doubt his own abilities. Although I'm a backup hero, I never realized that a colleague right beside me was actually a demon. Siegfried furrowed his brow in bitter lament. Why did I become a backup hero? Isn't fate too cruel? Siegfried clenched his fists in frustration. No. Siegfried encouraged himself. If I have shortcomings, I just need to strive my best to compensate. The divine will never abandon those with willpower. Siegfried's eyes were once again filled with passion and determination. If I give my all, surely. But then he remembered Mikhail's criticism in the basement. During your journey, was there anything to prove to you that it was true? This thought caused Siegfried's spirits to plummet, his face turning dark with anger and envy. In a fit of rage, he clenched his fist so tightly that it started bleeding, silently cursing, "Damn it." At that moment, Mikhail was enlightening the knights. "Everyone, do you understand now?" He calmly explained, "Demons will do everything to hide among us. If you don't raise your vigilance, you'll become their prey at any moment." The knights were both surprised and impressed. How did you know?" Mikhail declared firmly. "How could I become a backup hero if I couldn't discern this kind of thing?" Mikhail spoke to the knights in a low voice. "To be honest, I am very disappointed. None of you could identify the demon disguised as your comrade. Perhaps this is difficult for ordinary people, but I expected more from you." In Mikhail's words, there was a hint of sarcasm and a subtle jab. "I thought you were the noblest and most powerful holy knights in the kingdom. I've heard rumors that some of you have begun to associate with the archbishops solely for personal gain." Hearing Mikhail's criticism, Heir immediately shouted in protest, "Of course not." Heir vehemently denied Mikhail's accusation. "We are the holy knights who serve Lord Heikao, so we always maintain neutrality." Mikhail challenged in a sharp voice, "Is that a valid reason for attacking the first temple?" Heir, hit where it hurt, became flustered. We only followed the prophecy." Mikhail lowered his voice. "I can understand if you were wholeheartedly battling demons in your duty. However, you weren't, were you?" Heir, cornered by the questions, stammered, I. Seeing that Heir was out of arguments, Mikhail calmly turned away. "There's no need for explanations. You don't even have the right to explain." Mikhail then turned his attention to Siegfried. "Sir Siegfried, I assume you agree?" Mikhail said with a pretense of fairness. "Since I'm still a backup hero, I can't make all the decisions on my own." Siegfried, facing Mikhail's imposing presence, could only bow his head. "You're right." Seeing Siegfried cowering before him, Mikhail sneered slightly. Suddenly, Siegfried yelled, But, before that." Mikhail glanced at him with sharp eyes. "What else do you want?" Siegfried declared to Mikhail in a firm voice. "I want to confirm your strength myself." Siegfried looked at Mikhail with a determined gaze. "So, I challenge you." Mikhail slightly raised his eyebrows, glancing at him with a disdainful and arrogant expression. Siegfried was ready in a challenging stance, while Mikhail calmly and gracefully stood looking at him. He calmly said, if you want to challenge me, then bet a corresponding price. You can only be truly serious when this battle has risks. Siegfried furrowed his brow and asked Mikhail, what do you bet? Mikhail pointed directly at his chest. That. He asked Siegfried to bet the holy pendant that he usually wears. Siegfried was stunned and hesitated for a moment. After a while, he confidently nodded. All right, I accept your offer. Mikhail secretly calculated his strategy. I have already used the absolute defense of the storm once. He clicked his tongue with a little regret. It should have been used as a trump card in this battle, but it's okay. Mikhail smiled cunningly at Siegfried. After all, I know his abilities like the back of my hand. Mikhail secretly thought with pride. Right now, Siegfried is being slowly gnawed by desperate thoughts, self-loathing. It's because he lost faith in his ability to become a hero. It's a wonder he hasn't lost his mind. So what's there to worry about? Mikhail confidently holds victory in the palm of his hand. Mikhail sneered at Siegfried. Allow me to say this again. I don't have any feelings for you. Siegfried also confidently declared. I'll say this first. I have no intention of losing. Set happily leaned into Mikhail's ear and asked softly, Mikhail, do you need help? Mikhail firmly replied, no, I'll be fine in this fight. Mikhail glared at Siegfried with a challenging look and secretly thought, come on then. With a flash, Siegfried disappeared from Mikhail's sight. He charged forward and attacked him in a flash. Mikhail immediately leaned back to dodge. He's really fast. He was sure in his heart. He had anticipated that if he didn't use all his strength from the start, he wouldn't have a chance to win against me. The first attack failed. Siegfried immediately changed his attacking stance. Mikhail quickly realized his intentions and quickly used the spell, Multiple Chance, 5 layers of shield. The shields were erected just in time as Siegfried's sword swung down. Mikhail laughed happily. Not a bad decision, but not enough. Mikhail immediately chanted the spell, Reflection. A blinding light shone down, causing Siegfried to completely lose focus and his vision severely deteriorated. Taking advantage of that moment, Mikhail had moved out of his reach. At a reasonable distance for a combat mage, Mikhail began his counterattack, 5-circle magic. He didn't hesitate to use one of the simple yet effective techniques, 100 swords. Hundreds of swords appeared in midair. Aiming all 100 blades at Siegfried, Mikhail thought with satisfaction, 100 swords is a skill improved from the 2-circle spell, Mana Sword. Since this is a spell that I once used to help Siegfried in the past, it doesn't cause death, but the pain is no less than a normal sword. Siegfried immediately concentrated his vital energy into his sword blade. He created an energy sphere on his sword. Then, Siegfried flung the sphere into the air. The energy sphere spun, attracting all of Mikhail's mana swords. Then the energy sphere exploded and at the same time, the mana swords were destroyed. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Mikhail remained calm. He looked in the direction of where Siegfried was, but he had disappeared. Mikhail secretly thought, he's hiding. Mikhail calmly stood waiting for Siegfried. However, I have already seen through him. Mikhail raised his eyes and waited for his opponent to come to his own demise. He proudly thought to himself, because you are so naive, you will charge straight at me. Sure enough, Siegfried really charged forward and attacked Mikhail directly. While Siegfried was charging with murderous intent, Mikhail still stood calmly pondering. He must think that I couldn't prepare another spell in such a short time. He silently chanted the spell to gather the remaining mana swords and clicked his tongue, but unfortunately, the outcome is clear. Mikhail looked down at Siegfried with disdain. He couldn't even destroy all the mana swords earlier. Siegfried only now realized the danger falling from the sky. But Mikhail didn't give him time to escape. He immediately used multiple spells, 5 slow spells. Siegfried was almost completely frozen in place, unable to move. And immediately after, the mana swords plunged into Siegfried's back, making him look like a porcupine. After the excruciating pain subsided, Siegfried was astonished that he was still alive. He clenched his fist with a resolve to fight back. He could do it. He mumbled to Mikhail, it's not over yet. Mikhail calmly sat down in front of Siegfried and agreed, I know, it's not over yet. Mikhail said coldly, there are still 10 more swords left. Siegfried was stunned, wanting to say something, but Mikhail covered his mouth with his hand. Shoo! He smiled wickedly at him, it's still too early. Siegfried foolishly replied, but it's still daytime. Mikhail, disgusted, immediately used up the remaining mana swords. During the entire sword shower, Siegfried lay flat on his back, his body ravaged and on the verge of death. Knights who had been watching all this time felt pity for Siegfried. Cruel, so cruel, I thought he was dead. How could a human be so cruel? And Leon was speechless at Mikhail, this psychopath. After being thoroughly defeated by Mikhail, Siegfried reluctantly had to give him the holy pendant as a reward, as per their prior agreement. Siegfried handed the pendant to Mikhail with a reluctant expression. Here you go. Mikhail looked at the pendant in his hand with interest and said, I'll put it to good use. Set curiously peered at the pendant and exclaimed, oh, it seems like it will be useful. Pondered for a moment. The holy pendant is an artifact that amplifies the user's holy power and enhances their healing capabilities. Mikhail comfortably put the prize around his neck. Besides, it has another hidden function that most people don't know about, but now's not the time to use it. Mikhail thought to himself, using it to amplify my holy power is enough for now. Siegfried slumped in defeat, bowing his head before Mikhail. It was a fair fight, it's just that I'm still too weak. You've taught me a lot. Looking at Siegfried's dejected expression, Mikhail felt more annoyed than satisfied. After a moment of silence, Mikhail spoke sarcastically, a fair fight, you say? Stared straight at the meek Siegfried and asked, allow me to ask a couple of things. If it wasn't a one-on-one fight, would you have used other tricks? Siegfried, confused, asked, what kind of tricks? Mikhail calmly replied, for example, attacking me from behind, using hidden weapons, or anything similar that could bring victory even if it's not honorable. Siegfried immediately reacted vehemently, I would never do that. Declared passionately, that would be unfair, as a hero. Mikhail sternly questioned Siegfried, even if it leads to a catastrophic outcome, seeing hundreds, thousands of people die. Siegfried, taken aback by the question, froze. He had no arguments to justify his decision other than his so-called heroism. Mikhail turned away and threw him a fatal question, what's the point of being a hero if you can't protect the people? Siegfried's worldview shattered in that instant. He was beginning to doubt the noble ideals he had always pursued. Siegfried tried to think of an answer to justify himself, but all he could manage were stammered, helpless is. Mikhail calmly walked away, feeling no disappointment. He thought to himself, I don't need to hear anymore. I already know what he's going to say, at least for now. Mikhail clearly had no hope that Siegfried would change his mind after a short conversation. Seeing Mikhail leave, Leon hastily followed after him. Leon, a bit concerned, hesitantly asked Mikhail, do you think you went too far? Mikhail asked in a low voice, what do you mean? Leon replied, well, the thing with that knight Siegfried, another reserve hero. Leon clicked his tongue, recalling Siegfried's silly appearance and said, he doesn't seem like a bad guy, even if he is a bit dim-witted. Mikhail sighed softly, if you were someone else, I might have acted differently. He turned back to Leon and explained calmly, but becoming a reserve hero carries a heavier responsibility than you think. Leon pondered, responsibility, huh? Mikhail, who was walking, suddenly stopped, causing Leon, who was following him, to jump slightly. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? Mikhail frowned and muttered, clearly annoyed, as he looked at the scene before him. Mikhail narrowed his eyes irritably as he looked towards the three men standing in front of the temple gate. He wondered, why is he coming out of the first temple? The person who caused Mikhail's right eye to twitch and his left eye to turn red was Archbishop Killian. Mikhail visibly displayed his annoyance as he looked at Archbishop Killian. He's here because of Cassandra, no doubt. Leon, after lifting his head and seeing clearly, felt uneasy and raised his eyebrow in disbelief. Ugh, why is that old man here? Leon sighed, looking at Mikhail as he slowly continued walking. Man, he's a tough one. Mikhail, what are you going to do? Mikhail calmly replied, what else? I'm going to face him. Hearing the leisurely footsteps approaching the temple, Archbishop Killian immediately glanced towards the source of the sound with a wary expression. Mikhail, with an impassive face, confidently walked towards Archbishop Killian. As Mikhail stopped in front of Archbishop Killian, the latter furrowed his brows, secretly calculating how to deal with him. The two adversaries, hidden enemies, finally faced each other for the first time. The tense moment froze time. Both Mikhail and Archbishop Killian looked straight into each other's eyes, showing no sign of hatred, fear, worry, or concession. After 3 seconds of tense eye contact, which felt like 30 minutes, they both spontaneously flashed a commercial smile at each other. Archbishop Killian, with a hearty laugh, said, well, if it isn't the reserve hero. Mikhail responded with a cheerful enthusiasm, oh my, it's a pleasure to meet you, Archbishop. Observers would think they were old friends reuniting. Archbishop Killian cordially said to Mikhail, I didn't expect to have the honor of meeting you here. It seems like this old man's luck isn't running out yet. Mikhail replied with a fake smile, you talking about luck? I'm a bit embarrassed. He smiled while concealing a hidden knife in his words. Well, you are right, the prophetess has been safely returned to us. She didn't fall into the hands of the demons. We are all truly fortunate. Archbishop Killian extinguished his fake smile. Demons. Mikhail continued to act friendly. I'm sure they were demons, or something like that. It's impossible for someone from the Holy Kingdom to do such a thing. Don't you agree? Each of Mikhail's words pierced Archbishop Killian's heart, and if they did, I wouldn't be surprised if they were struck dead by lightning. A person of faith going against the prophet's words, can you believe it? Mikhail said, glancing at Archbishop Killian to gauge his reaction. With people of such high virtue and respect like you, I'm sure you would never become such a fool, right? The result of the first round of confrontation was 1-0. Leaning towards Mikhail, Archbishop Killian, stung by the criticism, was so angry that veins popped on his forehead, but he still had to force a smile to ignore the matter. Archbishop Killian quickly released Mikhail's hand and said, Hero candidate Mikhail, unfortunately, I have to leave now. He looked at Mikhail with some hesitation. Oh, before I leave, I have to tell you a couple of things. Forgive me, but I believe the best candidate for the hero position is... Mikhail didn't hesitate to interrupt Archbishop Killian. I don't care. The old man was stunned after hearing that. Excuse me, what? Mikhail pointed his finger to the sky and said, it's not you who chooses the hero, but it's our holy God, the wise Lord Heikao, Mikhail declared with a triumphant smile, before the astonished face of Archbishop Killian. After hearing that, Archbishop Killian didn't argue with Mikhail anymore. He arrogantly clasped his hands behind his back and left. The will of God, ha, ha. Archbishop Killian walked past Mikhail and whispered, let's see what happens next. In the moment he passed by, Mikhail suddenly felt a strange smell. Sat also smelled it. She was startled and quickly covered her nose. Ugh, what a terrible smell. Mikhail pondered in silence, an unpleasant fragrance. He silently followed Archbishop Killian and his two close priests. Even if it wasn't from the Archbishop, it must have been from someone near him. Set suddenly thought of something and nervously told Mikhail, hey, don't tell me. Mikhail nodded, I know, you don't need to remind me. Mikhail knew in his heart that the demon he had defeated just now, Delos, was the murderer, and before he was reborn, he had become famous for his own achievements. However, an interesting fact about him is, he had a twin brother, Ludos. Mikhail was sure in his heart, yes, although only one demon was famous in the previous life, the truth is, it was the achievement of both twin brothers. After the unpleasant encounter with Mikhail, Archbishop Killian returned and heard even worse news about the Knight's Order. So what about the Knight's Order? The young priest humbly reported to him, they have announced that they will cease all future operations after announcing that they are facing some internal problems. Archbishop Killian was furious and couldn't help but smash things. He glared angrily at the shattered glass on the floor as if his plan had just been broken. Seeing this, the young priest fearfully and timidly said, Archbishop, I beg your pardon, I'm leaving now. Archbishop Killian could not care about anything else but the anger in his heart. Walpurgis, it's him again. As the young priest ran out the door in a panic, at the same time, High Priest Heron walked in. Heron softly called, Archbishop. Archbishop Killian suppressed his anger and turned to look at him. Oh, you're here, Heron. Heron replied cheerfully, ha, of course, if you call, I must come immediately. Archbishop Killian grumbled to Heron, starting today, the Holy Knights will begin an indefinite suspension of all activities. In a brief moment, Heron's pupils suddenly changed. What, the Holy Knights? Archbishop Killian grumbled, Walpurgis, it's all his fault, a demonic sorcerer who dares to interfere with the order of the Holy Nation. That's why I called you here, Heron. What does your intuition tell you this time? Heron calmly replied, oh, you mean the prophecy. He gave a sly smile and said, unfortunately, our supreme God hasn't sent me any prophecy for this situation. Archbishop Killian sighed and replied thoughtfully, is that so? I know that the prophecy you receive is always much more accurate, especially compared to that woman. Archbishop Killian sighed again, now you can leave. Heron bowed respectfully and replied, then I'll take my leave. Heron turned away immediately with a calm demeanor as if nothing had happened. But a second later, he grumbled with a hardened voice, we just signed a contract with them not long ago, and yet there's a problem so soon. Heron's face turned gray with anger, so infuriating. At that moment, at the first temple, Steward Mordin was worried after hearing Mikhail's speculation. You're saying there's another demon, is that true, young master? Mikhail immediately asserted, yes, there's another one. Mikhail glanced at Steward Mordin, you've been through this at the World Tree, haven't you? Why are you still so surprised? Steward Mordin thought about it and resentfully replied, it's because I've been imprisoned all this time. Mikhail innocently said, oh yeah, you're right, I forgot. Steward Mordin complained resentfully, it's because you keep throwing me around in some random place because I'm old, that's why I haven't been able to keep up with these things. Mikhail saw this and pretended not to notice, just gave a perfunctory response, yes, my apologies. Steward Mordin secretly complained in his heart, is the young master ignoring me? Mikhail quickly changed the subject. That Archbishop Killian, I've confirmed that he's involved with demons. He pondered for a moment and then said to everyone, dealing with demons is considered heresy within heresy, a serious crime that even an archbishop cannot escape. Cassandra expressed her concern, but that's not something you can easily prove. Cassandra said to Mikhail, you have to provide solid evidence before people will acknowledge his guilt. Leon spoke up and said, but that doesn't mean we just let the old man do whatever he wants. Mikhail didn't show any worry. Instead, he casually advised everyone, don't bother your head with that. He said with a triumphant smile, because we already have the support of the Pope. Mikhail thought to himself, the Pope only has a title but no real power. That's only in the previous situation. Now the Holy Knights have completely ceased all operations. Heaven is on my side, giving me more than enough evidence to show that the Archbishop is involved with heresy. And above all, I have Heikao's seal in my hands. With all of this, surely the Pope's position has become quite different from before. Mikhail pondered for a while before asking everyone, almost forgot, it's the test to evaluate my ability to become a hero in 4 days, right? Leon immediately replied, that's right, and also within those 4 days, all the archbishops will be gathered. Mikhail immediately broke into a mischievous smile, thinking, a perfect stage to expose him and send those demons to their doom. Mikhail gently told Cassandra, that's when I need your help. Cassandra, a little confused, asked back, me. Mikhail looked seriously into Cassandra's eyes. I've said it before, I trust you. That's also the reason why I've always supported you all this time. Deep down, Mikhail thought to himself, Cassandra's prophecy must be respected and protected. I can't let Cassandra fall into the same tragic situation as her previous life. Cassandra cringed with a worried expression, but. She hesitated before speaking to Mikhail. Before, I never heard him, God Heikao, speak to me. Cassandra doubted her own prophetic abilities. I can only see glimpses of the future. After listening, Mikhail encouraged Cassandra, most people can't even see that. Mikhail's next words woke Cassandra up, being able to do that means you have the power to reach the divine. Cassandra stammered and asked Mikhail again, can I really do it? He confidently replied, of course. Cassandra seemed more encouraged and confident. Then when will, Mikhail told her, in 4 days. Cassandra still had a little anxiety and hesitantly said, but what if I fail? Mikhail confidently pointed to the sky and encouraged her, don't worry, you won't fail. He affirmed, I've spoken with the Lord above. It was an incredible conversation on a godly level. 2 days later, in a secluded spot within the temple, Bishop Narun was lost in thought, gazing out the window. Bishop Narun took a deep breath and gently smiled. What a peaceful morning. Suddenly, a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. It brings back so many memories. Bishop Narun pondered, looking at the teacup in his hand. Back when I met that little girl, the one with no real hobbies, I taught her about tea. I told her about the famous tea leaves from different regions, the way to store tea, how to brew it, and so on. I taught her so much. Remembering the peaceful and good past with Cassandra, Bishop Narun sadly blamed himself. Yet in the end, I couldn't protect that little girl. Not only was I unable to protect her, but I could only watch helplessly as she was expelled from the Holy Kingdom. The teacup in Bishop Narun's hand seemed to have become bitter. Feeling helpless, he could only sigh. Ugh, what am I to do now? Suddenly, Mikhail's voice reached him. What do you think? We should try everything to make things better, right? Bishop Narun turned his head in surprise. You are young Master Mikhail. Mikhail smiled confidently and said to Bishop Narun, yes, I have some things I want to discuss with you. Mikhail cheerfully told Bishop Narun, thanks to you, I could live comfortably in the first temple. Bishop Narun, confused, asked Mikhail, what is it? Mikhail didn't beat around the bush. In the next 2 days, the matter of whether I have enough abilities to become a hero will be tested here, right? Bishop Narun immediately replied, that's right, the main objective is to test your abilities and confirm the stance of each bishop. Mikhail calmly said, well, I've also realized that many bishops are supporting Siegfried. Hearing this, Bishop Narun's expression became gloomy. About that. He looked up at Mikhail with apprehension, as if he wanted to say something but had many concerns in his heart. In his heart, Bishop Narun silently thought, Mikhail Walpurgis, the stories of him ruining a family heir's reputation and rumors of him trying to keep his former fiancée. Despite the many rumors claiming he is a bad person, I don't see it that way. After a moment of careful contemplation, Bishop Narun cautiously spoke, this might be a bit abrupt. He sincerely bowed to Mikhail, forgive me for being blunt, but could I ask you something? Bishop Narun earnestly requested Mikhail, even if you are not chosen as a hero, Cassandra, I beg you to take care of that child. In his heart, Bishop Narun was silently lamenting, this is so pointless. He couldn't help but feel anxious and tell himself, what I just said basically means you can't become a hero. Despite his embarrassment, Bishop Narun still clenched his fist, silently praying that Mikhail would agree. After all, it's for the child's future. Mikhail asked Bishop Narun, take care of her, do you have a specific reason for asking me this? Bishop Narun didn't hesitate to express his concern. If Siegfried is chosen as a hero, that child Cassandra will be lost. A prophet that nobody believes in. If that happens, Cassandra will slowly die in agony. Bishop Narun sincerely told Mikhail, if she could leave the Holy Kingdom, I'm sure she would be happier. That little girl is a child who has suffered so much. Bishop Narun sighed softly, I don't want her to suffer anymore. After hearing all of Bishop Narun's concerns, Mikhail coldly replied, I can't possibly fulfill this request. Bishop Narun couldn't hide his disappointment, and he replied dejectedly, I understand. Suddenly, Mikhail pointed his thumb at himself. He confidently declared to Bishop Narun, because I will be the chosen one. A flicker of surprise shone in Bishop Narun's eyes as he saw Mikhail's confident and relaxed demeanor. Bishop Narun still anxiously said to Mikhail, but, Archbishop Kilian's influence is immense, there are countless priests in this holy nation who support him. Mikhail calmly responded, we have the Pope on our side, not only that, but we have you supporting us as well. Bishop Narun said in confusion, I have no power at all. Mikhail calmly walked up to Bishop Narun and encouraged him, no, of course you do, and beyond that, the divine being is on our side as well. Mikhail placed his hand on Bishop Narun's shoulder to encourage him. He stood by the window bathed in sunlight and affirmed, so I believe in myself. Bishop Narun curiously turned to look at Mikhail, divine being. In a split second, Bishop Narun saw a pair of translucent silver-gleaming angel wings sprout behind Mikhail. The miraculous sight caused him to widen his eyes in astonishment. Bishop Narun couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed them a few times and looked up at Mikhail again. The angel wings behind Mikhail disappeared, but an indescribable sense of excitement lingered in Bishop Narun's heart. Just now, it felt like he was enveloped in a pair of wings. Bishop Narun nervously clasped his hands in emotion. He bowed respectfully to Mikhail. Sir, please tell me what I need to do. While discussing several matters with Bishop Narun, Mikhail thought to himself, I guess this is obvious, talking to Bishop Narun is quite simple. It's also possible that he sensed Heikao's presence on me through the mark. Even if he was already supporting me, the reason why I talked to him is simply, in my past life, Bishop Narun died. I want to eliminate any possibility of that happening. That's also when all my suspicions were confirmed. After talking with Bishop Narun and leaving the temple, a fragment of the Demon Lord's remnant suddenly appeared in Mikhail's hand. Set looked at the Demon Lord's fragment with anger. This is truly a disgrace to the holy nation. It should be eradicated completely. Mikhail nodded. It's all because of this demonic thing. Mikhail managed to secretly break the seal on Bishop Narun's body. This is proof that he wasn't assassinated randomly. Mikhail angrily crushed the fragment immediately. Who's behind this? Suddenly, Set seemed eager to speak. Mikhail, do you remember I said I would go check around the holy nation? Did you find anything? Mikhail curiously asked Set. Set enthusiastically replied, you told me the reason we can't communicate with Heikao, right? You said it's because of the Demon Lord's remnants. Set shook her head. That's one reason, but there's another one. Mikhail curiously responded, tell me. Set said with a serious expression, the Demon Lord's right eye. It's also a part of that wretched creature's body. It seems like it's somewhere beneath us. Mikhail pondered, that must be why the remnants can multiply endlessly like this. Mikhail praised Set. You did well. The girl smiled smugly. He continued, I think we need to find it. Set asked Mikhail in confusion, find it? We don't even know where it could be. Mikhail calmly responded, I know. Set flew beside Mikhail in bewilderment. What are you talking about? Mikhail casually repeated, I know where it is. Set was stunned. What? Set was silent for a moment. Wait, don't tell me. She asked Mikhail in surprise. You already knew this too. Mikhail turned to look at Set with a triumphant smile. He teased her, you seem quite proud when you take credit. Set's face instantly turned crimson with embarrassment, shame, and anger. She angrily shouted, what the hell? And so, 2 days before the hero's power assessment, Mikhail went alone to find the Demon Lord's eye. Set followed Mikhail and asked him with suspicion, the Demon Lord's eye is really here? Mikhail slightly looked up and confidently answered, yes, in an unexpected place inside the holy nation. Set said awkwardly, but, isn't this still too ridiculous? Set still couldn't completely dismiss Mikhail's judgment. How could that thing be inside the temple of the first hero? Mikhail didn't explain further but continued to go inside. Actions speak louder than words. Set looked around in amazement. It's really huge, Mikhail muttered. I hope they would just make a simple courtyard for the first hero, but it seems like the Holy Nation is a bit too enthusiastic. Set looked at Mikhail curiously, thinking, if he became a hero, what number would he be? Mikhail replied, the 8th. Set pondered for a moment. So there have been 7 so far. It seems like things in this world have become truly difficult. Mikhail agreed with her, indeed. Looking up at the colossal statue, he muttered, if the first hero saw this, he'd go crazy with the Holy Kingdom. Mikhail approached the foot of the statue and stood there for a while, lost in thought. He gently placed his hand on the stone pedestal of the statue. It seemed well maintained. Mikhail mumbled, I can't ignore the symbolic nature of the first hero, even if this place is the source of the infection. Mikhail slowly walked towards the area where the first hero's body was kept, feeling a bit uneasy. It didn't feel right. He thought to himself, hopefully it's not the worst-case scenario. Soon after, a coffin appeared before Mikhail. The coffin was placed solemnly at the highest point in the shrine. Mikhail placed his hand on the magical barrier created to protect the coffin. Forgive me for the intrusion. Immediately after, he broke through the magical barrier with ease. Set watched Mikhail in astonishment. That's the coffin containing the first hero's body. What's in there? After a moment of reflection, Set finally understood. Wait. She hesitated and asked Mikhail, don't tell me, the demons hid the demon lord's eye in there? Mikhail immediately nodded. Yes. He added, it's possible it was placed there from the very beginning. Mikhail muttered, if it's the hero's coffin, then it's a perfect place to hide something. Set still couldn't believe Mikhail's judgment. But that's impossible. The demon lord's eye and the hero's body can't coexist. Mikhail asked Set, what if it was completely absorbed before he died? Set was stunned by his difficult question. Without waiting for Set's reply, Mikhail immediately took out his staff. Then, let's see if this hypothesis is true. Is it true or not? Mikhail cast magic through his staff, praying silently, if my hypothesis is wrong, then the hero's body inside the coffin should be intact. Please let me be wrong. Please let me be wrong. The coffin lid sprang open, and the expressions of Mikhail and Set froze. Mikhail clearly wasn't too surprised, but Set couldn't hide her confusion and let out a sigh of disappointment. Looking at the empty coffin with a hole in the middle, she mumbled sadly, it's empty. Set sadly asked Mikhail, what do we do now? It seems like we're doomed. Instead of worrying, Mikhail smiled. No, this isn't bad at all, right? He stepped onto the coffin lid and looked deep into the hole. Mikhail reassured the worried Set, on the contrary, it's good that we've discovered this now. Mikhail confidently jumped into the hole in the middle of the coffin and told Set, so now, let's settle this. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room illuminated by flickering candlelight, Heron's somber, mournful voice echoed, Delos. I guess my younger brother is dead. I think it's because of that young Walpurgis. Heron silently resented, it used to be so easy to manipulate that old bishop. But that young Walpurgis, after his appearance, the chaos was gradually suppressed. Imagining Mikhail's smug expression, Heron went crazy and smashed the glass in front of him. The shards of glass flew everywhere. But Heron couldn't quell his rage. He muttered, how annoying. Heron pondered, what can I do to eliminate him? At that moment, a strange sensation swept through Heron's mind, making him startled. Heron looked around cautiously. This feeling, is it coming from the tomb? Impossible. Suddenly, he burst into a cheerful laugh. And then, a fit of wild laughter. Heron laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Heron's eyes now turned into demon eyes with a cunning and insidious smile. Perhaps this is a simpler solution than what I was thinking. Having said that, Heron immediately waved his hand, extinguishing the candle and leaving the room. Returning to the shrine of the first hero, Mikhail and Set entered the secret chamber located beneath the coffin. After traversing a pitch-black corridor, the two of them arrived at a spacious and magnificent room. Sitting on the throne in the center of the room was a shriveled mummy, a raspy voice emanating from his shrunken mouth. You have finally arrived, he said. I've been waiting for you. The mummy stared intently at Mikhail with one blood-red eye. Mikhail calmly asked the mummy, who are you? The mummy responded slowly, I am the one hailed as the hero. Suddenly, the withered fingers of the first hero twitched towards Mikhail. Forgive me, he rasped, my descendant. His voice became increasingly weak, sounding utterly distressed. The things that are about to happen, he mumbled. It's not my intention, but the demon lord has invaded me, reaching deep into my very bones. As an energy sphere launched from the first hero's hand, he pleaded with Mikhail, please, kill me. Mikhail simply flicked his hand, completely shattering the energy sphere. He smirked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he replied to the first hero, I understand, senior. The first hero trembled, as if trying to control his demon-controlled arm. Senior, Mikhail explained, it's because I'm a reserve hero. The first hero laughed bitterly, struggling internally to restrain himself from attacking Mikhail. It's an honor to meet you, he said, but it seems we shouldn't prolong this encounter. The first hero's fingers, defying his control, continued to draw a magical circle aimed at Mikhail. He could only sigh helplessly. It's shameful to let you see me like this. The magic circle completed, a fiery blast shot towards Mikhail. He swiftly leaped back, simultaneously activating a magic shield. While the shield blocked the flames, it was cracked. Mikhail instantly realized that this time, the demon lord's eyes were not to be trifled with. Mikhail looked curiously at the first hero, who was withered to the bone. With such a weakened body, shouldn't the magic he casts be weakened as well, he thought. The majority of his physical strength had vanished. There wasn't even a single muscle left. It's a miracle he can still move. It appears the demon lord's eyes are completely controlling the hero's body. Mikhail bluntly asked the first hero, thinking back, you haven't used your aura this whole time, are you holding back? The first hero replied, his right arm still shaking, no, that's not the case. The first hero did not hesitate to reveal to Mikhail, I'm a mage. Mikhail was completely shocked by his words, excuse me, what? At this moment, the first hero had prepared another magical circle, and its size was 5 times larger than the previous one. Lightning bolts surged continuously from the first hero's magic circle with incredible power. Mikhail immediately drew several small magic circles around himself. Fireball. He summoned a barrage of massive fireballs, directing them back towards the lightning strikes. The collision of the two powerful energy streams generated an explosion that shook the entire temple. Amid the thick smoke and dust from the explosion, Mikhail urgently asked the first hero, a mage, then what about the holy sword? The first hero explained to Mikhail, the Pope called it a holy sword because of its intricate design, but it's only superficial. He mused, if I truly had to choose an object to symbolize me, then it would be the holy mantle. It's a sacred relic, embodying all the blessings within. The first hero continued, his voice weakening, his head slowly drooping, since I'm already dead, it doesn't really matter who possesses it anymore. The first hero struggled to utter broken words. Anyway, he gasped, before that happens, you're a hero, so there are still some things you need to do, right? Mikhail astutely noticed that the first hero's body had reached its limit. Are you about to pass away? He whispered, struggling to speak his last words. I think I've reached my limit, now I think. Sadly, the first hero no longer had the strength to confide his innermost thoughts to Mikhail. Young one, my descendant, he mumbled. I will entrust this world to you. Just a few seconds later, the first hero collapsed completely, his strength depleted. Set looked sorrowfully at the first hero. Hero, the time you endured will not be in vain. Set bowed his head in somber silence, his eyes tinged with sadness. Now, rest in peace, sir. Mikhail also felt pity for him. I don't know how long the first hero has been enduring this. He told himself, but at least, I'll create a perfect ending to this, to show respect for a great hero, and to let a legend rest peacefully without any regrets. As the crown on the first hero's head fell, it signaled the beginning of the final battle. Mikhail quickly grasped his staff, ready to face the challenge. Mikhail immediately cast a series of expanding magic circles, expanding the circle of magic. After the last shred of the first hero's sanity vanished, the mummy was immediately taken over completely by the eye of the demon lord. It slowly raised its head. The mummy squinted its only eye at Mikhail and let out a savage laugh. He happily tilted his head back and laughed triumphantly, relishing his victory after centuries of struggle to take over this body. While the mummy's savage laughter echoed throughout the crypt, Mikhail noticed something rushing towards him. Suddenly, a small fragment of the demon lord, from unknown origins, was flying towards Mikhail. Mikhail didn't flinch when facing the tentacles of the fragment. He thought with confidence, after reaching the 6th circle of magic, many things have changed. Ancient magic circles are the standard for a 6th circle mage, but it's different for me. Even though this only applies when I use the magic circle expansion, I can still utilize the 8th circle magic. Mikhail calmly uttered the words, Frozen Throne, while summoning a water droplet no bigger than his fingertip, which then transformed into a delicate little snowflake. Though small, it packed a punch. The snowflake softly flew towards the demon fragment and upon contact, created a powerful explosion with hundreds of icy spikes erupting in every direction. Set's eyes sparkled as she witnessed the scene. She excitedly exclaimed, Amazing, it's incredible. But the next second, her eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, what? Even the demon lord's eye widened in surprise. He was no longer in the mood to laugh. The mummy immediately drew its holy sword and pointed it at Mikhail with a defiant look. While he brandished the sword like a swordsman, the mummy was simply putting on a show. He couldn't engage in a sword duel with Mikhail, especially with a dozen magic circles of varying sizes behind him. Mikhail quickly assessed the situation. They are 6th-tier magic circles. As soon as the magic circles were fully charged, fireballs shot out rapidly. Alongside them, magical arrows were launched at lightning speed. All the attacks were aimed at Mikhail as the target, causing Set to panic and shout, "Mikhail!" At that moment, Mikhail was still dazed by the mummy's barrage of attacks. Set had to scream again to wake him up, "Mikhail!" As Mikhail snapped out of his daze, he immediately came up with a response, compressing his mana. Mikhail raised his hand towards the mummy and quickly gathered mana in his palm. After a second, the newly accumulated energy being was unleashed. At the same time, Mikhail propelled himself backward, dodging the mummy's relentless attacks. When the energy beam in Mikhail's hand passed through the mummy's attacks, he immediately released the compressed mana within it. The small energy orb detonated like a triggered bomb. Mikhail's tiny energy orb created a colossal explosion, blocking all the mummy's attacks. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, the mummy couldn't locate Mikhail. He only heard him chanting, "Teleport." In the blink of an eye, Mikhail abruptly appeared in midair, leaping towards the mummy through the smoke. Mikhail reached out, aiming to grab the mummy's head. The mummy stared in shock for a second, but as Mikhail got closer, he revealed a sinister expression and a final magic circle hidden behind him. Set coughed in the thick smoke, squinting her eyes to focus. She saw the mummy's trick. He anticipated Mikhail's approach and concealed a magic circle behind him. By now Set realized the mummy was deliberately prolonging the fight to gather more magical power, but it was too late to warn Mikhail. Surprisingly, Mikhail wasn't surprised by the mummy's tactic. He glared at him, "I'm sorry, but you're not the only one who can think ahead." Mikhail chanted decree, and a series of his magic chains instantly wrapped around the mummy's back. Mikhail's chains easily shattered the magic circle that the mummy had poured his energy into, causing him to be shocked and horrified. Seizing the opportunity, Mikhail grabbed the mummy's head. He glared at the mummy with his clenched fist. "I finally got you, you bastard." Ordinary magic alone cannot completely destroy the demon lord's heart. Knowing this, Mikhail had prepared some special incantations. While gripping the mummy's head, his other hand formed a fist. Mikhail instantly used an incantation he created himself, allowing him to transform into his strongest martial arts master friend from his previous life. Mikhail muttered softly, "Let me borrow your skills for a moment, Beast King." Right after, Mikhail used divine power to concentrate all his enhanced strength into his fist, which he slammed directly into the mummy's chest. A bright light flashed from Mikhail's fist. Then, a burst of energy shot out from the punch, penetrating the mummy's body. The entire mummy's body glowed, light pouring out from his eyes, nose, and mouth as if Mikhail's energy beam had exploded within him. The light grew increasingly dazzling. The light was so blinding that Mikhail had to squint. In a matter of moments, everything around him was enveloped in a blinding white light. Mikhail stood silently, his expression calm, as the room around him transformed. He thought to himself, the white void he had seen before, surely this place was created by the hand of a god. Knowing this, Mikhail still couldn't help but grumble, "Are you not going to show yourself?" Seeing Mikhail's impatience, a man appeared behind him, a gentle smile on his face. "Please be patient," he said. "I need a little time to prepare before I can come out." Mikhail turned to look at the man, guessing, "Senior, is that you?" Mikhail was a little surprised to see the true image of the first hero, far different from his imagination. "Seems like the statues and portraits depicting you are a bit too muscular compared to the real deal," he mused. The first hero laughed, "Ha ha ha, well, artistic styles change over time." He raised his hand and said with pride, "But don't you think I'm still quite muscular?" This sorcerer's body was almost worthy of joining the ranks of the Holy Knights. Mikhail laughed along with the first hero's joke. "Yes, you're still very cool." Returning to the main point, he asked seriously, "So, are you more comfortable now?" The first hero sighed in relief. "Yes." He confided in Mikhail, "It was truly a long and arduous time of suffering. Hope faded and disappeared, though I was confident that I was someone with unwavering perseverance. Slowly, from deep within my heart, I began to crumble, but before it completely shattered." "You arrived, it's a miracle." The first hero looked at Mikhail and smiled with satisfaction. Mikhail smiled softly in response. "Now you can rest." The first hero nodded. "Yes, now I can rest assured with my eyes closed, because I have a reliable successor like you." Mikhail humbly replied, "There hasn't been an official decision on that matter yet." The first hero asserted, "No, if it's you, you will surely become a hero." He looked at Mikhail with eyes full of trust. "Hey kid, I'm entrusting this world to you. Mikhail was a little taken aback to see the first hero placing his faith in him despite only meeting him once. After a few seconds of surprise, he smiled confidently and replied, "Yes, senior, leave it to me." Just then, another figure appeared behind Mikhail, much smaller than him. Heikao cheerfully rushed toward Mikhail from behind. "Sorry for keeping you waiting." She climbed onto Mikhail and said, "You did a great job." Mikhail looked coldly at Heikao. "Even though I haven't really untangled all the knots, right?" Heikao immediately responded, "It's fine, I can handle the rest." She excitedly chattered endlessly. "That disgusting, vile parasite has finally left the first hero's body. It was quite difficult, but now I just need to restore the connection with the children." Heikao excitedly patted Mikhail's shoulder. "You did great. From now on, you're going to have a lot more hard work. What should I reward you with?" "Gosh, I want to reward you with everything." Mikhail listened and then pondered. "Reward me." After a while, he told Heikao, "Then, Cassandra, grant her the blessing to see your prophecy. Because of you, she's suffered through so much hardship." Heikao generously replied, all right, of course, that's what I should do. But I can't really call that a reward, because it's compensation for the loss that I'm giving specifically to that girl." Heikao asked Mikhail again, "Do you have any other wishes?" He stroked his chin and pondered, "Anything else?" Mikhail carefully thought it over. "I already have a divine mark. Thanks to the free circulation spell, I don't have any problems with mana anymore." Suddenly, an idea flashed through Mikhail's mind. Then there's only one important thing left. After a while, Mikhail escaped that white void and returned to reality. He sat up, confused, and saw the first hero's coffin right in front of him. "I'm in front of the coffin. Did I come back?" Looking at the closed coffin, as if nothing had happened, Mikhail thought to himself, "The coffin has been restored to its original state, so this isn't an illusion. Then this means..." Set suddenly interrupted Mikhail's thoughts. "Hey, you look all right." Mikhail glanced at Set. "Aren't you just thinking, oh, he's here too, right?" Set was immediately annoyed by Mikhail's teasing and questioned him. "You went up there and met that woman named Heikao, right?" Mikhail calmly replied, "Yeah, you mentioning it made me realize we didn't go together." Set was even more irritated and started making a scene. "It's because she stopped me from following." Set yelled at Heikao, looking up at the sky. "She did it on purpose because she's still holding a grudge against me from what I said before. Everyone knows she's petty." Even though she was annoyed, Set was still curious and asked Mikhail, "So what did she say to you?" Meanwhile, a log was falling from the sky straight towards Set without her knowing. In a moment, Set was completely flattened beneath the log, which was as big as a temple pillar. Mikhail didn't show any concern for Set and nonchalantly looked at the log. This is..." On the log, a white cloth and a small piece of paper were tied. Mikhail immediately opened the paper and read it. Inside the paper were heartfelt words from Heikao, saying, "Go die, little girl, and here's a gift for you." Mikhail immediately untied the belt holding the cloth, then he realized it was a holy robe. Set laboriously crawled out from under the log, but didn't forget his curiosity. "Did you just receive a gift from Heikao?" Mikhail donned the first hero's cloak and replied, "No." Suddenly, a bright spot appeared in Mikhail's chest, and a dense network of electric sparks ran throughout his body. Set's eyes widened in astonishment. It was. She couldn't believe her eyes and asked Mikhail, "A holy mark?" A few minutes earlier, when Mikhail requested his gift, Heikao was as surprised as Set. "You want that?" Mikhail affirmed confidently, "It's a symbol of the greatest blessing a saint can bestow. Think about it, that's the best thing she could give me." Heikao, still astonished, looked at Mikhail. "You just said something unbelievable, a holy mark." A moment later, she grinned. That's interesting, very interesting." Heikao said excitedly to Mikhail, "This makes me excited too. I've never given a holy mark to anyone before." Heikao teased Mikhail. "Well, I should say I had to refuse a child's request." The first hero laughed along. "Ha ha ha. I wouldn't dare say I could control myself if I received a piece of a saint." Heikao leaned closer to Mikhail with a delighted look. "But, maybe you're different." She looked deeply into Mikhail's eyes and said, "Because the demigod within you is in the transition phase." Mikhail remembered when he cast the time reversal spell in his previous life. Although it was only for a moment, he reached the 10th spell circle. Heikao asked Mikhail seriously, "You really want me to engrave a holy mark on you?" Mikhail replied just as seriously, "Engrave it on me." Heikao grabbed Mikhail's hand. "All right, give me your hand." Heikao carefully instructed Mikhail, "Awakening the holy mark engraved on you will enhance your demigod characteristics. Initially, the effect might not be strong, but it will gradually increase over time." Heikao dripped a drop of her blood onto Mikhail's hand. Then she leaned close to Mikhail's ear and whispered, "Just keep going." As the drop of blood landed on Mikhail's palm, he heard a crack. Immediately, a series of terrifying reactions spread throughout his body from his hand. The power of the holy mark spread throughout Mikhail's body like tiny lightning bolts reaching his brain. Mikhail smiled knowingly at Mikhail. If he overcomes and breaks the destined fate, he will get what he desires. Mikhail narrowed her eyes and said to Mikhail, "From this moment on, I will be watching you closely." Before Mikhail fainted, he vaguely heard Mikhail's instructions, "So, I'll leave this to you." Back in the present, Mikhail was wearing the holy cloak passed down by the first hero. But as soon as he put it on, he felt something strange. This is... Mikhail examined the ancient script on the cloak and couldn't help but be surprised. Was the engraving spell used on this? He thought to himself, the name engraving says it all. It records a special spell to be used immediately. It itself is a 7th spell circle, but since it's a symbol of the first hero, I don't think it could remember magic like normal. The more he observed the script on the cloak, the more surprised Mikhail became. Even 9th circle magic, this is truly a treasure. Seeing Mikhail ignoring her, Set got angry and leaned in to question him. Maybe she gave you a holy mark. Set anxiously checked Mikhail's body. Receiving a holy mark is dangerous. In severe cases, you could completely lose your humanity. Are you injured? Do you feel empty? Mikhail calmly replied, "No." Suddenly, Mikhail felt something amiss. He glanced cautiously at the forest outside the temple and told Set, "Let's get out of here first." Set, although she didn't understand what was happening, she nodded quickly. Okay. Mikhail was leaving when he stopped. He turned towards the coffin and mumbled, "Oh, right, I almost forgot something valuable." Meanwhile, Heir was at the edge of the forest outside the temple. He looked towards the temple with an unwilling gaze. "No, it can't be." Heir was shaking with anger. A part of him. He was about to say something when a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Heir immediately vomited a large pool of blood. However, he didn't feel any pain. He just stared towards the temple with a vengeful look. "I can't sense the demonized energy anymore. The remnants of the demon lord, dispersed throughout the capital, are also disappearing." Heir's face became panicked. "Please forgive me, Mayoral, if the plan fails. We wouldn't give up easily, since things have turned out this way. I need to reclaim something greater." Heir immediately stood up and began to scheme. "The general convocation of the bishops will take place in 2 days from now, just in time. Just one bishop is not enough. While I'm there, I'll kill the Pope." Heir's true devilish face was now fully revealed, and the entire scene was caught by someone standing on a tree branch above him. Mikhail calmly observed Heir and grinned delightedly. He said excitedly to Set, "Things are getting more interesting." The next morning, in Archbishop Killian's room, there were sounds of things breaking and angry cursing. Damn it. Archbishop Killian was becoming increasingly frustrated after 2 days of failing to find a way to deal with Mikhail. He grumbled angrily, "Mikhail Walpurgis, that damn bastard, why did this happen to me?" Archbishop Killian firmly told himself, "I'm sure I am the one chosen by the god. That's why he sent Heir to me. Heir, that child, revealed the words of the god to me. And if I just do what he says, everything will be fine. That's why I couldn't accept Cassandra's prophecy, and that's also why I sent her away." The more Archbishop Killian thought, the more bitter he became, shouting, "I thought everything was fine, so why?" He stubbornly sought a way to turn the tide. "I can't just give everything to that Walpurgis, even if it means using dirty methods." At that moment, Heir knocked on Archbishop Killian's door. "Archbishop, are you in?" Archbishop Killian tried to regain his composure and listen. "That voice is..." Right after, as Heir walked in with a friendly smile, Archbishop Killian rejoiced as if seeing a savior. In his mind, he thought, "Yes, if I get the revelation, something that even the Pope or other archbishops can't deny, then I can turn the tables." Thinking that, Archbishop Killian eagerly asked Heir, "Did you receive any prophecy or hear anything? I mean, did the god send any message?" Heir replied with a cunning smile, "Yes, I have." Archbishop Killian urged him, "Oh, what is the prophecy?" Heir started making things up. "The god said that the current Pope Gregorius is doing wrong things. He also said that the mages with lineage like the Walpurgis family are polluting the holy nation." Archbishop Killian listened obediently. "Yes, that's right, that's exactly what I think." After easily deceiving Archbishop Killian with just a few words, Heir raised his hand in front of him. "Now, what will you do?" Archbishop Killian still hadn't figured out what to do. He could only stammer, I. Heir didn't care what Archbishop Killian thought, and bluntly demanded, "You need to do what you can." He suddenly revealed his demonic face and whispered to Archbishop Killian, "If it's for him, you need to be prepared to dirty your hands." After looking directly into Heir's eyes, Archbishop Killian's eyes began to be consumed by darkness. He continued with a bewitching voice, "Now answer me, what will you do?" Archbishop Killian was completely hypnotized by dark magic and said, "Okay, I'll do it. The future of the holy nation is time for a change." Then, finally, the day of the hero's ability test arrived. Bishop Narun, after checking the information received from other bishops, could finally relax and smile. He carefully reviewed the reports and excitedly said to Mikhail, "You see, the archbishops who are still neutral are about to lean towards you, including those who support Siegfried." Bishop Narun couldn't help but be impressed. "In such a short time, it's amazing," Mikhail calmly replied. "Well, a lot has happened," Bishop Narun said with some concern to Mikhail, "but I didn't expect that Siegfried wouldn't be able to make any progress at all." Mikhail pretended not to know. Maybe he went through something, but in his heart, Mikhail knew better than anyone. "Well, I really did beat him a little too hard," Mikhail thought to himself, "but he's still a capable person like a hero." Then he suddenly got up and told Bishop Narun, "If it's the Siegfried I know, he'll try his best no matter what." Bishop Narun looked at Mikhail in confusion. "Anyway, the moment to decide the hero's position is only 3 hours left," Mikhail replied. "Oh, it's okay," he confidently said to Bishop Narun. "If we wait a little longer, he'll come on his own." Bishop Narun was still worried and asked Mikhail, "Are you sure?" Mikhail replied to him with a confident smile, "If it's a hero, you should have a broad perspective, ha." Bishop Narun was stunned for a moment, then he also laughed along with Mikhail, ha ha ha. As Mikhail walked out of the room, Bishop Narun told himself, "If Mikhail is chosen as the hero, I don't think there will be a better decision." At this time, Mikhail was walking out of the temple with a relaxed manner. It turned out that he already knew Siegfried was waiting for him outside. As soon as Siegfried met Mikhail, he spoke, "I've been waiting for you." Mikhail bluntly asked Siegfried, "So, have you thought about what I said?" Siegfried honestly replied, "Yes, I've been thinking about it all night, to the point where I couldn't sleep." Siegfried hesitated and told Mikhail, "And I'm not the only one." Siegfried spoke on behalf of the Holy Knight Order and expressed his thoughts to Mikhail. I said that everything was unfair. However, after thinking it through, he admitted that he was wrong. He wanted to apologize to you and the Prophet, but he couldn't leave. It was the same with the other knights. They were the ones who protested and were indignant. However, that thought didn't last long, because it was clear who was right and who was wrong. Siegfried also frankly said to Mikhail, "Putting a demon in front of everyone like that, I'm sure it's not just to control the Knight Order." Mikhail calmly replied, "You understand." Siegfried continued to tell Mikhail, "You told me this too." Siegfried hesitated and said, "Archbishop Killian, who brought me into this, said, the path of the hero that I believe in is the right path. It was the will of the gods, so I had no doubts, and those who were by my side, all confirmed it. The only one who said it was the wrong path was you, Mikhail." Now, Siegfried has completely lost his way, because the only path he believed in was blocked by Mikhail. Siegfried lowered his head in anguish before Mikhail. "Please tell me." He looked at Mikhail with pleading eyes full of confusion. What should I do?" In his heart, Siegfried thought, "From the beginning, my thoughts have always been bound. When I was young, I found a book in the garbage, a book about heroes, and I have always been bound to become a hero. I don't want to disappoint the Archbishop who saved me. He has always been suffering, but now, I have to admit, Mikhail, who I feel is nothing like a hero in books, is the one who deserves to be a hero the most." Siegfried, after those hazy thoughts, became even more agitated and shouted at Mikhail, "Please, tell me what I need to do." Mikhail replied to him with a disdainful look. He looked up at the sky and sighed in weariness. Mikhail questioned Siegfried back, "What do you want me to say?" "If you want advice, then I've already told you," Siegfried awkwardly explained. "It's also because of my distant faith that I have lost many things. I have also lost my last relative." Siegfried became more and more panicked as he thought, "What can I do to get them back? I don't know what to do." Mikhail looked at Siegfried coldly. This guy is really still digging his own grave. Siegfried didn't understand Mikhail's meaning, so he looked up. "Excuse me, what?" At that moment, Mikhail's fist suddenly flew in, and Siegfried was punched straight in the stomach and flew back a few feet. Siegfried didn't understand what happened before he was beaten to the point where his eyes rolled back white. He clutched his stomach and curled up on the ground. Siegfried broke out in a cold sweat and looked up at Mikhail. Why? Mikhail cracked his knuckles and walked towards him. "You came to me because you want to change. That makes me want to die." Mikhail sarcastically sneered at Siegfried. "Why don't all the bastards who get beaten think about apologizing to the person who hit them?" Siegfried's face turned pale before Mikhail's murderous attitude. "You bastard, if you want to change, then you should go find someone else." Siegfried painfully crawled up, bowing before Mikhail's evil smile. Wait. He tried to plead with Mikhail in a trembling, scared voice. Please forgive me." But Mikhail completely ignored Siegfried's pleas, and afterwards, only his screams could be heard echoing everywhere. Shortly after, the sun had reached its zenith, its brilliant rays illuminating the towers of the saints. Inside the tower, a large number of bishops from all the temples had gathered. 2 bishops were happily chatting with each other. Haha, I never expected to attend the ceremony to select a hero in my life. I don't know if this is a good thing or not. They whispered and gossiped. Thinking back, there is a magician who became a candidate for hero. His name is Mikhail. A magician wants to be a hero. What a fool. Those whispers reached the ears of Archbishop Ali, and he immediately interrupted their conversation. Can a magician be a hero? The 2 bishops were surprised. Isn't this Archbishop Ali? I didn't expect to meet you here. Archbishop Ali responded with a friendly smile. This is the ceremony to select a hero. Of course I have to come. The 2 bishops immediately changed from disdaining Mikhail to being curious. I heard that candidate Mikhail defeated a great demon that appeared in the capital, right? Archbishop Ali nodded. Yes, that's right. The other bishop was surprised. You mean the capital didn't suffer much damage after killing that great demon? Archbishop Ali replied cheerfully. Yes, that's why I'm here to support candidate Mikhail. Archbishop Ali was subtly trying to gain more supporters from Mikhail when suddenly the voice of old Archbishop Kilian interrupted the conversation. My God, is that Archbishop Ali? Archbishop Ali reluctantly nodded to greet him. Archbishop Kilian. He forced a smile and shook hands with Archbishop Kilian as a minimum courtesy. Yes, it's an honor to meet you. Behind Archbishop Ali's gentle smile was hatred and suspicion of Archbishop Kilian deep in his heart. This old man is destroying the holy nation. What is he up to now? Old Archbishop Kilian replied with a fake smile. But Archbishop Ali, do you really think the gods will be pleased with what is happening? Archbishop Ali thought, what a vague question. He chuckled and replied just to be polite. That's not something we should judge. Archbishop Kilian still held Archbishop Ali's hand, refusing to let go. He chuckled sinisterly, his voice laced with meaning. Well, if the will of the gods is too clear, it can be changed at any time after all. As soon as he finished speaking, Archbishop Kilian vanished, leaving Archbishop Ali bewildered, looking around in confusion. He frantically searched for Archbishop Kilian in the hall. He's gone. What's happening? A surge of anxiety washed over Archbishop Ali. Don't tell me. Amidst his worry, he could only whisper, Mikhail. Meanwhile, Mikhail was dragging Siegfried into the tower. Siegfried, his face swollen, groaned, Sir, do you really need to beat me up like this? Mikhail replied nonchalantly, Well, yes, of course. He still grumbled, If Cassandra hadn't come, I would have beaten you half to death. Siegfried asked dejectedly, Mikhail, am I still very flawed to be a hero? Mikhail responded flatly, Yes, very much so. Facing Mikhail's indifference, Siegfried laughed bitterly, Ha, you're really not easy to forgive. Powerless, Siegfried could only continue to be dragged along by Mikhail. Mikhail glanced at Siegfried with contempt, inwardly mocking, what a shame. Just then, Archbishop Ali ran hurriedly towards Mikhail. He gasped and called out urgently, Mikhail, Mikhail. Mikhail asked worriedly, Archbishop Ali, what's wrong? You look pale. Archbishop Ali, still panting, reported to Mikhail, There's something. At that moment, in front of the Pope's chamber deep within the tower, Archbishop Kilian stood in deep thought. He mumbled to himself, I'm starting to hear the enlightenment I've always yearned for my entire life. He gloated inwardly, You are wrong, Gregorius, I am the chosen one. Black veins were rising on Archbishop Kilian's hands, as if poison, yet he remained oblivious, happily thinking, You're the one who'll be punished. At that precise moment, Cassandra stepped in front of him. Stop it, Archbishop Kilian. Archbishop Kilian erupted in a vulgar laugh. Haha, heavens, isn't this the prophet? Cassandra looked directly into Archbishop Kilian's face with seriousness. Please, don't try to push it any further. Archbishop Kilian furrowed his brows, looking at Cassandra with annoyance. He immediately walked toward Cassandra. What do you mean? Seeing Archbishop Kilian approaching, Ida unsheathed her sword and pointed it at him. Stop, Archbishop Kilian. With a seemingly innocent demeanor, he asked Ida, Why are you stopping me? Ida replied coldly, Do you really not know why? Seeing the fake smile on Archbishop Kilian's face, Ida was irritated and bluntly exposed him. Or are you pretending to not know? Ida recalled her conversation with Mikhail the previous day and thought to herself, he was right. Mikhail had said that Archbishop Kilian would surely cause some trouble. Thinking back now, Ida was even more astonished. How could he predict the future so accurately and easily? Ida declared to Archbishop Kilian in a firm voice, Make your choice, you can surrender and be bound, or resist and be forcibly captured. Archbishop Kilian immediately revealed his true face, sneering, Ha! He arrogantly mocked Ida and Cassandra. I don't understand why so many dare to blaspheme like this. Archbishop Killian stretched out his hand and spoke in a harsh tone, you insolent brats. His eyes immediately began to show streaks of dark blood. The gods are with me. Immediately after, a dark energy burst towards Ida, causing her to startle in shock. Ida quickly raised her sword to defend herself and jumped back to dodge the sudden attack from Archbishop Killian. In that split second, Cassandra exclaimed in panic, Ida. Fortunately, Ida managed to jump out of range of the attack, but she still fell flat on the ground. Ida widened her eyes in horror. This isn't holy power. Ida looked in panic at the thick black smoke swirling around Archbishop Killian's feet. What have you done, Archbishop Killian? He proudly spread his arms and declared, didn't I tell you that the gods are with me? In the midst of the black smoke, he transformed into a black goat with blood-red eyes. Ida staggered to her feet, bewildered. A black goat. The black goat with its massive horns advanced towards Ida. In a blink of an eye, its horns charged directly towards her. Ida, panicked, froze in place. Her eyes reflected terror. No way. I'm going to die. Just as Ida thought she was about to die, the soft thud of Mikhail's staff echoed. An instant later, a magical shield appeared before her, protecting Ida from the attack of the horns. Having escaped death, Ida quickly turned her head to look behind her. She laughed in relief. Ah, you're late, mage. Mikhail calmly replied, not at all. Then he glanced towards Archbishop Killian. Now then. Mikhail once again slammed his staff against the floor. The power and pressure from his holy power and magic instantly returned Archbishop Killian to his human form, the dark smoke dissipating quickly. He glared angrily at Mikhail. Why are you here? Mikhail sarcastically replied, how does it feel to be devoured by a demon? Archbishop Killian feigned ignorance. What? Then he quickly turned his attention towards Siegfried, who was being held by Mikhail. Come here, Siegfried. Archbishop Killian offered a fake smile and extended his hand towards Siegfried, who nurtured and guided you. He used sweet words to entice Siegfried. The place where you stand is not where you belong. Siegfried hesitated for a long time before finally asking Mikhail, what should I do? Mikhail coldly replied, that's a decision you must make yourself. Though seeming indifferent, he kindly reminded him, and be responsible for your decision. Archbishop Killian continued to feign a smile and coax Siegfried, come here. But Siegfried's reaction left him completely stunned. Seeing Siegfried stand on his own 2 feet and raise his sword towards him, Archbishop Killian rolled his eyes and questioned, what are you doing? Siegfried declared firmly, I, a holy knight, cannot stand side by side with a vassal possessed by a demon. Archbishop Killian was furious, his face contorting with anger. You dare say that? You should be the one who trusts me the most. How dare you? He laughed wildly, his face twisted with madness. Ha ha ha, the divine beings walk with me. Siegfried worriedly tried to call out to awaken him, Archbishop, but Mikhail immediately intervened, stopping him. If you don't want to be drawn into this, don't act rashly. Archbishop Killian raised his hand and proudly declared, I have always yearned for this enlightenment throughout my life, and finally, I have achieved it. Mikhail scoffed, that's not enlightenment, it's more like the call of a death sentence. He stubbornly continued to criticize others. You are the ones who are wrong. I am. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence, his neck twisting to the side like a broken doll. His head slumped, and silence fell over the space. Mikhail grumbled in exasperation, enough with your games. He spoke directly to the demon-controlling Archbishop Killian. Isn't it time for you to show yourself? Mikhail threatened. I'm talking to you. Meryl, the demon, finally revealed its true form within Archbishop Killian's body, with 2 thick, imposing goat horns and blood-red eyes. No longer pretending to be Archbishop Killian, Meryl grinned wickedly at Mikhail. Since when did you realize? Mikhail replied calmly, from the start. Meryl still spoke arrogantly. So you're the mage who caught that little rat? Mikhail simply replied. Ah, so you know, you're next. Meryl still cackled with self-satisfaction. He, this is interesting. He arrogantly challenged Mikhail. I know you have immense power, but I have existed for a very long time. Mikhail understood immediately. You mean you can't defeat me, right? He replied with disdain. You arrogant fool. Meryl thought, that vile lord, Beelzebub, has fallen helplessly. Even though he was a useless entity who could be eliminated at any time, the news of his downfall will spread fear among the believers. He sneered and declared to Mikhail. I have my own plans. Meryl put on a sinister smile of triumph. This old man isn't the only one under my control. Mikhail remained unfazed, as if it was nothing significant. Yes, I know. He quickly hit Meryl's weak spot. Since Ludos isn't here, then he must be there. Meryl stood there, stunned and speechless. How did you? Mikhail raised an eyebrow and looked at him with disdain. What? It's obvious. Mikhail raised his staff, pointing it at Meryl, and calmly said, it's just a cowardly act. It's fitting for your limited abilities. At that same moment, inside the grand hall of the tower, where the bishops were gathered awaiting the meeting, Leon arrived breathlessly. He frantically searched around. He must be somewhere around here. Earlier, Mikhail had given Leon a specific task, to find the person possessed by the demon. Leon, though still a bit skeptical, tried to search through the crowd, a possessed demon, but he had never been wrong before. Leon grew increasingly worried, thinking about what would happen if he made a mistake. Everyone here would die. He felt helpless, lost in a sea of people all wearing the same clothes. Leon nervously clenched his hands. They trembled. This was a heavy burden to bear. After searching for a while without finding any useful clues, Leon, in distress, pulled his hair and lamented, "Why did you give me this task?" Leon's mind raced in confusion. Demonic power and divine power, he couldn't detect both on a single person. Leon recalled the only instruction Mikhail had given him: direction is key, you know that. Leon thought about the vague clue, becoming even more confused. Mikhail kept talking about things he didn't understand. Leon sighed dejectedly. At least, you could have told me how to handle this. While Leon was sighing, a bishop passed by, accidentally brushing against his robe, and a flash of light immediately caught his attention. Leon raised his sword, eyes wide with astonishment. Hey, my sword is emitting a light. Leon pondered carefully, looking back, every time someone passed by. After a moment, he seemed to understand. So, it's this. Leon turned to call the bishop who had just passed by. Please wait a moment. As the bishop turned to face Leon, his eyes widened in shock and surprise. Leon was horrified to see a black goat on the bishop's shoulder, its dark tentacles wrapped tightly around him. Leon squinted, looking closer at the strange creature with blood-red eyes. It's a black goat. Leon immediately pointed his sword at the bishop, checking his assumptions with wary eyes. The bishop, seeing the glowing sword in Leon's hand, awkwardly backed away. What are you doing? Leon quickly swung his sword down, releasing a stream of energy that scattered into thin threads. The force of Leon's strike impacted the bishop's shoulder, causing him to fall but not hurting him. The bishop finally noticed the strange object on his shoulder. He opened his eyes wide in panic. What is this? The bishop, bewildered, asked Leon, what kind of demonic thing is on me? Leon's energy threads had now restrained the black goat, preventing it from moving. But Leon remained uneasy, looking around. Damn it, I have a bad feeling about this. He tried to find the primary target, the one who brought the black goat here. His intuition led him to a suspicious figure, this evil energy. Leon quickly spotted the mastermind lurking in a corner of the hall. That person was none other than Heir, a sly and mischievous grin on his face. He sneered, his eyes fixed on Leon with a mocking gaze. You're late, human. Heir revealed the face of a demon, with dark pupils and a wide mouth reaching his ears. You are all our prey, none can escape us. At Heron's command, the black goats on the bishop's shoulders simultaneously rose. The black goats extended their tentacles, wrapping themselves around the bishops and penetrating their bodies. Shrieks of despair echoed through the hall. Cough, cough, help me, I can't breathe. Leon swung his sword, but he didn't know where to strike or where to start. He cried out in panic, damn it, what do I do now? Seeing Heron laugh with glee, Leon's panic intensified. The darkness was engulfing everyone. He felt helpless, forced to watch as the bishops were consumed by the darkness, becoming corrupted. On the verge of despair, Leon rallied himself. Get a hold of yourself, Leon. A brilliant light suddenly flashed in his mind. I can't be swayed by demons. Before Leon's eyes, countless points of light cascaded down from the dome of the tower like falling stars. Leon's eyes widened in amazement. Starlight. The bishops also looked up at the miraculous lights that were pushing back the darkness. Everyone instinctively knelt in reverence. The bishops chanted in unison with heartfelt devotion. Oh, divine being. The black goats, under this brilliant light, lowered their heads, unable to spread their darkness any further. The voice of Heikao emanated from the center of the radiant light, echoing throughout the tower. Hear me, my children. Your eyes and ears have been in darkness for far too long, but what I have sent down to bless you can dispel the shadows and guide your path. Rise, my children. At that moment, Leon felt weightless, as if lifted by the lights, his body moving on its own. Leon pondered in confusion. I don't know what's happening. Leon recalled Mikhail's instruction. Direction is key. Leon suddenly understood. Of course, he knew this would happen, that's why he sent me. Did he meet with the divine? If it's him, it's possible. Alright, then. Everything will be alright. Leon, having come to terms with it, looked up at Heikao. What should I do now? Heikao smiled. Guiding him, redeem them. Leon bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Ha, I understand." Leon raised his glowing sword with full confidence. "I can do that." From the very beginning, darkness and light emerged together, but darkness simply existed, while light expanded and developed into a small world. This expansion created principles, and those principles brought forth heaven and earth. From the earth, the first seeds sprouted. The principle indicates that light always accompanies it. In the future, humans called light the blessing of the Lord, and they called it divine power. At this moment, as Leon gripped the hilt of the sword, he realized it resembled a cross. Leon grasped the sword firmly with both hands and raised it high without hesitation. His eyes were filled with determination. "Let's do it." The Black Mountain Goats simultaneously realized that Leon was about to do something to eliminate them. Immediately, they charged at Leon, the smaller Black Mountain Goats merging together, forming a giant figure 3 to 4 times larger than an average human. The Black Mountain Goats, filled with murderous intent, swooped in from behind Leon while he concentrated all his chi into the sword. In a split second, Leon's sword tip plunged deep into the tiled floor of the tower, creating a gaping hole. From where Leon's sword was embedded, a brilliant green light erupted, spreading at an incredibly fast pace. The dazzling light caused even Leon to open his eyes wide in astonishment. Wherever the light touched, the Black Mountain Goats were blown away, turning into smoke and dust. In a matter of moments, the radiant glow filled the entire hall of the tower, completely dissipating the dark energy within. Meryl, who was facing off against Mikhail at this time, noticed the unusual phenomenon from the tower hall. He was shocked and horrified. Meryl wondered in confusion, how could the power of the gods affect things so quickly? Mikhail chuckled and teased him, "It's because I've been very diligent and hardworking." Meryl scowled angrily, while Mikhail continued to taunt him. "You thought you had a chance, didn't you?" He nonchalantly extended his hand in a mocking gesture. "Oh, thank you. Thanks to you, the Holy Kingdom has become more dedicated to fighting the demons after a long period of negligence." Seeing Mikhail's smug and arrogant expression made Meryl furious, boiling with rage. He swung his arm violently, immediately attacking Mikhail with a furious curse. "You damned bastard." Just as Mikhail was in danger, Set's storm activated its defensive effect. Meryl's attack didn't even graze a single hair on Mikhail's body. Set proudly declared, "It's nothing more than a lowly demon, what can he do?" Mikhail raised his staff and murmured to himself, "Your existence is no longer necessary." Set stared at him in confusion, but Mikhail didn't seem to be talking to her. He was just mumbling to himself, sounding like a villain would. Mikhail thought to himself, "Villain, if I'm a villain in the eyes of those demons, then I have to play the villain role as many times as possible." Set couldn't help but look up at him curiously. "Mikhail, what are you thinking?" Mikhail replied casually, "Thinking about crushing those demons." Upon hearing this, Set immediately smiled in agreement. She happily agreed with Mikhail. "Good." After his first attack failed, Meryl became even more bloodthirsty, gnashing his teeth and cursing, Those, you damned bastards," he roared, swinging both hands and releasing a dark energy beam even more powerful than before. Mikhail remained calm and collected, standing in place as he activated his divine shield, causing Meryl's attack to dissipate into nothingness. Mikhail sneered and mocked Meryl. "Wouldn't running away be a better option right now?" Meryl, furious, cracked his neck with a snap. "Run, you think?" He was easily enraged by Mikhail's provocation. "Shut up, you lowly scum. I will kill them all," Meryl roared in fury, unleashing all of his dark energy. The body of Archbishop Killian was now completely distorted, reflecting the demon's twisted psyche. Mikhail looked at Meryl with a bored expression. He's amplifying his power without even considering the host's body. He thought to himself, at this point, only the power of holy light can change the situation. Mikhail pondered as he looked at Meryl. What a coincidence, where are we now? The Holy Kingdom. Just then, Heikao quietly emerged from behind Mikhail and slowly approached him. Mikhail was completely relaxed facing Meryl, knowing that he stood in a holy place where the power of the gods was strongest, and this hall was filled with genuine faith. Heikao sneered at Meryl and whispered to Mikhail, "Heh, seriously, what a piece of trash, so annoying." Mikhail chuckled in response. He tapped his staff on the floor and said, "Right. He should have run while he had the chance." Mikhail laughed gleefully, glaring at Meryl while divine power emanated from his body. A radiant beam of light, summoned by Mikhail, ripped through the heavens and plunged straight down towards the tower. The beam of light, imbued with purifying divine power, landed directly on Meryl, leaving him no time to react. Within the radiance of divine power, all the dark energy dissipated, leaving only the faint groans of Meryl. Before being expelled from the body of the old Archbishop Killian, Meryl still managed to reach out towards Mikhail and scream with a voice full of resentment, I will remember your face, you bastard. He did not forget to threaten Mikhail. I will kill you. Mikhail just scoffed in disdain at the threat. Ha! He confidently challenged Meryl. Go on then. At the same time, outside the tower, all the bishops, priests, and even the people witnessed the appearance of divine power on the very day of the hero's ability test. A massive pillar of light appeared in the Holy Kingdom, captivating the eyes of everyone. A sacred scene filled with adoration unfolded as priests and clergy in the Holy Kingdom knelt down and prayed with clasped hands. Everyone was deeply moved, feeling the presence of something divine. The divine being, who had been absent from the Holy Kingdom for so long, had now returned. While Mikhail was basking in the joy of victory, in a dark and gloomy palace, the figure of the one who had hidden in the shadows and wreaked havoc in the church, was trembling. The perpetrator sat upon his throne and spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Though the attack wasn't directly from a god, the cleansing beam of divine light that Heikao had contributed to creating, also inflicted a severe injury on the demon. The sixth commander of the demon army, Meryl, had 2 large goat horns, draped in black goat hide. With hands and feet resembling an animal's, she covered her mouth, attempting to suppress her coughs. Again, the soul I have just obtained. After coughing up blood for a long time, she wiped the blood from her mouth and finally managed to raise her head. The name, Mikhail Walpurgis, that damned bastard, what the hell is he? She gritted her teeth in anger, grinding them together, creating a piercing, grating sound. The more Meryl thought about it, the angrier she became. He just appeared out of nowhere and ruined all her plans. He even chopped off a part of that guy's body. Meryl was certain, even if he was a talented mage, destroying a part of a demon's body was nearly impossible. Heikao was definitely involved in this. Her pitch-black eyes, containing only a chilling red streak, trembled slightly. I have to find out the details of this matter. Meryl reached out her hand, and suddenly, a gigantic goat emerged from behind her. Immediately, the goat opened its mouth and spat out a small demon. It fell out of the goat's mouth, its body slimy and covered in mucus. The small demon plopped onto the floor. It gasped for breath for a moment before hurriedly raising its head upon hearing Meryl's dark voice. Ludos. Ludos quickly scrambled to his feet and knelt down in a pathetic manner. My Lady May, Meryl coldly said. Shut up. Meryl directed a disdainful gaze towards Ludos. If everything had gone according to plan, you would have died in the holy war, Ludos stammered. Thanks to you, I was spared. Meryl's face was gloomy, and she spoke with a mocking tone. Spared, you. Meryl chuckled coldly as she looked down at Ludos, trembling in fear. Your memories are very useful. It would be a waste to kill you, but... In that moment, a horn pierced through Ludos' chest, spraying blood everywhere. Ludos looked at Meryl with trembling, bewildered eyes, yet she remained indifferent and continued, your lowly life means nothing. Ludos' hands trembled as he touched the horn embedded in his chest. Please, your mercifulness, I beg of you. Meryl calmly watched as Ludos' body turned to ashes, leaving behind only a memory shard, coalescing like a blood-red crystal, floating in the air. Those pleas of yours mean nothing. Meryl simply flicked her finger, and the shard containing Ludos' memories landed in her hand. Immediately, she chewed on the bright red crystal, Ludos' blood bursting in her mouth, accompanied by crunching sounds. Meryl's eyes shone with nothing but hostility and murderous intent. Mikhail Walpurgis, the next time, I will kill you. A week after the incident, the ceremony to choose a hero was held again, with the full participation of the Pope and the archbishops. The Pope stood on the steps of the Tower of the Saints and enthusiastically addressed the crowd, thanking everyone for attending the hero selection ceremony. Mikhail's father also attended this solemn ceremony. Though his face was slightly stern, the Pope continued his speech. Much has transpired. The cursed ones have once again bared their fangs and claws. As the archbishops buzzed about the declaration, the Pope continued, from this moment forward, the world will not be the same. Many problems will arise, and chaos could occur. But the divine being has not turned away from the tragedies that befall us. He has sent his representative to bring us his power. Mikhail Walpurgis. At the same time the Pope's speech ended, Mikhail stepped out in front of the altar, his head held high. He wore the robes of the saint, the symbol of the first warrior, and the holy necklace around his neck. Set clicked her tongue and looked at the crowd in front of them. They prepared this quickly, Mikhail told her calmly as he walked. That's because, a few days ago, Siegfried spoke to me privately after carefully considering everything that had happened. I'm going to withdraw from my candidacy as the hero warrior. Siegfried looked pitifully exhausted. Mikhail frowned and asked him, what's wrong? Why do you look like that? Siegfried laughed bitterly. Ha, I have no other choice. Siegfried told Mikhail with a bitter smile. Actually, when I thought I knew what I should do, all the things I did in the past to become a hero, turned out to be nothing but injustice. Mikhail sighed and looked at Siegfried. What about your sister? Siegfried said while blankly staring into the void. I haven't seen her. No, I can't see her. I've made too many mistakes. Mikhail was indifferent to Siegfried's belated repentance. Then don't see her. What are you here for? Are you here to whine about useless things? Siegfried's voice became heavier. Whine, you think? Siegfried said with a self-deprecating tone. Well, I know you don't like me. I understand. Who would like a fool like me, always ranting about his faith and opposing you? So, of course, you dislike me. Mikhail began to feel a little pity for Siegfried, TSK. With his proud personality, it must be a huge shock and difficult for him to accept so many incidents occurring in a short period. Mikhail's heart wavered. Before my regression, I thought about countless tragedies that happened because of him, whether intentional or unintentional. Those memories can never disappear from my mind, but I wonder if I'm too influenced by the memories from before the regression, to the point that I forget the important things of the present. Mikhail pondered deeply. Everyone in this world, except for me, is very different from the past. Everything is slowly changing. As Mikhail thought this, bitterness welled up inside him. It's not even funny. Seeing Mikhail remain silent, Siegfried continued with a bitter tone. Archbishop Killian will have to spend his life in prison for colluding with the demons. I should have received the same punishment, but you stopped it. Siegfried made a tragic and confused face. Yet Mikhail just asked a cold and indifferent question. So, Siegfried suddenly became agitated. You hate me, so why? After a moment of thought, Mikhail smiled with a profound meaning. Because the nature of a hero warrior is salvation. Returning to the unprecedented scene unfolding in the altar, where a mage becomes a hero warrior, the Pope recited the oath in front of Mikhail. As a hero, do you swear that you will fulfill your duty? Mikhail answered with pride, I swear. After the oath was officially taken to demonstrate Mikhail's warrior status, the Pope slowly placed the crown upon his head. In that moment, a stream of memories flashed through Mikhail's mind. Mikhail remembered, before his regression, Siegfried was the one who stood in this position, and Mikhail was standing below, among the crowd of archbishops, smiling and applauding the one he thought was more deserving of being a hero than himself. Mikhail closed his eyes and pushed the memory aside. Everything had changed drastically now. When the Pope crowned Mikhail, a brilliant light descended from heaven, causing the crowd to tremble with emotion. It was the blessing of the divine, divine being. While everyone was moved by the divine grace, Set sneered, hey cow, she really put in a lot of effort, didn't she? Mikhail smiled contentedly. What a valuable moment. Isn't this the time when everyone's faith will reach its peak? Mikhail was full of confidence and determination as he bathed in the divine light. This is just the beginning. He smiled happily amidst the cheers of the crowd. Finally, I've taken a step closer to my goal. After the ceremony, Leon excitedly told everyone in the group, we did everything well. Leon said with pride, you've become a hero, and we've slain the demon that resided within the Holy Kingdom. However, Mikhail's attitude was completely indifferent. Yes. That made Leon feel disappointed and confused. Leon scratched his head while squinting at Mikhail. Hey, you're a hero, shouldn't you be happy? Mikhail nonchalantly propped his chin. I am happy. In his mind, he was filled with thoughts. Honestly, I'm happy that we successfully completed the first stage. However, becoming a hero is only the first step. The great demons still exist out there, and the world is still in danger. Just like they said, this is only the beginning, and I'm just standing on the starting line. The more Mikhail thought about it, the more he realized that this joy was only temporary. After a moment of contemplation, he said seriously, the truth is, being awarded the title of hero also means that disaster will soon strike, so I need to prepare many things now. Mikhail said in a low voice, only when everything is settled can I relax and be happy. Leon nodded and asked Mikhail, so what's your plan? Do you have any ideas? Mikhail nodded, yes, because there's no reason to hold back now, so I plan to set off tomorrow. Leon asked again, I understand. Do you need to prepare anything? Mikhail calmly shook his head. No, I can take care of myself. After there was nothing left to be curious about, Leon quickly left the room. Well, then I'll go rest now. Ida finally spoke. Why are you making a decision so quickly? Mikhail shrugged in response. That's just how I am. Immediately after, Mikhail turned back to look at Ida with curious eyes. What about you? What are you going to do from now on? Mikhail's unexpected question made Ida momentarily flustered. However, she quickly made a decision. If you're asking me whether I want to follow you or stay in the Holy Kingdom, I'll choose the latter. Ida chuckled and added, I still have to watch over my damn brother. Mikhail nodded in agreement with Ida's thoughts. He instructed, contact me if he seems suspicious. I'll beat him to death for you. Ida laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. If there is, I'll let you know immediately. At this moment, A soft and confused voice sounded, "What should I do?" Mikhail immediately looked towards Cassandra, who was flustered with concerns about her future. Mikhail gently told her, "You should stay here too, you know that yourself." However, Cassandra seemed downcast. "Is it because I'm a prophet?" Cassandra's eyes were filled with sadness. "Unfortunately, my prophecy has limitations, so it won't be of much help right now." Mikhail immediately refuted Cassandra's negative thoughts. "That's not the reason." He explained in a comforting voice to Cassandra, "I don't want you or any other prophet to be looked down upon anymore." A spark of emotion flashed in Cassandra's eyes. Mikhail thought to himself, "I don't want prophets to be disregarded. They have been disrespected far too much compared to the symbol of someone who can communicate with the divine." Mikhail sincerely looked into Cassandra's eyes. "This shouldn't continue. I want to change that." Although she felt that Mikhail's words were correct, achieving that wouldn't be easy at all. Cassandra clutched her skirt with a flustered expression. The prophecies ultimately reflect predetermined destiny. Cassandra was slightly agitated. "Honestly, that's the reason why people unconsciously avoid prophecies, because, whether good or bad, they might feel like they're being held captive by something." Cassandra was confused by her ingrained thoughts. A prophecy that speaks of what will happen in the future. Mikhail understood Cassandra's thoughts. He lowered his head in contemplation. "Not everything is like that." Cassandra was so moved that she was on the verge of tears as she looked at Mikhail. He continued to explain to her, "That's why prophecies are vague. What if prophecies only provide clues to things that weren't determined in the first place?" Cassandra tilted her head in confusion. "What do you mean?" Mikhail smiled gently and said, "I mean, you don't need to tell others those clear and explicit statements. Just state the clue, and it's up to the listener to interpret and prepare for that prophecy." Mikhail's instructions received a nod of agreement from Ida. Mikhail gently placed his hand on Cassandra's head and stroked it. Mikhail comforted Cassandra with all his love. "That's your only responsibility." Cassandra was silent for a while after Mikhail's words, but her eyes lit up. "Okay." Cassandra wiped away her tears and smiled with more confidence. "I'll try." As Mikhail stepped out onto the balcony to get some fresh air, Set suddenly appeared. "What a sweet reason, you're really kind." Mikhail was taken aback. "Kind about what?" Set glanced at Mikhail. "I know that from the first time you met, you had the opportunity to make her dependent on you, but you didn't," Mikhail calmly replied, "because it was unnecessary." A satisfied smile appeared on Set's lips. "Thank you for simply trusting her. But you didn't do anything more than that. You gave her the opportunity to make her own decisions. Now that child will be able to choose her own path." Set chuckled as he pondered something. Then, Set said in a happy voice, "I'm very glad you came to me." After saying that, Set's face suddenly flushed red with embarrassment. Even though Mikhail wasn't thinking deeply about it, Set still felt embarrassed and pinched his cheek. I'm just saying, I didn't mean anything by it." Right after that, without waiting for Mikhail's reaction, Set immediately went back through the mark on his neck. Mikhail mumbled, "Humph, she just said what she wanted and went back." When he was alone, Mikhail looked up at the bright moon in the sky. His heart was filled with memories of his past life. The moon remained the same, and Mikhail had a very close relationship with it. It wasn't because the moon was special, but because it was the symbol of the lessons between Mikhail and his teacher. Before his regression, every twilight, under the bright moon like this, Mikhail would start learning magic from his teacher. Lost in contemplation of his past life memories, Mikhail was suddenly interrupted by Butler Morden's voice from behind him. "What are you doing?" Mikhail glanced back. "Ah, it's you. Are you resting comfortably?" Butler Morden smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's quite interesting." Butler Morden tapped the area around his wrist with his index finger, a habit he had whenever he had a lot of thoughts in his head. He told Mikhail, "I have seen many things and done many things. This time is enough for me to make a decision." Mikhail chuckled and turned back to look at Butler Morden. "So, you've decided?" Butler Morden burst out laughing. "Ha, yes, of course." He looked up at the moon with a nostalgic gaze. "Young master, in the past, there was a magical cult that used the moon as a symbol. The members of the cult believed that humans were the vessels and the source of mana. Because every few hundred years, there would be people born with abnormal bodies. They were extraordinary people, and they left their names in history." Butler Morden spoke passionately, as if he was telling a story he had experienced himself. "They were geniuses with an innate ability to circulate mana, as if they were born to use magic." As Mikhail listened attentively, Butler Morden spoke in a more serious tone. "However, that cult wanted to create geniuses through artificial methods. They destroyed their own bodies, twisting, breaking, and then restoring them. They repeated this endlessly." Listening to Butler Morden's terrifying account, Mikhail's eyes remained calm. It was madness. Butler Morden bowed his head in contemplation. "Yes, that's why their bloodline gradually declined. Butler Morden's face suddenly became serious. However, young master, what if the last madman of that cult saw a genius standing right in front of him? Butler Morden looked at Mikhail with complex and refined eyes, but eyes that only a madman could possess. Seeing those crazed eyes, Mikhail suddenly remembered a day from his past life, the day his entire family collapsed. At that time, Mikhail was weak. He could only cry and think negatively to the point of wanting to commit suicide because many people in his family had died. Mikhail couldn't stop blaming himself for that day. He could only watch helplessly as everyone around him fell, unable to do anything. When Mikhail was despairing, Butler Morden approached, but not to comfort him. He coldly stepped over the corpses and asked Mikhail, "Are you satisfied now?" Amidst Mikhail's sobs, Butler Morden continued to ask sarcastically, "How does it feel to have personally pushed your family into the abyss?" Butler Morden bluntly criticized Mikhail. "Lord Mikhail, it's all your fault. You were never fit to sit on the position of patriarch." Butler Morden's sarcastic tone caused Mikhail to drop the knife in his hand and turn back to look at him, but Butler Morden ignored Mikhail's despairing gaze. "Do you think committing suicide here with those who have fallen would be considered brave?" Seeing the dagger still trembling in Mikhail's hand, Butler Morden continued to provoke him. "All right, then. That's all you're worth, young master." In that moment, Butler Morden looked at Mikhail with the eyes of a madman, and an attitude of contempt that was not concealed. Butler Morden's provocations caused Mikhail to wake up immediately, and his life was saved in that way. Looking at Butler Morden in the present, Mikhail couldn't help but think of that bitter memory, but it was also something that made him grateful for his loyal butler. Seeing Mikhail remain silent for a long time, Butler Morden asked a more direct question. "What do you think if something that you have to struggle so hard to obtain is easily obtained by another person due to luck and innate abilities, or people who are born with talent?" Butler Morden's eyes were slightly crazed, but also very sharp. After a moment of pondering the past, Mikhail spoke. "Then let me ask you this. Let's say I already have the right method in my head to achieve that result. What do you think?" Butler Morden's eyes widened in shock at hearing such an absurd statement. Butler Morden looked at Mikhail with skeptical eyes. "So you knew everything from the beginning?" Mikhail chuckled a little arrogantly. "Although I don't know all the details, but as you said, this is my innate talent. I was born with this talent." Mikhail felt a little smug inside as he saw Butler Morden looking at him with rare trembling eyes. He thought to himself, "It sounds cool to make things up like this." Mikhail continued to boast with an arrogant attitude. "Not only was I blessed with a beautiful appearance, but I also have this genius brain." Mikhail scoffed while pointing to his forehead, an action that made anyone who saw it feel unlucky. Mikhail continued to chuckle. "The reason why my body can accept mana so easily, and why I can operate a huge amount of mana, something that is extremely difficult for most other mages." Butler Morden gaped with wide eyes. "Wait, don't tell me you've already analyzed all of that." Mikhail calmly declared. "Not only that, I've already understood it." Butler Morden shook his head in disbelief. "Young master, you're only just turning 20 this year." He couldn't help but express his doubts. "You haven't even been studying magic for more than 3 years since you started." Mikhail casually shrugged. "It's just that I'm naturally gifted in magic." Butler Morden sighed with a sarcastic and bitter tone. "Really, some people are born with talent. They can easily reach levels that others have to work hard and struggle to achieve." Butler Morden forced a bitter smile. "It's ironic, isn't it? How can such an absurd thing exist in the world?" Mikhail closed his eyes, sensing the same pain in Butler Morden's eyes as in his past life. He spoke in a deep voice. "It's true that this world is very absurd, but it's not meaningless." Butler Morden asked Mikhail in bewilderment. "What do you mean?" Mikhail looked straight into Butler Morden's eyes and said frankly, "You look pale and tired, Butler." Mikhail said with a firm voice mixed with arrogance, "My eyesight is also very sharp. I was born with talent." Mikhail chuckled at the Butler Morden's astonished expression. "Just as he sensed something in me, I also sensed something in him. I think perhaps he is from the same generation as those who perished in the final survival struggle of that sect." Butler Morden swallowed dryly as Mikhail's astute judgments far surpassed his age. Mikhail continued to appear as if he was pondering. "It seems like he has achieved something as well." Butler Morden's fingertips trembled. "Achievements? Yes, I have indeed." He directed his weary eyes towards the moon. "We are called Twilight Mages. After awakening my own potential, I was able to suppress those who had once looked down on me. In fact, I am qualified to be considered an 8th rank mage. However, as you can see, it is not perfect." Mikhail asked him, even though he knew this beforehand, "Are there any side effects?" Butler Morden smiled bitterly. "There are, but they are unavoidable. It's natural. Now, all my internal organs have been destroyed. To maximize my talent, I pushed my body to its limits." Butler Morden shrugged. It's just bad luck, I suppose. There was a deep sense of resignation in his voice. Mikhail continued to ask, but the fact is, you're still alive and kicking. Butler Morden hesitated for a moment before admitting, because I gave up halfway. For a mage, that is an act of abandoning their pride and honor. Butler Morden honestly told Mikhail, I gave up my ambition to become an 8th rank mage and limited the usage time of my magic to a minimum, only using it when absolutely necessary. Butler Morden sighed with a frustrated frown. As you can see, my body has become stiff, and I can't do anything anymore. Mikhail heard a sense of resignation in Butler Morden's tone. Immediately, Mikhail came to a simple conclusion, causing Butler Morden's eyes to widen. Then we just need to fix it. Butler Morden showed no trust in Mikhail's statement. Wait, master, what I mean is, my body has completely rotted from the inside. Mikhail calmly reiterated, yes, that's why it needs fixing. Mikhail smirked with a smug smile. Who do you think I am? Do you think I just happened to sit on the throne of the chosen hero? Butler Morden's mind was filled with question marks. But my body, I understand it best. I see no hope, it can't be fixed. Butler Morden's eyes widened before Mikhail's next words. If there is a deity here, then nothing is impossible. Mikhail chuckled and reached out towards Butler Morden. Mikhail placed his hand on Butler Morden's forehead while he was not using his magic and was off his guard, trusting someone he thought was reliable. Mikhail muttered, close your eyes, rest a little. Butler Morden was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. What are you going to do? Mikhail gave a sly smile and cast a simple spell, sleep. Butler Morden, without any guard, slowly drifted off, muttering curses before completely losing consciousness. Master, you little brat, damn you. Disaster. Butler Morden managed to finish the sentence before collapsing onto Mikhail's shoulder. He gave a sly smile. His temperament is still the same as always. Mikhail's eyes lit up with anticipation to see Butler Morden's reaction after he woke up. Well then, now, let's start, shall we? Mikhail supported Butler Morden and chuckled slyly. Then, Mikhail carried Butler Morden into his room and laid him flat on the bed in a position as if he were preparing for surgery. Mikhail laughed gleefully, cracking his wrist and flexing his agile fingers. It's been a long time since he felt this cool, heavy feeling. Mikhail muttered a declaration. Now, let's remodel this body, make it as healthy as a 20-year-old. Set suddenly appeared with a contemptuous expression. You're rambling again. However, Mikhail completely ignored her nagging. He focused solely on Butler Morden. Mikhail's pupils worked like a problem detector. He quickly found all the things that were wrong with Butler Morden's body. Mikhail recalled his conversation with Butler Morden in his previous life. After learning about his background and becoming his disciple, Mikhail thought that being born with the ability to absorb mana was a privilege from the start. But at that time, Butler Morden shook his head and said in a bitter tone, no, I wasn't born with it. Looking at Butler Morden's current physical condition, which was a mess, Mikhail felt a pang of sadness in his heart. In the end, he couldn't break through his own limitations and fell. Before he died from this worn-out body in his previous life, Butler Morden had said in a resigned tone, there is no other way. Mikhail felt bitter on his behalf. No matter how good he was at analyzing, how far-sighted he was, the key was that he didn't have enough time. In reality, Butler Morden's automatic mana circulation system was quite complete. The problem was his impatience. As the last remaining descendant of Twilight, he wanted to create the most perfect training method as quickly as possible, and that ruined everything. Mikhail closed his eyes and began to emit a flow of mana around him. He told himself, but now things are different. I have turned back time. This time, I will not let him be buried by that fate. Mikhail was ready to use a type of magic he had created before his regression. This was his final Twilight song. With a simple incantation, the Twilight regeneration ritual, magic blazed brightly in the room. Energy streams flowed from Mikhail constantly, trying to seal and repair the disordered mana flow points in Butler Morden's body. Time passed, and Mikhail even forgot the concept of time. Thanks to his high concentration, all the work was finished as the sun rose. Butler Morden opened his eyes, and immediately the bright sunlight flooded his eyes. Butler Morden struggled to sit up, a natural reflex of a worn-out body accustomed to the pain of poor mana circulation in the past. Oh, my back. But at that moment, he suddenly realized something strange. Unlike usual, Butler Morden's body moved exactly as he wanted it to. Before that unfamiliar sense of comfort, he involuntarily exclaimed, "Oh, the pain is gone." Butler Morden wondered how long it had been since he felt this comfortable. He even tried planting a banana tree with his head. Butler Morden continued to think in his banana tree planting position. Strange, why has my body suddenly become so light? Blood rushed to his head. giving Butler Morden an idea. Wait, so that means... He immediately adjusted his posture back to normal and prepared to check his mana flow. Butler Morden muttered with hope in his eyes, my mana flow now. However, just as Butler Morden was about to try to cultivate his mana, he stopped because of a familiar voice. Stop. At this point, Butler Morden looked up in surprise towards the tea table next to him. Master. At that moment, last night's events came to his mind with a sense of doubt. Don't tell me you did all this, Mikhail replied calmly. Who else would be planting potatoes in this field? He warned him, but you still need to be careful, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Butler Morden looked at Mikhail in bewilderment. What do you mean? Immediately after, Mikhail tossed a glass vial containing what looked like candies to Butler Morden. Butler Morden took the vial in surprise. Mikhail continued to instruct, here, 1 pill each day, and make sure you apply the mana cultivation method accurately, that's the most important thing. Butler Morden looked at the vial in his hand, confused. What is this? Mikhail turned around and looked at him with a sly smile. He spoke excitedly, his eyes anticipating Morden's reaction. The medicine is refined from the world tree. As expected by Mikhail, Butler Morden, who rarely showed surprise, was shocked and stared wide-eyed. Butler Morden exclaimed in confusion and inadvertently swung his hand, causing the vial to fly high. Wait, what? Tree? The world tree? Mikhail said with a smile. Yeah, it's the fruit of the world tree. Seeing Morden's excited reaction made him very satisfied. He cherished the vial with an embarrassed expression. Why are you so generous? Why give this to me? Why not sell it and make a fortune? Mikhail's expression showed no regret. On the contrary, he smiled contentedly. If this fruit is used to help an 8th level mage recover his strength, it's still worth more than turning it into money. Mikhail's generous answer made Butler Morden both moved and surprised. But very soon, an indescribable sadness appeared in his eyes. I lack talent. In his heart, Butler Morden felt useless, like in the tower climbing game. Because I have no talent, I can't break through. Butler Morden's emotions went back to when he was young, with endless efforts but still unable to surpass others. It tormented him in helplessness and disappointment. As he watched other mages pass each finish line one after another, Butler Morden felt even more incapable. He said to Mikhail in a sad voice, even if I use the most clever and innovative analysis methods, I still can't reach level 8. People like me. Butler Morden's voice choked because he felt helpless. At that moment, Mikhail bluntly dismissed his negative thoughts. You're rambling nonsense again. Mikhail stood up and looked into Butler Morden's eyes with determination. I told you I'll develop the flawed technique you use and return it to you. Mikhail asked Butler Morden angrily. Don't you trust me for once? At that moment, a glimmer of hope shone in Butler Morden's eyes. However, he was still so confused that he didn't know how to respond. After all, Mikhail is not a great mage and is only just turning 20. Suddenly, Butler Morden thought about what had happened so far, the changes and actions of Mikhail that he had been observing all this time. As he thought about it, a question poured out of his mouth without him realizing, is it really possible? Seeing that Butler Morden had placed his hope in him, Mikhail smiled and affirmed without hesitation, of course. After that, there was no reason to delay any longer. Mikhail began to pass on the mana circulation cultivation technique to Butler Morden. Of course, it's not exactly the same as what Mikhail uses, but it will have to be slightly modified to suit his abilities. After circulating mana according to the improved cultivation method, Butler Morden couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The mana output is slightly lower, but the stability has improved significantly. Butler Morden's eyes were filled with passion for the new method. What is this, Master? Mikhail laughed and replied. I told you I would develop it. Butler Morden became more and more curious. Just how? Mikhail pondered for a moment then shrugged. Well, because I have in my hands the near final result of the research of someone very close to me, who has worked hard to refine the essence over many generations. Butler Morden listened attentively with curious eyes. Mikhail glanced at Butler Morden and uttered a silent thank you to his past teacher. Although the cultivation method is still primitive and quite flawed, it's not bad. Butler Morden raised his head high with his eyes closed, his eyelids trembling slightly, looking like he could cry at any moment. But as usual, he smiled instead of crying, a relaxed and peaceful smile. Butler Morden took a deep breath with a cheerful mood. So, it's settled. That afternoon, as planned, Mikhail was ready to leave. Leon, who was with him, was already on horseback, ready to wait at the gate of the temple. Leon wore a shining set of armor. It was a reward given by the church for his contribution in this incident. This item is definitely not an ordinary armor. It's incredibly thin and light, but its sturdiness surpasses heavy armor. It contains divine magic that can heal some wounds. The reward made Leon smile broadly. Mikhail glanced casually at Leon's expression. Wow, are you that excited? Leon laughed out loud. Why not? For people like me, armor is life. Right after that, Mikhail casually shrugged and told Leon, yeah, I guess it's good. You're going to need it anyway. Leon curiously looked at Mikhail. Now that I think about it, I haven't been informed where we're heading. Mikhail said slowly, oh, the destination, it's Draculian Town. Leon, upon hearing this place name, immediately showed an expression stiff as stone. It took him a while to calm down before he asked Mikhail, don't tell me it's the territory of those who never sleep. Mikhail replied calmly, it is. Hearing that, Leon opened his mouth and let out a trembling sigh. Right after that, he looked up at the sky and yelled in despair, no, no, damn it, hey cow, oh gods. Leon raised both his hands high and prayed in his frenzy, the hero you have chosen is digging his own grave, please save him. Mikhail muttered, your nonsense is quite inspiring. Despite complaining, Mikhail completely understood Leon's feelings. Yeah, it's hard to blame him for reacting like that. Draculian Town, once upon a time, although a remote area, was still a fairly prosperous territory, but now, no one calls the Draculian family's territory glorious. It's only natural because there was an unforgivable crime there. The ruler there, Count Draculian, had ambitions to obtain the Fountain of Youth. As a result, in the end, he devoured more than half of the population in his territory. The indelible stain of inhumanity caused this land to be sealed by the Holy Nation. And the next destination for Mikhail and Leon is the place where the monster inside the sealed territory lives. Leon kept complaining and wondering, why do we have to go to that horrible place? Mikhail muttered, it's a sensitive question. After a sigh, Mikhail finally agreed to explain to Leon, the first reason is that there are things similar to the tombs in your territory. Leon nodded, oh, so this is a dungeon conquest. Yeah, I get it. Then, he curiously looked up at Mikhail. What about the other reason? Mikhail replied in a serious tone, because soon, the seal that binds Count Draculian will be broken. Mikhail revealed this information based on the events that happened in the past before his regression. 2 days later, they were on their way to Draculian territory as planned. Set, after a good night's rest, suddenly appeared with a refreshing stretch. Oh, I slept so well. Set swayed on Mikhail's shoulder with curiosity. Mikhail, how much longer do we have to go? Mikhail told her, we're almost there. Set nodded in response. Oh, right after that, she noticed something strange. Behind Mikhail, Steward Mordin was walking with heavy breaths. Set couldn't help but turn back and stare at Steward Mordin for a long time. While Mikhail was comfortably riding a horse, Mordin was carrying the horse on his back using his magic. Steward Mordin walked while lifting the horse with both hands. He couldn't even breathe normally. On the back of the horse Mordin was carrying, Leon was tied up and sleeping like he was dead. Set looked at the scene with a dumbfounded expression. What in the world is happening? To understand the source of this, we need to go back and see what happened 2 days ago. When Mikhail explained why he chose Draculian territory as the destination instead of anywhere else, Leon wasn't the only one surprised. Steward Mordin, who appeared a little later, was equally shocked. The seal of the Draculian vampire is about to be broken. Steward Mordin found it hard to believe, but the coffin that seals that monster can't be opened from the inside, can it? Mikhail casually questioned back. Did God tell you that? Steward Mordin instantly couldn't ask any further. Mikhail knew how to leverage his advantage as the one backed by Hey Cow. Leon couldn't doubt his statement, but he still frowned and asked with concern, do you know how to kill him? Leon reminded Mikhail, his name, the immortal monster, isn't given for nothing. Mikhail clicked his tongue and replied, I know, I've considered this very carefully. Okay. Leon nodded, not doubting Mikhail's statement, of course. Then, Leon glanced at Mikhail with a judging look. You're the kind of person who wouldn't do anything that would be detrimental to yourself, right? If you felt you couldn't defeat him, you wouldn't have decided to go there. Steward Mordin suddenly leaned in and whispered to Leon while glancing at Mikhail. The young master's calculations are truly accurate. Leon also agreed in a low voice. Yeah, I know. Mikhail knew that he wasn't actually that skilled. It was all thanks to his regression, but he just told himself, part of what they are trusting is not true, but whatever, it doesn't hurt. Seeing Mikhail's mysterious expression, Leon became even more curious and asked, hey, tell us your plan. Mikhail heard that and gave a kind smile, the smile of a heroic warrior. However, Mikhail's smile made Leon's hair stand on end with a chill. That nauseating smile, what is it? Mikhail continued to grin. I have a plan, but to execute it, we need a good premise. Leon felt something was wrong and looked at Mikhail with vigilance. A good premise. Realizing Mikhail was about to do something crazy involving him, Leon forced a laugh with a trembling voice. Wait, I don't know what your plan is, but maybe we don't need to prepare right now. Mikhail grinned, but in Leon's eyes, it was the face of a devil. His affable tone was also suspicious. What are you saying? The sooner we prepare, the better. While Leon was confused, Mikhail suddenly raised his hand in front of Leon, making him panic. What are you going to do? Mikhail cast a short spell, sleep. Immediately, Leon fell back and fell into dreams. Then, Mikhail calmly tied up the sleeping Leon on the horse's back. Steward Mordin saw that and couldn't help but be curious. What are you doing? Mikhail casually replied. If we tie him up and let him indulge in illusions, he'll become stronger. Mikhail's forced training method was truly a little cruel. However, Steward Mordin said while looking at Leon as if he was very interested in this magic. So it's an illusion magic, but it seems to be more than that. He examined the illusion magic cast on Leon with interest. You've also planted a complex virtual perception into his illusion. Mikhail glanced at Steward Mordin with a cunning smile. Even a steward like you would find it hard to analyze it, wouldn't you? Mikhail's provocation instantly stimulated Steward Mordin's desire to compete. He frowned, glanced at Mikhail and said with arrogance, "Haha, you underestimate me." Steward Mordin declared, "No matter how complex the magic is, I can analyze it one way or another, even level 8 magic." Mikhail laughed and continued to challenge him. "So, do you want to try?" Mikhail chuckled as an interesting idea came to him. "If there's no risk, it's boring, so let's make a bet." Steward Mordin's eyes widened. "A bet?" Mikhail shrugged. "We don't need anything big." Mikhail grinned and glanced at Steward Mordin's horse. "Right, until we reach the place, instead of riding the horse, let the horse ride you." Then, he grinned and added, "Of course, if I lose, I'll let the horse ride me too. The time limit is 2 days. What do you think?" Steward Mordin's eyes lit up, confident that he would win. He even laughed arrogantly. "I think the time is too generous. The result after 2 days, which is now." "The horse is riding Steward Mordin?" he asked Mikhail with a distorted and miserable face. "How in the world is your magic so complex that I can't analyze it?" Mikhail just remained silent, as if arrogantly declaring his natural talent, but in reality, he couldn't say the reason. "Of course, you couldn't analyze it. Because I mixed in the level 9 magic theory." Seeing Mikhail silently walking ahead, Steward Mordin roared, with curiosity gnawing at his mind. "Hey, young master, young master." However, Mikhail continued to ignore him. He turned to talk to Set. More importantly, Set immediately interrupted him, pointing at the suffering Steward Mordin. "That doesn't matter." Mikhail continued with a nonchalant face. "It's about the next dungeon." Set immediately turned away sulkily. "Let me tell you in advance, I have to be neutral in this test, so I can't give you too much information." Mikhail pleaded in a lower voice. "So can you give us a small clue?" Set thought about it. A small clue." Set pondered and said, "First, the shapes of the remaining tombs are very unusual. They're also different from any tomb or dungeon you've ever encountered." Set tried to describe in more detail: the basement, the sealed space, the trial area. There are many things different from usual inside the Asar tomb. Then, Set clicked his tongue and added, "Speaking of which, you were quite lucky. The first tomb you encountered was the simplest." Set warned Mikhail with a voice trying to sound scary. "There are tombs that punish the failures in a very cruel way." Set frowned and added, "The difficulty of a tomb also depends on how the guardian in charge of that place is arranged." Hearing about the punishment, Mikhail's thoughts naturally went to Draculian, who was severely punished for a spontaneous crime. Could it be related to the tomb? However, Mikhail didn't have many clues about this. Before his regression, the reason for Draculian's corruption was simply the fear of aging and a slow, agonizing death. That's what Mikhail knew. An unthinkable hypothesis arose in Mikhail's mind. What if that wasn't the whole truth? There was no evidence to suggest Draculian had anything to do with the tomb, but it was also impossible to be sure that there was no connection. Mikhail was lost in his recurring thoughts, unsure, but not impossible. He needed to verify it. At this moment, the intermittent voice of the butler Mordin interrupted Mikhail's thoughts. "Master." Butler Mordin was exhausted, his legs trembled and his knees knocked against each other as if he was about to collapse. Butler Mordin managed a fawning smile. "Son, the horse I'm carrying, wouldn't it be better to let it fulfill its duty as a horse?" Mikhail generously nodded. "All right, put it down because we're almost there." As soon as Butler Mordin put the horse down, he also collapsed to the ground. Butler Mordin stretched out on the grass and enjoyed the hard-earned comfort. "Phew, feels great." Mikhail sighed and urged him to continue their journey. "Hey, Butler, are you really going to sleep right now?" Then he continued to provoke him. "If I were you, I wouldn't think about putting the horse down. I would think about how to keep it as long as possible." Butler Mordin, hearing those irritating provocations, immediately sat up with a weary expression. "Master." Butler Mordin shook his head and grumbled. "Why do I feel like you're older than me?" Mikhail asked him with an indifferent attitude. Is that a compliment? Butler Mordin chuckled and replied, of course not. I mean you're like a damn old man. Immediately afterwards, Mikhail's reaction stunned him. He suddenly gave a friendly smile, just like how he smiled at Leon 2 days ago. Butler Mordin immediately became flustered. Young master, don't tell me you're planning on forcing me to carry the horse. That's an action that makes you look even worse. Young master, Mikhail smiled wryly, shrugged. I didn't mean to say that, but Butler Mordin felt even more certain. Clearly he meant to say that. He shook his head and pouted. Lying is very bad, master. Seeing the triumphant expression on Butler Mordin's face as he caught him out, Mikhail couldn't stand the look, so he came up with a new trick. Hey, Butler. Now try to circulate the mana of the sixth circle. Hearing Mikhail's unreasonable request to someone who had just recovered his body and started training, Butler Mordin's face stiffened. What? Mikhail sneered and provoked Butler Mordin. You said you were about to reach the eighth circle. Butler Mordin was stunned for a moment, then continued to argue with Mikhail. Wait, why do you always want to win every argument? Mikhail casually shrugged. Did I say anything wrong? Butler Mordin shook his head and lectured him. Sometimes you have to accept defeat, Mikhail commanded with a serious tone. Train now. Witnessing this, Set let out a sigh with a contemptuous glance at Mikhail. Pfft, is this supposed to be a hero? Oh my god. Shortly after, Mikhail stood in front of the barrier separating Draculian's contaminated area from the outside. He looked up at the wall in amazement. Wow, it's so huge. Mikhail stood in contemplation looking at the wall separating the contaminated area from the outside for a long time. It was so big and strong that it could be seen from afar. He mumbled to everyone, that's proof that the Holy Nation and the Empire at that time took Draculian's problem seriously. Leon, who had been awakened, was looking around in confusion, but the funny thing was that there was no one here to monitor. Butler Mordin immediately explained, there was a time when many knights took turns guarding this place. But time has passed and they believe that this place is no longer a significant threat. There are incidents in other places, so it's difficult for them to stand here and monitor continuously. Mikhail put his hand on the wall and clearly felt the presence of the monster behind that area. It's still not dead. He contemplated, how long can one person stay here to monitor the situation? The fact that the situation inside can't be confirmed is even more annoying. Besides, they were also confident that this sturdy wall could stand for hundreds of years. It wasn't an entirely baseless story, as the strongest knight of the Holy Nation had created this seal, and the necessary support for the seal had also been provided generously. Mikhail slowly opened his mouth to explain further to Leon. They were very confident that once the barrier was erected, the seal would never be broken. Well, temporarily it was. Suddenly Set appeared with a sullen expression and complained to Mikhail, it smells terrible. Set grumbled and pinched his nose, continuing to say, that's not all. Not only this contaminated area, but everywhere has something strange. Set tried to suppress the urge to vomit and summarized the disgusting smell, like the smell of a barn. Suddenly, Mikhail chuckled softly. Oh, really? He knew it was the remaining traces of Draculian. Mikhail smiled simply because he thought there was no better way to compare the smell. Seeing Mikhail silently thinking about something, Leon curiously asked, so, are you going to go in now? Mikhail shook his head and pointed to the distance. No, not yet. First, let's start cleaning up that place. Leon and Butler Mordin both looked in the direction Mikhail was pointing, where there was a village shrouded in gloom. Immediately, the three of them continued on their way towards that village. This was the largest of the villages they had passed along the way, and it looked quite decent, though not wealthy. The road was quite smooth, as if it had been regularly maintained. There were also inns and shops along the way. Leon was a little surprised as he looked around the village. So, there are people living here. Mikhail replied thoughtfully, because not all of them perished in the incident years ago. There was a horrific tragedy when half the population of Draculian was killed, but that also means there was still a remaining half that survived. Though some people left for other places, there were still many who chose to stay here. Mikhail continued to speak to Leon. Although people live together in one way or another, this land has been essentially abandoned by the Empire. Because there is no lord, they have to take care of themselves. They must have gone through many hardships. Leon couldn't help but wonder, so they're still living here. Mikhail clicked his tongue and replied, this place has to face many risks without security forces, and it's no surprise if it collapses at any time, but actually, living here isn't so bad. In his heart he thought, strangely, no monsters have come here, which means they have sensed the bad omen at Draculian because of the lingering smell of disaster. Mikhail paused for a moment and then continued to tell Leon, no one had to pay taxes here, and the Empire didn't send any commanders. Other regions also didn't want to get involved in this area, so this is opportunity for them. As Mikhail looked around the land again, he suddenly thought of something and frowned. However, Draculian is not an easy opponent. In Mikhail's heart he doubted the fact that the Draculian seal was getting bigger. After a moment of contemplation, a light bulb went off in Mikhail's head. That's right, from the very beginning, he had already planned what he would do after being sealed. While Mikhail was lost in thought, his musings were interrupted by Butler Morden's question. However, about your plan to break Draculian's seal and destroy him, did the Divine have any guidance for you? Mikhail answered Butler Morden's question with a mysterious air. We have an ally. Butler Morden's eyes lit up with surprise and curiosity. Then, Mikhail hinted at the information, satisfying Butler Morden's curiosity. It could be a demon, and I don't even know its rank. As the three of them passed a few houses, a cheerful voice suddenly rang out, "Welcome." Standing in their path was an old man with an unremarkable appearance. He wore rumpled clothes, his beard and hair were trimmed but not neatly groomed, and he wore a friendly smile. "Haha, it's been a long time since we've had visitors. It's a pleasure to meet you all." Mikhail nodded slightly and asked, "You are?" The old man clasped his hands behind his back and introduced himself. "I am Davlos, the head of this village, Piakalam." Davlos beamed with pride. "There are many villages around here, but none are as prosperous and beautiful as our Piakalam. You've made a wise decision." Davlos chuckled jovially. "This village is so safe that nobody has to leave." Mikhail hopped off his horse and raised an eyebrow at Davlos. He had too much blind faith in this village. A thought flashed through his mind, but he didn't show it. Instead, he returned a friendly smile. Mikhail even grabbed Davlos's hand with a wide grin. "Haha, yes, luckily, I've been looking for a place to stay for a while." Davlos chuckled and nodded. "That's great." Davlos warmly welcomed them. "It's been a long time since we've had distinguished guests. We can't let you face any inconvenience. I'll show you around." Leon saw Mikhail smile and felt a chill run down his spine. "What's with that creepy smile, Mikhail?" Davlos walked ahead, his smile still lingering. "Well, please follow me." Davlos suddenly asked Mikhail as if he had just remembered something. "By the way, you weren't here for a vacation, were you? Why are you here?" Mikhail raised an eyebrow at Davlos with a skeptical look. "Only one reason." He paused for a moment, then continued in a nonchalant tone. "Draculian." A very ordinary answer, but it changed the atmosphere. The headman's steps stopped. Davlos turned back to look at Mikhail with probing eyes. "Could it be, you're from the Holy Kingdom?" Mikhail grinned as if he didn't notice Davlos's frozen expression. "Haha, of course not. I'm just curious. I'm very interested in history. The Draculian incident was a terrible thing, but it's an important part of history." Davlos continued to stare at Mikhail with eyes like a fanatic scrutinizing those who dared to touch his beliefs. After a moment, the headman became slightly indifferent. "Yes, I hope you enjoy your time here." He then led the guests to a good inn in the village. Mikhail immediately rented a room for the three of them and cast a spell to prevent their voices from escaping. Mikhail pondered for a moment, leaning against the windowsill overlooking the village. After a while, Mikhail spoke. "Butler, what do you think?" Butler Morden chuckled in response. "Charm is something demons use very often." He casually compared it. "If livestock willingly tie themselves up, how relaxed would the management be?" Leon was stunned. He frowned, showing his displeasure on behalf of the villagers. "That old man, no matter what, calling them livestock is a bit." Mikhail clicked his tongue, interrupting Leon. "There's nothing wrong with saying it directly, Leon." Leon frowned, not understanding. "What do you mean?" Mikhail calmly replied. "Even if we don't think so, those scheming behind the scenes do." Leon was now shocked and understood. "Are there demons causing trouble for this village? How did you know?" Mikhail raised 6 fingers and said, "It's not just this village." He explained briefly to Leon, "There are 6 villages surrounding this place, and the number 6 is considered a symbol of sacrifice." Leon furrowed his brow with disbelief. "Number 6, but isn't this the 7th village?" Mikhail continued to explain. "The largest among them will become the center, with the other 6 surrounding it as if to conceal it. You could say this is a giant magic circle. In other words, all the villages we saw along the way could be used as sacrifices for Draculian." Mikhail said this last part in a low voice, his voice heavy with the weight of his deduction. Unable to contain his anger, Leon slammed his fist on the table. An aura swirled around Leon's body and he gritted his teeth as he growled. What kind of scum would do something like this? Mikhail was slightly annoyed that someone who knew how to control an aura was reacting so emotionally. He reminded Leon, "Calm down. Getting angry won't change anything." Leon gradually calmed down, muttering a curse under his breath. "Damn it." Butler Morden was completely unaffected by emotion and calmly asked Mikhail, "What are you going to do now?" Mikhail replied with a cunning grin, "Demons are very sly, so we don't need to rush in. I've already thrown out the bait." Seeing that Leon had regained his composure, Mikhail slowly continued, "First, we need to meet someone." Shortly after, as night descended upon the village, plunging it into darkness and silence, the group of three, led by Mikhail, walked to a place not far from the village. Mikhail stopped before the wall that separated the outside from the polluted area, but this time, instead of looking up, he looked down, found it. A man was sitting at the foot of the wall, dressed like an eccentric freelance knight. His armor was rusty from lack of maintenance, his hair was greasy and unkempt, and he looked so messy that everyone thought he was a corpse. However, the spear he was holding was so well maintained that it gleamed. One had to squint through the narrow slit on his helmet to see that the eccentric knight was staring straight ahead with bloodshot eyes. Butler Mordin squinted at the knight with high alertness. "Young master, he looks like a demon." Mikhail shrugged. "No, he's a bit different." The knight slowly rose to his feet and said as if he had been waiting for them for a long time, "So, you've arrived." Leon stared in slight surprise at the knight's gleaming weapon. "That's a spear." Meanwhile, the knight tightened his grip on the spear. In the next second, the knight thrust the spear directly at the old man who had called him a demon. It was a powerful and lightning-fast attack, as if he had practiced it thousands of times. However, Butler Mordin was not fazed by the attack. He didn't even flinch, calmly snapping his fingers. Immediately, the spearhead charging towards him was easily blocked by a solid mana shield. Butler Mordin raised his hand with a mocking expression and a sarcastic tone. "Oh my, you're attacking me right on our first meeting." Then, Butler Mordin calmly waved his hand pointing to the ground. The knight was burdened by an invisible pressure on his body. Although he used all his strength to resist using the spear as a fulcrum, his entire body was still helplessly pressed down to the ground. The knight was stunned for a moment as he experienced a power that far exceeded his expectations of the intruders. The knight trembled and glared at Butler Mordin. If the previous attack didn't work, then, a murderous intent flashed in his bloodshot eyes. A stream of dark energy began to form on the knight's body, but before he could transform, Mikhail's voice suddenly rang out, "Stop." A gust of wind instantly enveloped the knight. At that moment, the power that seemed ready to explode at any moment on his body suddenly disappeared as if it was swept away by the wind. The knight was both astonished and confused at the same time because the power of a young man even surpassed that of the older man. Having temporarily stopped the knight's aggression, Mikhail muttered to Butler Mordin, "Butler, you stop as well." The knight finally loosened the spear in his hand and asked with a cautious voice, "Who are you?" "Exactly." Mikhail calmly walked in front of the knight. "We're here to talk." Mikhail took something out of his pocket and introduced himself. "I am Mikhail Walpurgis." The moment he saw the object in Mikhail's hand, although the knight was still wearing his helmet so his expression was not visible, a soft awe revealed his surprise. Mikhail raised the pendant, the symbol of a hero. "I am one who has been recognized by the gods as the hero warrior of this generation." Mikhail looked at the knight with a serious gaze. "Can you tell me what's going on here?" The knight dumbfoundedly collapsed to the ground with a dry laugh as if Mikhail's appearance was absurd. "Ha, ha, ha, a hero, ha." The knight continued to laugh bitterly. "Things have already turned out this way, and only now the gods have sent a hero." Mikhail understood the knight's emotions and tried to persuade him. "There are things I can't explain, but I assure you I have no intention of abandoning this place." Mikhail lowered his voice a little. "Now, can you tell me the reason why you have always protected this wall?" The knight burst out laughing with a deep sense of self-deprecation. "Reason, haha, reason." After a few bitter laughs, the knight bluntly said, "Because I'm a bastard." Mikhail continued to question him. "Why?" The knight suddenly removed a piece of chest armor and threw it to the ground. "This is the reason." As he spoke, he slowly raised the spear and turned it horizontally. In the next second, the tail of the spear pierced through the knight's chest, so deep that half of the spear disappeared through his chest. Leon was startled and looked at the half-spear piercing the knight's chest, trying to stop him. "What? Stop. If you do that, you will." Suddenly, Leon's words were cut off, and his eyes widened at the scene that unfolded afterwards. As the spear was withdrawn, the chest wound slowly closed, the hole gradually shrinking at an astonishing speed. Although it was initially a fatal wound, it only took a few dozen seconds for it to become just a minor scar, and even when the healing process was complete, there was no trace of the stab. Leon stammered with a mixture of astonishment and horror. "You are immortal," the knight admitted without hesitation. "Yes, that's right, as you see." Leon instinctively swung his sword because such beings with the ability to be immortal proved to be related to demons or Draculian. However, Mikhail calmly stopped Leon. "Lower your sword, Leon." Leon excitedly protested. "He's immortal, that means he's no different from a vampire." Mikhail replied confidently, "No." Mikhail could be so calm because he knew this knight. No, more precisely, he knew about the future of this seemingly eccentric knight. The knight indifferently said to them with a nonchalant tone, "Go ahead and stab me if you want, I can't die anyway." Mikhail resolutely shook his head. "I can't do that." The knight tilted his head slightly at Mikhail's words, and Mikhail continued to speak with a friendly attitude. "As a hero, when I see someone who wants to be part of humanity, I can't treat them like monsters." When the knight was swayed by Mikhail's words, Mikhail reached out to the knight's helmet naturally and gently. "I know who you are." Then, the knight also allowed Mikhail to remove his helmet without any resistance. The knight's eyes widened as Mikhail read out his name, Teeps Draculian. In that moment, Mikhail recalled the memories of his previous life. How could I not know him? The blood-stained spear, Teeps, the one who was once called the Blood Spear, and in the future Mikhail knew, he was also called the Immortal King. From what Mikhail knew, during the time of the vampire catastrophe, the horrific crime initiated by his father, it was Teeps who tried to stop his father's atrocities in vain, and finally when his father was sealed here, he decided to participate in guarding the seal. Mikhail silently thought about his past, but Teeps' future. He could only open his mouth to confirm to Teeps, "You are the only one who shares the same bloodline with the vampire Count Draculian." Teeps silently nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he frankly asked Mikhail, "So, what are you going to do with me?" Mikhail calmly shrugged. "I don't have any intention at all. However, even though it might sound cruel to you, I want to invite you to cooperate." Teeps' resigned expression suddenly brightened as he looked up at Mikhail. For a moment, countless emotions flickered through Teeps' mind that ordinary people couldn't perceive. He looked at Mikhail with confusion and doubt. Cooperate?" Mikhail firmly nodded. "Yes, cooperate." Mikhail said frankly, "I want to help your father. Draculian can rest in peace." Teeps' eyes were filled with astonishment. "Rest in peace." Another dry, prolonged laugh escaped Teeps' lips. "Ha, ha, ha." Teeps was shocked for a moment but quickly calmed down. "I really don't have any choice." "Ha." Teeps lifted the spear off the ground with a determined attitude. "Fine, in return, I'll ask you something as well." Teeps stood up proudly and pointed the spear towards one side of the wall. "There's a place we need to go together beforehand." Then, Teeps led the three members of Mikhail's group through a hole beneath the wall's shadowed corner. The hole was not very big, only big enough for one person to squeeze through. Mikhail followed Teeps and said with a surprised tone, "Who would have thought that such a sturdy city wall would have a hole like this?" Teeps immediately explained, "In the past, it was used as a secret passage by smugglers." Mikhail nonchalantly moved forward. So this is the contaminated area." Teeps looked at Mikhail with an expression of confusion. Finally, Teeps couldn't hold back his curiosity. "Hey, I am Draculian's son after all, why don't you doubt me at all?" Mikhail continued to walk calmly. Actually, he was thinking about how to respond to Teeps. He couldn't say that he knew the future. After a moment, Mikhail came up with a perfect and humane reason and said to Teeps, "It's your father who is guilty, not you. Anyway, I have to come here to deal with this contaminated area," Mikhail continued, turning away and leaving Teeps dazed and confused. As they ventured further into the contaminated land, Mikhail was stunned. Even though he had anticipated this situation, no one could imagine that this place was once a prosperous territory. Buildings and structures were almost completely destroyed, and human and animal bones were scattered everywhere, a desolate wasteland filled with miasma. Leon exclaimed in shock. "Even though I've heard stories about this place, seeing it with my own eyes is truly terrifying." Teeps frowned with a sense of regret. "Looking at this scene, it's hard to believe, but the truth is that my father was once a kind lord, so the people in his territory always trusted him wholeheartedly." Leon looked at Teeps with wide eyes. "Wait, you mean that guy Draculian?" Teeps responded in a deep voice. "Yes, in the past. He wasn't a bad father either." Teeps's eyes flickered slightly as memories from the past flooded back. Teeps recounted from his memories. "As the only child of the family, I was raised and grew up with his immense love. Especially after my mother died from a severe illness, my father's love for me grew even more. At that time, he was also very friendly with his people." Teeps looked towards a ruined roadside eatery, his heart filled with sorrow as he remembered the happy days with his family. However, that moment only lasted a fleeting second. Teeps's eyes quickly returned to their lonely and powerless state. Then, Teeps continued to turn and lead Mikhail's group. "I'll just tell you this much, it's just a matter of the past. This way, follow me." After passing through what used to be a bustling street, the group entered a pitch-black, dead forest. Teeps muttered with a gloomy expression, "My father suddenly changed after a dungeon was discovered. Naturally, he tried to conquer that dungeon." Mikhail easily continued Teeps's words, "But he failed." Teeps furrowed his brow in pain. "Yes, he failed, but..." Teeps hesitated to recount with a complicated expression. "If it were just failure, it wouldn't be a big deal, but something else happened." Mikhail curiously glanced at him. What else happened? Teeps stepped over dry branches and went deeper into the forest, his voice gloomy as he continued. After entering that cursed dungeon, my father went insane. Mikhail immediately furrowed his brow with sharp eyes. That's quite surprising. Teeps continued to narrate with a puzzled voice. My father never opened the dungeon to anyone else, not even me, his son. Right at that moment, Teeps suddenly stopped. He looked at a bright area in front of him with complicated eyes. We're here. Leon raised his head first and gaped as if witnessing something absurd. This place, what the hell is this? Butler Mordin and Mikhail had the same reaction. They stared blankly at the dungeon filled with various colorful lights. Countless light bubbles floated around, each bubble seeming to contain a magical and dreamy scene. It only took a few seconds for Mikhail to connect the clues Teeps had just given him and let out a cheerful laugh. So this is the dungeon, now I understand. A spark of understanding lit up in Mikhail's mind. I roughly understand why we couldn't enter this place before my regression, and also why Count Draculian went insane. Before entering the dungeon, Mikhail called out to Set. She instantly appeared beside him, but immediately refused to help. I told you, I can't tell you the details. Anyway, Mikhail calmly interrupted Set. The guardian deity of this mausoleum is a pretty sweet person, isn't she? The question right on target made Set look up at Mikhail in surprise. However, she still refused to say anything more. Mikhail continued his monologue. But it's a wrong kind of sweetness, isn't it? Set turned away, avoiding Mikhail's probing gaze. Just those expressions from Set were enough for Mikhail to find his direction. He calmly strode towards the dungeon. Seeing this, Leon furrowed his brow in worry. What are you going to do now? Mikhail rolled up his sleeves slightly and pointed towards the largest bubble right in front of the mausoleum entrance. He said to Leon without any hesitation, of course. Analyze it, Mikhail said. Without hesitation, he stuck his hand inside the bubble. As soon as Mikhail touched it, circular ripples spread across the surface of the bubble, as if touching water. Then, magic from the dungeon quickly enveloped his hand. A dazzling spectacle with brilliant energy streams spread out before everyone's eyes. Then, Mikhail woke up in a daze. He was wearing a different outfit than before. A familiar voice echoed in his ear. Mikhail, thank you. Mikhail sluggishly sat up and looked around. When did I fall asleep? When he regained his composure, Mikhail widened his eyes when he clearly saw the familiar ruins around him. Mikhail looked here and there, near and far, and finally confirmed that this was the place where the final battle with the Demon Lord took place in his previous life. But it had completely changed. The dark sky had returned to blue, the filth on the ground had disappeared, and the painful moans were gone. Mikhail looked up and stammered with doubt. We did it. Suddenly, familiar voices replied to him. Yes, we succeeded. Mikhail couldn't believe his ears. He immediately turned to look behind him. Mikhail's former teammates from his previous life, Beast King, Jihad, the Fairy King, and even Siegfried were standing there with bright smiles, proud of their victory. The Holy Maiden appeared beside Mikhail with a radiant smile. Yes, it's finally over. The Holy Maiden said with a joyful face, if it weren't for Mikhail, I wouldn't have been able to save my sister, and we wouldn't have been able to defeat the Demon Lord. Then, she beamed at Mikhail. Thank you, Mikhail. Mikhail finally smiled with relief as his wish had come true. However, the smile didn't last long. Mikhail quickly looked down at the ground with a solemn expression. After a sigh, Mikhail said in a low voice, this is too good to be true. The saint looked at him with confusion. What? Mikhail didn't explain further but stood up immediately. The saint looked after him with wide eyes. Where are you going? Mikhail turned away with a touch of bitterness. I think I should go back soon. Indeed. It was a scene he didn't want to escape, a world where everything he desired became reality, but he couldn't get lost in the dream. With a deep breath, Mikhail turned back to look at the saint with a proud smile. He had escaped the dream and returned to his true form, so he felt a little smug. The saint smiled again after a moment of staring at Mikhail. Oh. Immediately after, the saint nodded to show she understood. Good job, Mikhail. In a blink of an eye, the saint turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared into the air with a gust of wind. Time seemed to stop as the saint vanished. Mikhail spoke to someone in the entirely white space. Enough, if you're satisfied, you should stop. A woman hovered above Mikhail and spoke in a regretful tone. You can relax a little longer, Mikhail muttered. It's hard for me to relax. Mikhail looked up at the woman with an indifferent gaze. It's your fault. The woman with the symbol of Horus's eye on her head immediately introduced herself. Yes, I am the guardian of the sacred treasure inside this tomb. My name is Nephthys, the beautiful goddess said with a gentle but dignified tone, enough to highlight her noble beauty. Mikhail was indifferent to Nephthys' beauty and glanced towards his right shoulder. Where's Set? Nephthys calmly replied. She doesn't want to look into your dream. Then, Nephthys gently landed on the ground. It's a pity, you can rest as long as you like. Mikhail ignored Nephthys' offer and went straight to the point. More importantly, you must know why I'm here, right? Nephthys looked slightly embarrassed. Is it because of the artifact? Mikhail nodded frankly, yes, but first, I need to verify something. He continued to question Nephthys. Do you know Dracularian? The unexpected question made Nephthys confused and ponder for a moment. Then, Nephthys said with a sigh, he was the last challenger to come here. Mikhail continued without hesitation, he must have seen a dream, similar to my experience. Mikhail raised an eyebrow at Nephthys with a reproachful attitude. He once sacrificed everything for the people in his territory, now he's completely turned into a monster. He bluntly asked Nephthys, you know that, right? Nephthys lowered her head slightly. I know, it's a pity. Many thoughts raced through Mikhail's mind at that moment. There was no way a Tomb Guardian could know what was happening outside. At least that was the general case, so Nephthys' answer was unusual. After a moment of contemplation, Mikhail continued, I thought a lot before coming here. He sincerely told Nephthys, you are very kind. Actually, this illusion just shows people what they yearn for. Seeing Nephthys nervously intertwine her fingers, Mikhail knew his words had clearly touched her heart, and he continued, your kindness is not bad, but only if you don't go too far. Suddenly, Mikhail changed to a tone of reproach towards Nephthys. He coldly revealed the truth about the tomb. Let me be blunt. This tomb had already been conquered. Mikhail looked straight into Nephthys' eyes to probe her. As Nephthys remained silent, Mikhail became even more certain of his judgment and pressed, isn't it true, Nephthys? This time, there was no answer. As if blaming herself, Nephthys only lowered her head and shrugged slightly. Mikhail continued to bombard her with words, and not only that, you yourself have done things unbefitting a guardian. A conquered tomb means the artifact guarded by Nephthys has found its owner. It's certain that Draculian failed. He had no right to conquer this tomb further. He should have even drowned in the dream as a punishment for his failure, but Nephthys, being too kind, let him live. On the other hand, that made him continue to stubbornly attack the tomb like an addict. It's clear now, he'll gradually become agitated as he gets tired of escaping this dream and facing the harsh reality. Nephthys sighed deeply and said to Mikhail, you are a clever kid. Nephthys hesitated and added, I didn't expect you to be so quick-witted. Mikhail ignored the compliment and directly criticized Nephthys. You should have known the price of your actions, even if nothing happened here. But what did your compassion cause out there? Do you know? Once again, Nephthys silently bowed her head deeply with guilt. Mikhail recounted in a harsh tone. He devoured tens of thousands of innocent people, and there's only one reason that could have caused such a terrible crime. Nephthys' voice trembled violently before Mikhail's criticism. I am so sorry. Mikhail frowned and glared at Nephthys. His eyes were becoming sharper and angrier, as Nephthys' belated remorse proved his guess that Draculian must have challenged this dungeon countless times. Mikhail contemplated. At first, this was just an ordinary challenge, but later, it gradually became an obsession. Draculian was enthralled by the illusion, where everything he lost was restored, an illusory life of boundless positivity. Draculian was obsessed with wanting to make that fantasy a reality. If you think about it that way, the explanation for his ambition for immortality changes a bit. Immortality wasn't the ultimate goal. Mikhail opened his mouth and questioned Nephthys again. His real goal was to make what appeared in the illusion real, wasn't it? Although Mikhail didn't know exactly what kind of power the artifact here possessed, it seemed to hold immense power that could make dreams come true. Nephthys continued to bow her head and cautiously asked Mikhail, are you going to punish me? Mikhail coldly replied, no, I don't have that intention. In reality, Mikhail knew he had no right to punish her. Then, Mikhail suddenly smiled slyly and extended his hand, but I've successfully conquered the dream, so I have to bring something back, too. Mikhail smiled cunningly at Nephthys with a hint of meaning. Nephthys closed her eyes with complete compliance to Mikhail's wishes. The artifact is gone. If you want something to take back, it must be. Mikhail chuckled and pointed to the ground. Yes, you're right. I want this tomb. Mikhail casually declared the unimaginable. After a while, Mikhail began to wake up. A dizzy feeling overwhelmed his body, making his eyes open quite heavily. But a sudden shock from Leon shaking his shoulder made Mikhail quickly regain consciousness. Hey, are you okay? Mikhail muttered, complaining, I'm fine, stop shaking me. Teeps cautiously asked, I'm sure, it was a very harsh challenge. Mikhail sat up with a weary look. Harsh, it is harsh, but it's still bearable. At this moment, Set appeared with a worried expression. Did you get anything else? As for the artifact, it seems like... Mikhail forced down a bored sigh. There was no artifact there. Then he glanced around. So instead, I took something else. The scenery around them had changed, flower buds began to bloom on the dark land, and life returned to the dead trees, as if color was being added to a black and white picture. As Mikhail was about to continue talking to Set, Butler Mordin interrupted their conversation with wide eyes and amazement at the change in the scenery. "Young master, what's going on?" Since Butler Mordin had already asked, Mikhail announced to everyone, "Simply put, from now on, this dungeon will be mine." Butler Mordin looked up towards the tomb with an incredulous expression. "This must be very useful. In other words, you have taken over part of Draculian's territory." Mikhail calmly replied, "That's right." Seeing Mikhail able to stand up calmly, Teeps cautiously approached Mikhail. Teeps hesitated and asked Mikhail, "What is actually inside the dungeon, can you tell me?" Mikhail pondered for a moment before saying, "It's your father's past. Draculian must have locked himself in the past all this time." Teeps was a little confused and mumbled with a hint of doubt, "The past? How?" But when he carefully thought about Mikhail's words, he smiled bitterly. "Ah, I understand now, so that's how it is." Mikhail saw the empathy in this, but he also decisively stated his assessment. "Of course, no matter what the reason, it can't justify the crimes he committed." Teeps heavily nodded. "I know." Right after that, Teeps raised his spear to his chest and made up his mind. "As a son, I will punish my father. That's the best thing I can do for him." Mikhail smiled cunningly and said to Teeps, "All right, then I have something I want to ask you." Teeps immediately looked up at Mikhail. "What is it?" Mikhail still kept that mischievous smile and asked Teeps, "Can you become a true vampire?" Mikhail's request made Teeps both surprised and confused. The next day, in the village of Piakalam, in a beautifully decorated secret chamber that was in stark contrast to the impoverished scene outside, village chief Davlos was kneeling before a mysterious man who sat majestically on a throne. The mysterious man asked Davlos, "Someone suspicious that makes you feel uneasy?" Davlos nervously nodded. "Yes, that's right." The mysterious man wore an eye patch with an eye drawn on it and listened attentively to Davlos. "They look like travelers visiting the village, but they seem very suspicious." Davlos said with a dubious tone, "It seems like they are from the Holy Kingdom." The mysterious man remained silent for a long time before speaking again. "They inquired about Draculian, right?" Davlos nervously nodded repeatedly. "Yes, that's right." The mysterious man pondered with his index finger tapping rhythmically on the armrest. Davlos, sweating nervously, looked up at the mysterious man. "If they are truly from the Holy Kingdom, then something must have happened to the protective barrier." Right after that, the mysterious man's finger stopped as he had thought things through. The mysterious man stood up with a relaxed smile. "Haha, don't worry, nothing serious is happening." The pattern on the mysterious man's eye patch seemed to flicker, and he continued to laugh and say, "If the people are worried, try to explain and reassure them. Tell them that we have done nothing wrong." Afterward, strangely, the village chief felt his faith suddenly strengthened, and the worry in his eyes disappeared. Right after that, Davlos, embracing his reinforced faith and feeling encouraged, left the room. "Yes, I understand." A while after Davlos left, the gentle atmosphere completely changed. A very cruel voice came from the mouth of the mysterious man. "This is annoying." The sound of teeth grinding was mixed with mumbling. "The Holy Kingdom is sniffing around, are they?" The mysterious man leaned against his hand in thought. "It's impossible that something happened to those twins, but if they really did sniff something out, then I have no choice but to kill them." The mysterious man chuckled with a sinister grin, revealing his demonic claws. At that moment, the village chief, who had left not long ago, suddenly burst in with a pale face. "Hey, old man." The mysterious man quickly retracted his claws and reprimanded Davlos. "I told you to knock before entering." Davlos ignored the reprimand and said with an urgent voice, big news, Draculian has reappeared." Upon hearing those words, the mysterious man's face froze in shock. Meanwhile, on the road leading into the village, a knight was marching in with heavy, threatening steps. With a wicked laugh, the knight who had just appeared scared the villagers to the point where their hands and feet turned to jelly. The mysterious knight appeared, holding a sharp spear in one hand. From his helmet to his armor, everything was pitch black. Even though the knight's eyes couldn't be seen through the helmet, his killing intent could be felt clearly. The villagers scattered in panic with trembling screams. "It's Draculian, the demon has truly resurrected." "The militia, where's the militia?" Chaos began to spread uncontrollably. Even the village militia couldn't hold their spears steady. They shouted towards Draculian with trembling voices, "Stop right there." At that moment, Draculian raised his spear. Immediately, it was covered in a bright red aura. Without a moment's hesitation, Draculian launched his spear towards the village. The spear tore through the air with terrifying speed, comparable to the speed of a ray of light. Nothing could stop its trajectory, or rather, its trajectory was not aimed at anyone. The spear collided, creating an explosion on the wall, but surprisingly, it didn't kill the two soldiers. As Draculian raised his hand, the spear automatically returned to his hand. Blood-red eyes flashed with murderous intent through the visor. Draculian declared in a menacing voice, "Soon, I will be back." Then, Draculian immediately left. The soldiers slumped down, clutching their heads in panic. They couldn't possibly stay calm in a situation like this, as they had been living in peace for so long with hardly any attacks from monsters. Then, Draculian went straight towards the old dividing wall. There, Mikhail was waiting with a sly smile. "Thank you, you did well." Teeps slumped down, looking exhausted. Was that enough? Teeps removed his helmet, revealing worried eyes. "It's true the people are very scared, but it won't last long." Mikhail chuckled and asked Teeps, "Don't worry, tell me, what's the strength and blessing that humans are always obsessed with?" Teeps hesitated and replied, "Willpower." Mikhail suddenly spread his arms wide, like a representative of the divine. Mikhail grinned and said nonchalantly, "It's all just propaganda and fabrication." Teeps looked at Mikhail with a dubious expression, wondering if he was really a hero, but Mikhail ignored his gaze and continued, "The most important thing is to convince the people, even if we have to use force." Teeps was even more suspicious. "Propagate the news of Draculian's resurrection." Mikhail clicked his tongue and replied, "At least we need to make them realize that this area is not as safe as they think, and furthermore, if things continue like this, the puppet master behind the scenes will have to reveal themselves." Mikhail's eyes became sharp and expectant. The next day, the village was in a state of upheaval as people wanted to leave this dangerous place. Davlos hastily stopped the villagers in panic. "Hold on, wait a minute, what are you saying, you want to leave?" The villagers explained in a panicked voice, "I heard that the evil demon Draculian has reappeared. Some people even said they saw him directly." The group of three, Mikhail, was hiding behind a house nearby and watching everything. Leon shook his head and sighed, "This is chaos." Mikhail replied nonchalantly, "Of course, Draculian is a nightmare for them." Leon clicked his tongue and said, "Well, that's true." Mikhail smugly observed that the village headman no longer had the ability to reassure the people. Mikhail furrowed his brow and anxiously stared at the crowd, his heart racing. "Now is the time, where are you? Come out here." Right at that moment, the mysterious man stepped out in front of the crowd with a dignified air. "Don't worry everyone." As soon as Davlos saw the mysterious man, he exclaimed with reverence, "Wise man, you've arrived." Mikhail was a little surprised that the person who appeared was revered by the people as a wise man. The wise man smiled kindly and reassured the villagers, "Don't worry everyone, the one who attacked the village yesterday wasn't the real Draculian." The villagers were still worried and argued, but that demon looked exactly like Draculian. That dark energy could only have been created by him. The wise man calmly asked the villagers, "Was there any kind of defilement emanating from him?" The villagers were confused. "What?" The wise man sat down and put his hand on the ground. "I'm talking about that defilement, Draculian. If that monster exists, this area would definitely be filled with corpses. Of course, this whole area would also be engulfed in death aura." The wise man chuckled and persuaded the villagers, "The monster yesterday didn't seem like that, right?" The villagers started to become confused. That. The wise man continued to explain, "For a long time, our village has always been peaceful, but things can't always be smooth sailing." Then, he gave his assessment. "As soon as they realize that this area is peaceful, those who hold power outside will start to pay attention to this place. Maybe they want us to leave." Mikhail chuckled, "Haha, you made that up, didn't you?" The wise man continued to persuade everyone, "Now is not the time for us to cause chaos. We need to unite. To fight against the evil people outside, to punish evil," the wise man said, as the eye symbol drawn on his face mask flickered. Immediately after, the eyes of those around started to become somewhat blurry. Very quickly, the villagers' eyes lost their clarity completely, and their willpower seemed to become numb. Mordin, the steward with sharp observation skills, was startled and realized it. "Young master, that is." Mikhail understood Mordin's meaning and immediately confirmed, "Yes, that's a brainwashing trick. Among the abilities possessed by demons, that's one of the 5 worst." Mikhail muttered in annoyance, "That bastard is using mind control." After quietly hiding and finding out the secret of the so-called sage, Mikhail couldn't help but feel frustrated. If he had to choose the most troublesome evil ability, he could only think of the ability, Mind Manipulation Force. It controls the minds of its victims and turns them into real puppets. Mikhail felt extremely disgusted by it, for no particular reason. He simply found it the most hateful ability of all, feeling that manipulating others was truly abominable. Seeing Mikhail abruptly walk out of his hiding place without a word, the steward Mordin curiously spoke softly, "Are you going to act now?" Mikhail walked straight and clicked his tongue, "Yes." As soon as he appeared, he didn't hesitate to clap his hands to attract the attention of the crowd, clearly provoking the wise man. The sage immediately turned to look at Mikhail, his voice filled with mockery. "Wow, thank you for your wonderful speech. I have learned a lot from you, sage," Mikhail said while clapping his hands non-stop with a gentle smile. It's hard to believe that a mixed mind like him would open a conversation so gently. However, that compliment turned out to be just a stepping stone for him to say harsh words. Even though he was such an old man, he still made up a story that made even dogs nod their heads after hearing it. What a talent! The sage was shocked in his heart but remained calm and questioned Mikhail. "I heard that recently a group of strangers visited. So, it's you?" Mikhail casually shrugged and admitted with a challenging tone as if he wanted to know if he was a guest. "Yes, it's me." The wise man immediately used that to chase Mikhail away. "For an outsider like you, this is not something you can interfere with." Mikhail bluntly took out the equipment from his pocket and declared, "Well, I have something to do with this. I'm here because of the Draculian issue." The people around, hearing the name of the monster, were always terrified and immediately focused on Mikhail. Mikhail took out his staff and tapped it lightly on the ground to undo the magic he used to conceal his identity. It was actually just a type of magic that made Mikhail's clothes look slightly more normal, no more messy straps on the hem. As soon as he hit the staff, the hidden accessories immediately revealed themselves. At the same time, Mikhail's whole body glowed brightly under the aura of the magic that accompanied his identity announcement. "I will intervene in this matter, as a hero." Mikhail decided to reveal his identity to gain the trust of the people first, because mind control was not an easy problem to solve. Even if he killed the leader, it was not certain that he could dispel this magic, and even a moment of error or hesitation could lead to the deaths of countless people. Even with the power of a 9th-level mage before Mikhail's regression, it wouldn't be easy to deal with it. Moreover, feeling the evil energy around him becoming stronger, Mikhail knew that he no longer had time to find another solution, and he immediately clenched his fist. In the blink of an eye, while everyone was still stunned, Mikhail punched the wise man in the stomach, sending him flying backwards. The wise man was hit so hard he spat out blood and couldn't react in time. Even if he reacted promptly and saw Mikhail's movement, as an old man, it wouldn't make sense if he could dodge that attack in front of the people. As a result, the wise man fell backwards to the ground after just one blow, but Mikhail didn't stop. He sat on top of him and continued to punch relentlessly, under the shocked gaze of everyone. After a moment of stunned silence, the people began to gather around and defend the wise man. "What are you doing? You're a hero. Why are you hitting the wise man for no reason? He's definitely a fake hero." Mikhail continued to punch without stopping and smiled slyly. Of course, he had anticipated the crowd's reaction and had no intention of stopping. Mikhail had prepared a countermeasure. He beat the sage to a pulp and screamed like an exorcist, "Devil, why haven't you come out of this body yet?" Mikhail had a reason to say that, because a demon, if it wants to use its mind control abilities on humans, it can't do it without a subject acting as a bridge. Any human who sees a demon will be scared and become deeply suspicious. People in a state of alertness will not be easily swayed by the demon's seduction. But if the demon lives in the form of a human, it's a different story. If it uses magic to create a disguise, the risk of exposure is very high, so it's better to masquerade as a human. Therefore, Mikhail was sure that a demon was possessing the wise man's body. Maybe he was really a wise man before, but now his soul has been replaced by the demon. Even if he hit harder, it wouldn't kill him instantly. The more Mikhail thought about his clever way of handling this, the more gleefully he laughed. "Get out of this body, you disgusting demon." The people heard this and became anxious and started to doubt. "What? A demon? What's this? What's going on? Don't tell me the wise man is really possessed by a demon." The wise man managed to get up after being beaten to a pulp and tried to deny it. I'm not." However, the fact that he was an old man who was close to death and still conscious after being punched in the face repeatedly solidified Mikhail's judgment. Without hesitation, he landed another punch on the man's nose. "Shut up." Mikhail's hands were tired, so he switched to kicking the wise man in the face. The kind people saw this and felt a little pity, trying to stop him. "You, hero, even if he's a demon, if you hit him like that, he will die." Mikhail laughed out loud and waved his hand. "Haha, it's okay, a hero's punch carries blessings, so he won't die." The people could only look at Mikhail with a mixture of concern and disbelief. So, the wise man was so angry from being beaten that he forgot his act and started to reveal his true nature, swearing at the people. "Hey, you stupid fools." However, Mikhail completely denied him the chance to seduce others and continued to kick him in the mouth. I told you to shut up. After knocking the wise man unconscious, Mikhail took a deep breath of relief and said seriously to the villagers, "Phew, honestly, I'm here to inform you all of some bad news. Unfortunately, Draculian's resurrection is approaching, and the demon that has possessed the body of this wise man is accelerating that day." Mikhail's accusations made the villagers anxious, half believing and half doubting his words, but because he looked a lot like a hero, and the wise man's mind control had weakened while he was unconscious, they gradually believed Mikhail's words. They whispered among themselves, "What should we do with the wise man now? He should be freed from the demon, right? Will we be able to stop Draculian's resurrection after we kill him?" The villagers, without the wise man's guidance, became increasingly uncertain and had to ask Mikhail, "Hero, what should we do now?" Mikhail continued to kick the demon while nodding in satisfaction with the people's cooperation. Then, he suggested, "First, we all need to get out of here. So, everyone, let's start moving the village." So, following Mikhail's instructions, the villagers, who were already afraid of Draculian, quickly packed their belongings and left the central village, spreading out beyond the area of the giant magic circle. The problem of freeing those who were tricked into being sacrificed to Draculian was quickly resolved. Soon after, the wise man, who had been knocked unconscious, finally woke up in a silent space. He tried to listen carefully but couldn't hear any people around. The wise man quickly realized that he was tied to the village flagpole, located in the middle of the magic circle he had set up. The wise man was struggling to find a way to escape when Mikhail suddenly appeared with a chuckle. "Ah, you're awake." The wise man was startled and gasped. He still tried to be tough and question Mikhail's identity. I never heard that the hero had been chosen." Mikhail clicked his tongue and explained to him, "Well, Meryl is still busy taking care of himself. Where would he have the energy to inform you?" The wise man was even more confused when he saw that Mikhail knew the name of his master, and the fact that he had caught him but hadn't killed him immediately made him wonder, Why didn't you kill me?" Instead of explaining to the wise man, Mikhail directly exposed his crimes. "You were the one who seduced Draculian." He was completely speechless because he never imagined that anyone could deduce the secret story from decades ago. According to Mikhail's deduction, the wise man had appeared when Draculian was still grieving over the loss of his beloved wife, and he had shown the pitiful man a way to change his situation. Seeing the wise man's face turn pale, Mikhail smiled smugly and exposed the demon's petty tricks. "Because demons can't conquer tombs, Meryl must have sent you to use Draculian's hand to do it." The wise man was even more terrified and gritted his teeth. How did you know that?" But after carefully considering the current situation, the wise man suddenly became arrogant and laughed loudly. "Haha, so what if you know? You can't change anything. Draculian has already absorbed more than half of the necessary sacrifices. You can't change anything." Mikhail, however, still had a calm expression, and pointed at the sage. "Yes, it is true that there is nothing I can do. But you can, isn't that right?" As he finished speaking, Mikhail grinned with a sinister, crazy glint in his eyes. That smile sent shivers down the sage's spine, causing him to retract his arrogant demeanor. "What?" Mikhail squinted at him. "You are the one who created this dark magic to perfect Draculian. The one who tied the knot can also untie it, right?" The sage remained silent in the face of Mikhail's accurate deduction, but he stubbornly kept his mouth shut, determined not to reveal the secrets of his dark magic. Things won't go your way." Mikhail, of course, had no intention of persuading the demon. He directly extended his hand towards the sage to shorten the time needed to extract information from him. Realizing that Mikhail was about to forcibly extract information from his mind, the sage, though worried, tried to reassure himself. "Mind manipulation magic is not something you can easily use. For a human like you to use it, it's almost impossible." Mikhail knew the difficulties of using mind control magic, but he didn't hesitate to place his hand on the sage's face and forehead to cast the spell. A powerful surge of mana erupted from Mikhail's hand. The intense energy coursed through the sage's body like an electric current, making his mind spin. The sage couldn't believe Mikhail possessed such a monstrous amount of mana. The way he effortlessly used mind control magic drove him to panic, causing him to yell, "Monster, you are a monster." Mikhail chuckled mischievously, satisfied as he watched the demon in his grasp thrashing about like a worm on a hook. The demon's reaction showed that this method was indeed working as intended. Not wanting to waste any more time with the sage, Mikhail poured mana into the mind control spell, a terrifying glint flashing in his eyes. "Now then, let's begin, shall we?" By now, the sky had begun to lighten. The warm morning sun gradually shone through the empty houses, casting its rays on the flagpole in the middle of the village. Amidst such peace, the sage was enduring excruciating pain as he desperately resisted Mikhail's mind control spell. Mikhail's magic was built in a far more extreme way than the sage's dark magic. There was no mercy in Mikhail's eyes, simply because this extreme mind control technique was designed to be used on demons, so there was no need to hold back. The reason Mikhail was so proficient in this spell was because in his previous life, when the demons emerged, their power had already far surpassed that of humans. It wasn't just the result of years of power accumulation, but also because their arrogant nature made them incredibly confident in their strength. Faced with such powerful demons, even the Argo expedition force, led by Siegfried, had to pay a heavy price to bridge the gap in strength. Every member of the expedition force had to strive to improve their abilities. Mikhail was no exception. He pushed himself beyond his limits. Even when necessary, he slept less than ordinary people to come up with all kinds of solutions to deal with the demons. Mind control magic was one of those solutions. While this magic consumes a large amount of mana, it's very useful, and it's not as complicated as hypnotizing and persuading humans to obey. Because the goal was simply to extract the necessary information from the demon rather than make it submit, Mikhail didn't need to patiently mesmerize it slowly. He directly forced the information in the demon's head to become a stream and then absorbed it. After collecting the necessary information, Mikhail couldn't help but sigh in exhaustion. The curse used on Draculian, is it like this? Then, I have to use a counter curse, right? Meryl, you used a tricky curse, didn't you? Simply put, this spell distorted the nature of the artifact that Draculian received. It was originally an object that bestowed long life, but was transformed into something that made it impossible for one to die. Seeing Mikhail grimace, Set curiously asked, was it that bad? Mikhail smacked his lips and shook his head. This is no different from the process of creating a divine tool. If I don't know the original curse, it'll be a real headache to deal with it. Set wasn't familiar with the mage's spells to help Mikhail, so he could only listen with a thoughtful expression. Mikhail couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness as he remembered his past life. Even the Argo expedition force couldn't avoid facing sacrifices because they couldn't find any other way to stop the demon's dark magic. The result of that failure was that they had to pay the price with the death of half the population of Ariandel. Set saw Mikhail's despondency and encouraged him. After all, now that you know the information about this curse, it's not a problem anymore, right? Mikhail nodded and released the sage's head, which was still steaming. Yes, that's right. The sage had completely lost the ability to resist, his mouth continuously mumbling incoherently. His mind was now a jumbled mess, so Mikhail coldly pronounced, "You're of no use to me anymore. Goodbye, trash." Immediately, a white light emanated from his hand, different from the one before. This is divine power, not mana. Mikhail used divine power to cleanse the sage, and the purification process quickly turned him into a wisp of smoke that dissipated in a blink. As dawn broke, Mikhail finished dealing with the sage and returned to the meeting place with his companions. Teeps was also waiting for him there. As soon as he saw Mikhail's calm and composed expression, Leon immediately made a guess. Your expression seems to suggest you've taken care of the problem, right? Mikhail clicked his tongue and replied, the main problem remains. Ugh, it's just a matter of time until we solve it. However, I can assure you of one thing. Draculian is now in a state where he can break the seal himself. Mikhail's statement shocked everyone, especially Teeps, the son who had guarded his father for so long, with the belief and hope that he would never escape the seal. Teeps was stunned, standing there for a moment, unable to accept this reality, so he hesitantly asked Mikhail again, wait, what do you mean? My father can break the seal himself. That's impossible. The master of the Holy Knights sealed him with his own hands. Teeps's voice became increasingly desperate and worried. Mikhail understood Teeps's anxiety and gently explained to him, I know he was sealed by the Holy Knights, but what if I told you that was his plan all along? Could you accept it? Teeps was stunned, his face pale and dizzy. Plan? What plan? Mikhail nodded frankly. Yes, he was not sealed, he was simply waiting for the opportunity and accumulating power. Seeing Teeps's confusion and anxiety, Mikhail reassured him, it's all right, there are 4 of us here, we can defeat him easily. But before that, I have something I want to ask you. Mikhail turned to leave but stopped, turning back to look at Teeps with a sharp glance. He opened a way out for him with a tolerant attitude. If this is too difficult for you, you don't have to join us. I understand your situation. Seeing Teeps silently bowing his head, seemingly embarrassed as he thought about facing his father, Mikhail appeared relaxed but was actually urging him, if you tell me your decision now, we can take care of it. Mikhail partially wanted to test how far Teeps would go in this matter. Finally, he spoke with a determined voice, no, it's fine, actually, I should be the one to put an end to this. Because this is a family matter, As he finished, Teeps lifted his head and looked directly into Mikhail's eyes with determination. Mikhail simply nodded in response. I understand. Although he didn't show it outwardly, he was quite satisfied with Teeps's resolute attitude. As the dawn gradually dispelled the fog that shrouded the land, Mikhail led the group towards Draculian's mansion. All right, let's do this together, let's go. Though Mikhail's group now only had 4 people, they were all individuals with exceptional strength. 2 of them also possessed deep knowledge of magic and combat experience. Therefore, they proceeded directly to Draculian's residence without any fear. Draculian's mansion was enveloped in a thick, gloomy atmosphere. Even with the sun rising, it wasn't enough to dispel the death-scented fog that cast its shadow over the place. Teeps stood before his family's mansion, his eyes filled with a mixture of bittersweet nostalgia. It's been a very long time, a very, very long time. For Teeps, this mansion wasn't just a place filled with happy memories with his family, but it was also where his father transformed him into an immortal monster. The dark memories of that terrible day still weighed heavily on Teeps's mind. He couldn't forget the moment his father deceived him and poisoned him. As he writhed in pain and despair, looking at his father, the man remained indifferent, ignoring the pleading eyes of his only son. Draculian smiled contentedly as he watched Teep's eyes turn blood red, and mockingly asked, Are you satisfied? Of course, Teeps couldn't be satisfied because he never wanted to become a monster. As Teeps recounted this memory to Mikhail's group, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. The truly absurd thing was that at that moment, his father didn't have any ill intentions towards him. Mikhail immediately understood that Draculian didn't want to lose his son just like he had lost his wife, so he took such extreme actions. Sadly, distorted parental love will unknowingly hurt their children. Mikhail empathized with Teep's anguish and once again offered him a chance to turn back before entering the mansion. Can you do it? Can you truly point your spear at your father? Teeps knew that Mikhail was afraid he would become weak when facing the father he both hated and loved. In battle, indecision leads only to death, so he immediately rallied his spirit and gripped his spear tighter. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Teeps answered Mikhail's question resolutely. If I don't do this, I will surely regret it for the rest of my life. Rather than aiding my father's downfall, I'd rather be a disobedient son and repent for that sin in hell, Teeps declared before pushing open the mansion's door. The heavy door, sealed for decades, creaked open with difficulty, its groaning adding to the eerie atmosphere. As the door swung open, the thick layer of dust inside was disturbed by the incoming air. The rusty creaking of the old hinges continued to echo through the mansion. Right in the mansion's grand hall, a vibrant rose garden flourished, defying decades thanks to magic. Leon exclaimed in astonishment, "This place looks better than I thought." Mikhail clicked his tongue and replied, "Because the owner of this place wanted it that way." Obviously, Draculian knew he would return someday, so he didn't want the house that held his family's memories to be ravaged by time. Even with his sealed coffin placed right in the center of the hall, the scene remained brilliant. Surrounding the coffin were vibrant red roses, contrasting with the numerous charms hanging in the air. Except for a slightly eerie atmosphere, the scene didn't seem dilapidated like a haunted mansion from legends. Looking at the intricate charms, the butler Mordin leaned towards Mikhail and asked in a low voice, "Sir, are you saying he can break all these charms on his own?" Mikhail clicked his tongue and replied, "Yeah, he can do it right now." However, even after Mikhail's group stormed into the mansion, Draculian didn't react. It seemed he had no intention of leaving the coffin before his planned time. Nevertheless, if Mikhail wanted to force him to appear, there would be a way. He released the mana flowing into his staff and said in a solemn tone, "Teeps, I think we need to break this mansion a little," Mikhail suggested. Teeps was astonished and his eyes widened. After all, this place held many beautiful memories with his family. But after careful consideration, Teeps could only nod in resignation and agree to Mikhail's proposal. Do it, he murmured, knowing that destroying this house filled with memories would ignite his father's fury. With the permission of the house's owner, Mikhail didn't hesitate to walk towards the coffin. "I understand." Immediately, he swung his staff and cast a magic spell, creating an earthquake. The ground shook violently, causing the mansion to sway along with it. Of course, Mikhail had no intention of damaging the house, but the person inside the coffin couldn't tolerate even this minor provocation and began to react. The chains covered in charms snapped like rotten ropes in an instant. A fierce roar echoed from within the coffin. "How dare you!" After the ruby on the coffin lid flashed with a menacing gleam, the lid sprang open from within, releasing a cloud of dust that temporarily obscured vision. A skeletal hand with pale skin slowly emerged from the coffin, its sharp nails twitched continuously, pointing towards Mikhail. Draculian, inside the coffin, opened his eyes and stared intently at Mikhail, his killing intent burning brightly. "How dare you defile my house?" Mikhail immediately grinned triumphantly as he saw how easily he had lured the man out. A spark of excitement ignited in his eyes as he replied to Draculian with a defiant voice, "Finally, you've decided to show yourself, Draculian." After watching Draculian slowly emerge from the coffin, Mikhail returned to his serious demeanor, but his voice remained playful. "Sleep well, Draculian." Draculian ignored the provocative words and focused all his energy on lifting himself out of the coffin. Having spent decades lying motionless, Draculian found it slightly difficult to suddenly move out of the cramped space. After stepping onto the ground, Draculian glanced towards Mikhail's group to see who dared to touch his house. However, a familiar figure appeared, causing him to gasp in shock and widen his eyes. Although they hadn't seen each other for decades, Teeps hadn't changed much in appearance. Draculian immediately recognized his son standing in a corner, his face filled with misery and his head hung low. Draculian called out his son's name with a sense of longing. Teeps, confused, looked up, his eyes filled with a mix of emotions. He didn't know how to face his father. Unmindful of Teeps' sorrowful gaze, Draculian stretched out his hand and beckoned him. "Come here, my son, you can't stand with them. This mansion holds memories of your mother and you," Draculian continued. Hearing his mother mentioned, Teeps immediately changed his demeanor, raising his head and looking at Draculian. Then, he resolutely reminded his father of the harsh truth he had always tried to avoid. "That was a long time ago," he said. Draculian was taken aback, staring at his son as if he were a stranger. Draculian remained deluded, trying to win Teeps' support. "No, son, I can bring your mother back. I've found a way. It's a method I heard from that person, if only I had." Unable to bear the man's clueless and deluded state, Mikhail interrupted. "That demon is dead." Draculian was stunned, his eyes widening. "What?" Mikhail nonchalantly walked towards Draculian with a haughty and defiant posture. "I killed him. No matter what your plans are, they will never become reality," Mikhail declared, immediately summoning his staff that he had just put away to free his hands. Under the blinding light of divine power, he directly pronounced the death sentence on Draculian. "Shut up and accept your cleansing." Draculian didn't feel intimidated by the threat of divine power, but only roared in anger because the ideal world he had expected collapsed before it could even form. "What a joke," he growled. "It's not even funny. I did all this to make reality better," he yelled like a wild beast. With Draculian's roar, the mansion trembled violently, he erupted in madness, and a thick black fog erupted from his shadow. Witnessing his father's insane, deluded state, Teeps felt a mix of bitterness and resentment. He gritted his teeth. Without hesitation, he raised his spear, pointed it at Draculian, and charged forward, fearing that if his father went further insane, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Teeps' sharp spear pierced through the thick red fog Draculian created and aimed straight at his chest. Unfortunately, it was blocked by an invisible force. There was no shield there. The only thing stopping Teeps' spear was his own aching heart. He couldn't stop his hand from trembling in hesitation. Teeps involuntarily remembered what Mikhail had asked earlier. Is it possible? This meant asking if he could truly cut ties with his father. He had promised himself countless times that he would be steadfast. But at the same time, Teeps still remembered his mother, who believed in him and never gave up until her final breath. Before Teeps' mother passed away, she gave her son her final words. "Teeps, he entrusted him to you." Teeps still remembers the warmth of holding his mother's hand, even after becoming an immortal cursed monster like this. Teeps hesitated to act because of his mother's love and her wish for him and his father to lean on each other and live. After all, they are a family. How could Teeps not understand Draculian's desire to stay with his wife forever? The only problem is that he didn't want to just watch his father go astray. At the moment Teeps hesitated and lowered his spear, Mikhail came to him with a comforting pat. "Brother Teeps." Seeing Mikhail continue to walk towards Draculian, Teeps asked with some worry, "You, Mikhail?" Mikhail smiled kindly and replied, "It's okay now, you did a great job." Then, Mikhail simply defended himself against the pollutants spreading towards them. Wherever he walked, the space became clean and Draculian's poisonous gas was pushed back. Pure white divine power bloomed in magnificent splendor and enveloped Mikhail. It began to purify the surrounding environment. As long as he had the protective artifact, Draculian's poison could not penetrate his body. Teeps was overwhelmed by the magnificent sight and didn't realize that in that moment, he couldn't take his eyes off the light around Mikhail. Being captivated by this light proved he hadn't fallen into the darkness of ignorance, but he still felt guilty for hesitating, so he sadly admitted his mistake to Mikhail. "I hesitated, before my father, before a heretic who shouldn't be forgiven." Mikhail continued to walk with a calm expression. "That's why I said you did a great job." Quietly, he smiled bitterly, understanding Teeps's torment. Although Mikhail's usual behavior was always arrogant, at this moment, He looked like a hero more than anyone else. He turned back and looked at Teeps with sympathetic eyes. Isn't he your family? He pointed his spear at his family. Even though he knew he would have to carry the burden of guilt as a traitor, Teeps was moved by Mikhail's comfort. Seeing Teeps still confused, Mikhail continued with heroic words. That's how families are. Even if they fall into darkness, you can't cut off the bloodline, so, it's alright. There's no reason for you to carry that burden for the rest of your life. As Mikhail finished speaking, a pure white halo shone, emphasizing his heroic mark. Divine light enveloped everything, purifying the surrounding pollution. Mikhail didn't hesitate to declare, I will be the one to cleanse him. Teeps knew Mikhail was trying to help him get rid of his mental burden, but he couldn't understand the reason. Why? Mikhail immediately raised his magic staff high. The top of the staff emitted a bright light as he smiled and said to Teeps, it's only natural, because that's why heroes exist. Huge magic circles began to surround Mikhail as he was enveloped in divine light with his staff raised high, just like a hero in legend. While Mikhail expanded the magic circle and prepared for battle, Draculian growled in resentment that his son was confronting him. You bastard. No, he's my son. After a resounding shout, Draculian summoned the souls he had absorbed and launched a massive attack towards Mikhail. Mikhail calmly raised his hand and chanted, multicasting, sacred pillar. The seventh magic circle was activated. True to its name, divine power was used in the form of pillars that struck the target's head. This was a blessing for lost souls, giving them liberation. Therefore, the souls created by Draculian immediately dissipated into smoke. However, Mikhail was surprised to realize that Draculian's power had become stronger over time, even though the souls had been cleansed. The red mist continued to pour out and began to gather in his hand, looking like a spear. Originally, the Draculian family was a family of knights who used spears. It wasn't by chance that they were called earring piercers. Draculian was holding the weapon he was most proficient with. Immediately after, he launched the spear directly towards Mikhail. The movement was fast, clean and decisive, just like when Teeps wielded his lance in battle. The spear tore through the air at an incredible speed, like a bullet shot straight at Mikhail. The close distance made his startled reaction to step back feel slightly slow. In the moment of imminent danger, Leon quickly lunged out and blocked Draculian's spear with his sword. No, wolf. A streak of pure white appeared on Draculian's spear as Leon concentrated his strength and swung his arm to deflect the spear. However, Draculian's power was so great that he was thrown off balance. It wasn't easy to regain his footing. After the spear was deflected, Leon looked at his trembling hand from overexerting himself with disbelief. How much strength does he have? If he fully absorbs the sacrifice, I don't know how strong he will become. Mikhail calmly replied, I'm sure you wouldn't have any trouble fighting 3 masters at the same time. Leon muttered as if he was fed up with the harsh reality. He's insane. Steward Mordin quickly stepped forward to stand alongside Mikhail, ready for battle, and asked him, what are you going to do? Mikhail replied seriously, we have to eliminate him. To do that, I need some time. Steward Mordin was a bit doubtful when he thought about Draculian being an immortal creature. So you found a solution, Mikhail confidently asserted. I'm sure this method will work. At that very moment, another group of Draculian's minions charged towards them. Steward Mordin immediately activated a 7th circle spell, Firewall, multicasting. The flames erupted violently, spreading out into a shield in front of them. The unfortunate souls who became Draculian's unwilling minions turned to ash in an instant. Listening to Mikhail, Leon calmly stood straight, the aura on his sword still burning brightly. To sum it up, now, we just need to buy some time, right? Alongside Leon, Steward Mordin also took a defensive stance with extreme confidence. As long as Mikhail had a plan, they had faith to do whatever he needed. Seeing everyone's efforts, Teeps thought carefully and lifted his spirits. Then he walked over to them. I'll help too. Teeps spoke seriously as he looked straight at Draculian. Please, I beg you, please help my father rest in peace. Seeing his son betray him, Draculian felt both pain and anger. His fury erupted even more intensely from the depths of his eyes, and his poisonous gas and minions spread out from that point. Draculian couldn't help but feel resentment when he saw those evil ones blocking his way. He recalled the old memories that led him down this path, when he stood before the cold stone tombstone of his wife. Facing the harsh and cold reality, Draculian was about to give up everything, until he heard the advice of a respectable man. The man was none other than the wise man whose body had been possessed by a demon. He silently came to Draculian, who was swaying from grief and seeking a spiritual anchor. In Draculian's eyes, the wise sage came to him with a kind smile like an angel. You can make everything go back to the way it was. Draculian was immediately moved by the idea of being able to go back in time to have his wife and son laughing together without having to worry about anything. He looked up at his savior. Is that really possible? The wise man smiled kindly and confirmed, of course. We need to have a sacrifice, but don't worry, if it succeeds, those offerings will return, the wise man said as he extended his hand towards Draculian, beckoning him. Draculian couldn't stop himself from wavering before this perfect plan, where he and his family could be happy like before. Even if the people were sacrificed, they would be resurrected. Furthermore, there was another reason why Draculian fell for the demon, not only because of his personal greed. When his wife passed away, his son cried for days, missing his mother. Young Teeps sadly said to his father, "Will I never see mother again? Please save mother." Teeps truly didn't think things would turn out like this. For a long time, Draculian couldn't overcome the sadness of losing his loved one. Initially, he tried to suppress his desire to resurrect his wife and hesitated before the wise man's proposal. But he couldn't stand it anymore after experiencing the feeling of being able to change reality inside the dungeon. Even though happiness sometimes became blurry, it was still a pleasant haze containing his dreams. Each time he fell into the dungeon's challenge, that feeling became stronger. It urged Draculian to take the first step of his plan, and he was also lucky to receive an artifact from Nephthys after many trials. The words of the sage kept repeating in Draculian's mind, even those who had become sacrifices would be resurrected if our plan came true. That's how he comforted himself when he committed those brutal acts later. Finally, Draculian crossed the limits of morality. He sacrificed half the population of his territory and abandoned his human form. His son was also blessed like him. The discomfort and self-reproach only lasted for a moment. It was easy to forget that he was human and get used to his new identity. Draculian thought that his son would be happy with it. But reality slapped him in the face. Why are you opposing me? Soon we will live in the reality we have always desired. The current discomfort is only temporary. Didn't you say you wanted to bring your mother back? Draculian pleaded fervently, but Teeps shook his head with a resolute refusal. Draculian was also stubborn, unwilling to abandon his plan, and tried to persuade his son. It was entirely possible. We already have half the lives, so we just need to get the other half. Teeps became increasingly angry when he saw his father refusing to wake up. His face contorted with anger and a tiger-like roar echoed throughout the mansion. Why don't you understand yet? Teeps' words became increasingly harsh. You've been used. He wants to create a monster that obeys his orders. From the start, he never intended to fulfill your wishes. Those powerful blows from his own son made Draculian panic. His eyes trembled violently and he slowly retracted his hands. But he quickly shook his head and denied that harsh truth. It couldn't be. No way. Doing all this, all the effort and suffering endured, was it all in vain? No matter what his son said, it couldn't be true. In his heart, Draculian not only denied what Teeps said but also became suspicious. Draculian remembered the sage who had warned him that deceitful illusions would haunt him, and his mind suddenly lit up. Unfortunately, when Draculian thought he was soberly seeing the suspicious point in Teeps, he was actually becoming more delirious. He switched to accusing his son. Haha, you want to deceive me. That's right, you're not my son, you're just an illusion. He rushed to the conclusion in his blindness. Draculian's hesitation disappeared, his power began to surge. Draculian's son seemed to want to say something, but he didn't care anymore. He began to roar with heavy breaths. You are just a challenge I have to face. At that moment, Mikhail flew in front of Draculian. His whole body was enveloped in a pure white halo to purify the poisonous gas he was releasing. Mikhail jumped a short distance towards Draculian using teleportation. Generally it would be suicide for a normal mage to get this close to him, but Mikhail calmly said, "Stop." As long as the light of divine power surrounded him and Draculian was still a man-eating monster, he could never stand still in front of him. A chilling feeling instantly ran down his spine. The pure white surrounding Mikhail made Draculian hesitant in his heart. It looked similar, but also very different from the sage he had seen before. Mikhail continued to levitate in front of Draculian while chanting, "Divine light." The spell began. Divine power spread through the space as the bright halo shone towards Draculian like a spotlight. As soon as Draculian's body came into contact with the radiant halo of divine power, it began to burn to ashes. First his two arms lost a section, causing him to be startled. But he immediately regained his composure and returned to normal thanks to the powerful regeneration ability of his immortal body. His two arms, having just been restored, launched a counterattack. More surprisingly, he used his own blood and flesh that had just escaped to form weapons. Tiny, sharp spears were created levitating in the air. Draculian roared and glared at Mikhail with a crazed look before showering him with a rain of crimson spears, thick with the scent of death. This is my territory. No one can use their power in my territory. Mikhail calmly looked up at the spears while calculating the time needed to stall. 3 more minutes. The immortality charm that he found after scanning the mind of that demon would be released. In just 3 minutes, the reversal charm would be activated. Earlier, while everyone was stalling, Mikhail had already set up the magic circles, but the problem was that it needed a little more time to operate. Right after that, Mikhail called Set. She immediately understood that he needed support from the mark on her neck. "How much do you want?" Mikhail muttered, leaving no gaps. Right at this moment, the crimson spears were launched. Simultaneously a blue storm rose around Draculian. Soon, a whirlwind was raging in a circle around his body. All the spears were destroyed. The whirlwind captured Draculian like a fish basket with no holes. The storm really started to crush Draculian, but he was still standing and shouting with wide eyes. This power, could it be? Mikhail also frankly admitted that this power was given to him by a god who governs the dungeon, just like how Draculian received an artifact from Nephthys. "You're not the only one who has an artifact, Draculian." Draculian's body was being torn apart, but the regeneration process occurred as soon as he was injured. His hand still tried to reach out from the edge of the storm to attack Mikhail. "Time is on our side. I will exist forever. Your life is short. How long do you think you can last?" Mikhail just calmly counted down. 1 minute. Draculian didn't understand the danger he was about to face but had started to panic. "What?" Mikhail then raised a finger in front of Draculian's eyes with an attitude that seemed to be provoking him, and his face was very serious, confirming once again, 1 minute left. Although he didn't understand what Mikhail was going to do, Draculian still tried to resist fiercely. His spears were aimed directly at him. They flew fast like lightning. Because Mikhail was focusing his power on holding Draculian down, he couldn't defend himself. Luckily, Butler Mordin, Leon, and Teeps rushed out in time to intercept all the spears that were flying. Leon struggled against Draculian's monstrous power. He couldn't help but get impatient and urge Mikhail, "Hey, isn't it done yet?" Both Butler Mordin and Teeps were also nervously waiting for Mikhail's answer. Mikhail immediately said, 30 seconds left. The storm had run its course and gradually dissipated, leaving a dilapidated mansion with a gaping hole in the roof. Draculian was released from the whirlwind and quickly stood up. No matter how much damage he took, in the blink of an eye, he was healed as if he had never been injured. While Draculian was still dazed, Mikhail continued to count down, 20 seconds. Even though he didn't understand what Mikhail was going to do, he still felt a threat. Draculian, having just recovered, began to take a defensive posture. More spears were being formed with poisonous gas in his hands. Mikhail continued to mutter the count to give his teammates more motivation to stand firm. 10 seconds. Seeing Draculian about to launch more spears, Teeps was ready to charge and to defend with his spear raised high. His eyes now had no hesitation. At that very moment, Mikhail's magic was activated. The life and death reversal spell of the 8th circle was cast. Although its beginning was so ordinary, just a small ray of light spreading out. But reversing the undead is a powerful spell. It will negate everything that has sustained Draculian's immortality until now. The poisoned spears flew very fast, violently and sharply, but when the light of magic touched the spears, they began to disintegrate. It didn't stop there. The left arm holding Draculian's spear also quickly disintegrated, like pieces of dust fluttering in the air. Then came the feet and the lower body, a sight that stunned Draculian as he felt his body wasn't automatically regenerating. How could my immortal body? This couldn't be. What is this? With eyes filled with horror, Draculian's body slowly faded away. While the reversal magic prevented him from regenerating, divine power was corroding his body. Draculian was horrified as he stared at Mikhail casting high-level magic with an unbelievably abundant source of energy. Did he remove my immortality? What the hell did he do? Gradually, life began to drain from Draculian's body. His eyes trembled violently as he realized the bitter truth. He struggled in vain and kept repeating words that denied reality. How is this possible? To destroy my immortal body, you need infinite energy. After those words, Draculian's body collapsed to the ground. Mikhail calmly acknowledged, "That's right, it wasn't easy to achieve this. But I have control over the dungeon, just as you had control over that artifact. The problem lies here. A simple reversal magic wouldn't be enough if the artifact Draculian possessed had its original power." His eyes widened. Though he vaguely understood that the artifact in his hand didn't have its original power, he still couldn't believe it. I became the owner of the artifact, from the hands of the dungeon master." Mikhail didn't hesitate to explain to Draculian, "It's true that you received the artifact. Even Nephthys, the guardian and manager of the tomb, acknowledged it, but the artifact didn't fully take effect on you because you obtained it through luck. Asar didn't recognize it. What Mikhail said was all deduced from his conversation with Nephthys. Even though Asar was a long-gone god, his will remained firm. If you don't pass the challenge correctly, the artifact won't grant its power to the owner, regardless of whether the dungeon guardian bestows it. The truth struck him like a bolt of lightning. Draculian could barely accept it. His eyes trembled in panic and helplessness. He crawled on the ground in fear and despair, only his upper body remaining. But it was futile. Over time, his body became weaker and more brittle, breaking into small pieces. Then he stopped, lying down helplessly and letting out a bitter laugh. Draculian laughed continuously and meaninglessly, then slowly looked up at the gloomy sky. There was nothing there, just like he was now, empty. He couldn't help but let out a bitter sigh. What a pointless existence, isn't it? I've been constantly running away like this. Sadness filled Draculian's eyes. In this moment, he returned to his humanity, realizing that running away from the harsh reality was futile, because the truth was always there. Then, Teep's hand gently lifted Draculian's head and placed it on his lap. Finally, they had a tragic reunion. Draculian smiled helplessly as he saw his son approaching. Teeps, what have I done to you? His voice was filled with heartache as if he realized it too late. Teeps had pondered a lot. He couldn't attribute everything to the demon's mental manipulation. The manipulation was just a little push. Ultimately, his father had willingly done everything. So, Teeps firmly said to his father, "Father, stop running away." Those words were like knives stabbing into Draculian's chest. He looked at his son with sorrowful eyes. "I just want her back." Teeps couldn't contain his anger and shouted as if he wanted to vomit blood. "What were those innocent people who were trapped because of your greed guilty of? What was I guilty of? Why am I forced to bear the burden of their sacrifice? Why?" Teep's questions and accusations, laced with pain, echoed through the heavens. Then, the sky began to pour rain, a torrential downpour that rushed down through the hole in the ceiling. The raindrops poured down like they wanted to wash away all the sins within the mansion, and give Teeps a chance to shed the tears he had held back for so long. In the blinding rain, Teeps choked back his accusations. "Father, if you truly cared about our family, you should have had a serious conversation with me at least once. As a father, you should have given me a chance, at least once." In the pouring rain, even Draculian, lying on his son's lap, couldn't tell if it was rain or tears. Teep's accusations caused Seth to feel pity and sorrow. That's a tragic story. Mikhail also knew it was a sad tale where Teeps became a victim of his father's blind love. Just looking at Teep's current back, one could feel how lonely and desperate he was after being forgotten for so long. In Teep's memory, Draculian used to be a good father. At least until his wife died. Teeps wasn't even sure if he could say that Draculian was still a good father after that. "He abandoned me." He couldn't even fulfill the minimum duty of a father. For a son who lost his mother and lacked affection, the kind of love shown by turning him into an immortal was truly reprehensible. Teeps couldn't stop himself from saying harsh words to his father. "I hate the immortality you gave me. From now on, I curse the blessing you gave me." Teeps covered his face, wiping away the tears that were blurring with the rainwater, and clenched his teeth to suppress his sobs. Draculian tried to say something, but didn't know what to say anymore. The dark atmosphere around him seemed to have completely vanished, leaving only regret that his son had no intention of sympathizing with him and a sense of guilt. Even when they lose loved ones, most people accept the truth, but he didn't, and sacrificed countless lives. The responsibility for that rested entirely on him. Teeps glared at his father with resentment. His tears didn't flow as he selected countless words in his head to vent his anger. He deserved to do so, but gradually, he erased the resentment he held for his father and spoke softly. "I will continue to live. Immortality is a curse for me, but I will find a way to fix everything." The darkness of hatred had vanished from Teep's eyes now. Draculian vaguely understood Teep's meaning. He didn't want to act like him. There was no way to mend the father-son relationship that had become so tragically distorted. As he lay in his son's embrace and deeply regretted his actions, Draculian saw the family portrait carefully hung on the grand hall wall. It was a beautiful family portrait that everyone desired, where everyone in the frame wore a happy smile. Draculian finally felt a sense of relief in this cold conversation. He didn't have the right to blame Teeps for his coldness. Draculian chuckled like a child. "Unlike me, that's it. I understand. The difference here is that he lost everything pointlessly, while Teeps won't push himself to that point." As if there was nothing more to say to his son, Draculian turned towards Mikhail. "Hey, magician, no, I should call you a hero, shouldn't I?" He immediately reached into his chest with his hand to search for something, regardless of the blood that was pouring out. Draculian pulled out a ruby and handed it to Mikhail. "Take this. I don't need it anymore." When Mikhail took the ruby, Draco without any regret, as if it no longer held any meaning. Mikhail knew that the power of the artifact could still sustain Draculian's dying life, but he seemed to have given up. "Is he going to leave?" Draculian looked at his fading hand without any remorse. Yes, I should have done this a long time ago. I want to see my wife again, soon, but first, I have to go to hell and face punishment, don't I? Draculian gave a bitter smile under the fading rain. As the clouds dissipated, a clear sky opened up. Draculian tried to reach out and touch his son's face one last time. Teeps tried to silently watch the death without any pity, but it was difficult to do so. Teeps' sorrow was evident on his face, but Draculian still smiled until the very end to bid farewell to his son with the gentlest expression. I'm sorry, son. Teeps didn't cry but gently frowned as he replied, Goodbye, father. Draculian completely faded away into ashes that drifted in the air. The emptiness on Teeps' two hands left him dazed for a moment. Then, the hands that had touched his father for the last time fell limply. All his burdens and sorrows had been released. Of course, no matter how much Teeps hated his father, his love for him still remained in his meager heart. Mikhail didn't expect him to abandon that completely ordinary human emotion, for if he abandoned all human emotions, he would truly become a monster. Soon after, Teeps rose as if he had never felt any sorrow for his father. He lifted his spirits with a strong fist aimed toward the future. Afterward, Mikhail returned to the dungeon and told Nephthys about everything that happened. The story was over. Nephthys closed her eyes in sorrow. In the end, things had turned out this way, unfortunately. Regardless of whether Nephthys showed sadness or not, Mikhail still frankly criticized her. If you had done what you should have done from the beginning, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out like this. To be honest, I had to restrain myself a lot when thinking about the victims. Nephthys hung her head in shame, her shoulders drooping as if she had admitted her fault. So, the reason you came back here is... Mikhail did not hesitate to speak frankly. There are many things I want to criticize you for, but there is another more important issue. Mikhail took out the gem he received from Draculian and showed it to Nephthys. This is the artifact that Draculian gave me. How can I awaken this? Mikhail waited for Nephthys' answer, because without her support, possessing this artifact would be as useless as it had been for Draculian. At first glance, it seemed to have restorative powers, but he did not know the specifics. Nephthys laughed bitterly and began to explain. It's called abundance. It has the power to heal and regenerate, but I must activate it directly. Clearly, you have passed the test. You are qualified. There is nothing to discuss. I'll do it now, she said, slowly beginning to focus her power on Mikhail's hand, which held the gem. Soon after, light reflected through the gem, forming blooming flowers. After a while, the light emitted like a flower branch wrapped around Mikhail's arm. It was absorbed into his body, just like Set's storm artifact. A feeling of excitement surged deep within Mikhail's heart, like completing a puzzle. The feeling of finding the right piece was amazing, and at that moment, his right hand burned, and a new mark appeared. Mikhail raised his hand to shine it in the sunlight. This time, it was his right hand. As he moved his hand slowly, it felt like something shaped like a green tree trunk would climb along with his hand. After receiving the blessing, Mikhail turned to leave, causing Nephthys to feel a little regret. Are you going to leave right away? Mikhail replied coldly. It's time for me to go. There is nothing left for me here. He was about to go straight, but he suddenly thought of something and stopped. Nephthys' kindness, that one-sided kindness, concealed a cruel truth. After looking straight into Nephthys' eyes, Mikhail asked, What do you think about what happened? She said with a rather sad expression, It's my fault, everything. That child said he would use the holy relic for good deeds. Mikhail turned away again, his tone as cold as before. All right. I guess you didn't think much about giving it to him. Nephthys' expression grew even darker as she listened to Mikhail's words, but no matter how she reacted, he had to do what he had to do. You'll have plenty of time to think about this. I won't close the tomb, because others will come, perhaps like Draculian, those who carry the pain of loss. I will return here. I will wait and see what you will do. Mikhail was clearly giving Nephthys a chance to lessen her psychological burden, but he didn't say it directly. Instead, he declared it rudely and turned away. Although he didn't like Nephthys' kindness, he had no reason to trample on it. Many days had passed since Draculian's defeat. Nothing extraordinary happened. The village chief, Davlos, whose soul had been manipulated by a demon, was the last person Mikhail purified with divine power. He had been brainwashed so strongly that Mikhail had to be especially careful to eliminate even the smallest seeds of harmful thoughts. Everyone waited anxiously until Mikhail said, It's done. He is the last one. The villagers will no longer be deluded. Davlos sighed in relief and looked up at Mikhail. Thank you. How could a fool, who doesn't even know about the existence of a hero like me, possibly repay your kindness? Mikhail didn't want material rewards, so he immediately declined. No need, chief. Unexpectedly, Davlos, called with such respect, became agitated and bowed his head to the ground. I am not the village chief. I am just a puppet created by demons. Mikhail was slightly surprised by this agitation and couldn't help but feel sympathy for Davlos, who had lost faith in himself. He quickly chose his words to comfort and encourage the village chief. I don't think so. It was your ability that kept the village safe all this time. Uniting and managing the villagers is your ability and role. Davlos was astonished to receive encouragement from a hero. He lifted his head and looked at Mikhail with trembling eyes, unable to believe his eyes. It would have been easy to demand that the village chief be held responsible for what happened, but Mikhail did not do that. From the beginning, the village chief and the villagers have been the protectors of this land against monsters. I truly appreciate that. Mikhail smiled at Davlos. I don't underestimate your ability at all. The village chief's shoulders trembled, wanting to say something, but Mikhail spoke before he could say more. We can't stay like this forever. We need someone with talent to lead everyone forward. Davlos tilted his head in confusion. Someone, you mean a lord? Mikhail clicked his tongue and nodded. You can see it that way. Davlos' face darkened slightly as he glanced at the villagers. I'm sorry to say this, but we have all suffered under the hand of a lord. The hero's words were true, but he wondered if the people could accept a lord. Thinking of Draculian's previous fury, which was extremely terrible, Mikhail did not deny the village chief's words, but instead agreed with him. Of course, what you said is not wrong, I understand that. But even so, we can't avoid the need for a manager. Monsters will soon return to this land. The village chief's face immediately took on a worried expression. The problem, known to everyone, was that Draculian's toxic gas still lingered, preventing countless monsters from entering this land, but that could not last forever after Draculian was defeated. Mikhail was forced to state this frightening reality. Even though he knew it would worry everyone, the more the defilement subsides, the more frequent the monster invasions will be. Davlos asked Mikhail with a desperate tone, Is there a way? Mikhail spoke in a deep, serious voice. Instead of a specific method, I intend to take responsibility for this. I can't tell you what method to use right now, but believe me. Davlos heard that and opened his eyes in surprise, then shivered and shook his head in disbelief as if this were a dream. He hesitantly asked Mikhail, Why, to you? We are just strangers. Why are you doing all this for us? Mikhail was slightly surprised that the one being helped needed to know a reason for this. He pondered silently, while everyone watched him with curious eyes. It wasn't because Mikhail was particularly kind, generous, or anything like that. His goal was both high and broad, a goal that could only be achieved when many pieces fit together. It would be easy to discard a village, however, who knows what the consequences would be if one piece were misaligned. If he had to play the role of an ideal hero, he could do it better than anyone. Mikhail never thought of himself as a fairy tale hero, but he had enough talent to pretend to be a fairy tale hero and tell everyone, do you need a reason to help others? If you feel indebted to me, then simply help others who need it. Afterward, Mikhail had to make a trip to purify the environment around the villages. Divine power flowed from his hands and seeped into the earth. After a round of hard work, he stood up and looked around. The level of pollution hadn't decreased yet, but it was much better than before. Mikhail sighed contentedly. All right, this way, the land will soon be cleansed by divine power. Because divine power acts like a seed, the divine strength sown in this way will purify the land little by little and sprout vibrant flower buds. Set also felt satisfied with Mikhail's accomplishments. At this rate, the pollution in this area will certainly be resolved in about a year. Mikhail just nodded while looking around. That's right. Their joy was short-lived. As Set became worried, the problem is, you can't stay here forever, you can't take on the role of protector. Mikhail chuckled mischievously. Then I have to do something so that it doesn't matter if I don't protect it. Set tilted her head in curiosity. How? Hearing this, Mikhail laughed even louder. Set, have you forgotten how I am the heir to the Walpurgis lineage? Walpurgis, one of the 4 great clans of the Empire and led by the most powerful Grand Mage in the Empire. Although it sounds arrogant, the Walpurgis clan is not an ordinary noble family. I am the legitimate heir of Walpurgis. What does that mean? I have more than enough money and manpower. I'll deal with the rest based on what happens later. Set, surprised and curious, continued to ask, what happens later? Before Mikhail could answer Set's question, a familiar voice rang out from the entrance to the barrier. Hey, Mikhail. Mikhail tilted his head and looked at Leon. What's up with the sudden call? Leon hurried over, his panting clearly audible. Unlike usual, he had an excited look on his face and told Mikhail, a high-ranking figure is here, a very powerful one. As Mikhail remembered, Leon's reaction wasn't uncommon, and he quickly knew who was coming. I knew someone would come from the capital. I think it's Duke, right? Leon looked at Mikhail with wide eyes. How did you know? Mikhail chuckled teasingly. Haha, look behind you. At this moment, Duke was standing right behind Leon, and he had no idea. Duke chuckled teasingly at Leon. Leon, you've grown up quite a bit, you should be more confident. Hearing that voice, Leon glanced back, looking stunned. Then, the corner of his mouth trembled with confusion. Sir, since when? Duke explained with a cheerful laugh. Well, I've been following you from the beginning. That means Duke has seen all of Leon's excited reactions and gestures. Hearing those words, Leon's shoulders slumped. He tried to hide his awkwardness in front of such a high-ranking figure, but the embarrassing outcome caused him to run away with a tragic cry. Afterwards, Mikhail and Duke went to a private spot in the village to have tea and talk. Duke sat opposite Mikhail, smiling leisurely as if watching something interesting. Mikhail began the conversation frankly. What brings you to this remote place? Duke put down his teacup and casually replied, you probably know the gist of it. It's the king's order. He sent me here. This is supposed to be a task for a commander of the empire, but I went instead. It seemed quite interesting. Haha. Mikhail was stunned by Duke's childish behavior. In other words, he traveled all this way just to change things up and avoid boredom. Duke continued jokingly, times have changed. Now you're a hero recognized by the divine. I need to be more respectful. Mikhail replied coldly. Don't do that. What's the point of superficial respect? Duke chuckled. Right. After exchanging some small talk, Duke's expression changed. Now that the chit-chat is over, let's get to the main topic. The mood of both of them shifted, becoming more serious. Duke asked Mikhail directly, if you have any requests, just tell me. Mikhail probed, is this His Majesty's idea? Duke nodded in explanation. You have dealt with a threat to the kingdom, receiving a proper reward is only natural. Mikhail reacted as if he was surprised, but in reality, he had anticipated this and had no intention of being controlled by the emperor, so he tactfully refused. I have no intention of getting involved in His Majesty's power games. Duke still tried to persuade Mikhail, I understand, because you're a hero, but if you refuse, His Majesty will be disappointed. Mikhail pretended to think, if he doesn't accept the reward immediately, the emperor will see him as unambitious and a good tool to use. The reason the emperor gave him the right to choose his reward is because he hasn't decided exactly what kind of being he is. This is the first time Mikhail has achieved something as a hero. Depending on how he accepts the reward, his future career path will also change. The best choice. Mikhail decided to ask Duke, Sir, what do you think about this? Duke immediately praised him. That's an amazing feat. From my perspective, you're a desirable talent. I think His Majesty feels the same. Mikhail knew what Duke said was true. Even in his past life's memory, the emperor always craved for talents. In reality, the empire before the demon lord's appearance had only a handful of talented people in history. If the emperor has given Mikhail a choice, it's part of the challenge, so, he pretended to think seriously about what to ask. Of course, since everything has been decided, it's just a formality now. After a moment of seeming contemplation, Mikhail reluctantly said to Duke, all right. Duke's eyes lit up excitedly, waiting to hear his request. Oh, you've decided, that's quick. Mikhail secretly smiled triumphantly at his acting skills and continued solemnly, in front of you, there's no need for me to beat around the bush. As a hero, I want my own sanctuary. Duke couldn't help but ask Mikhail in surprise. A sanctuary, so sudden. Mikhail continued with a firm voice, yes, this land. Duke realized what Mikhail meant and his eyes widened even more. Wait, you're not telling me. Mikhail smiled happily with a mischievous twinkle in his eye at Duke's surprised expression. That's right, I want to rule it, like a self-governing sanctuary. Overall, the entire territory of the empire is under the complete control of the emperor. The laws of the empire are applied equally throughout the entire territory, and the will of the emperor takes absolute precedence. However, the autonomous sacred site is different. It belongs to the empire, but its autonomy is recognized. It could be said that Mikhail's request was too much for his age and experience, so the Duke immediately showed his toughness by slamming the table in protest. Even if the head of the Walpurgis family made this request, it's not certain if it would be approved, let alone his son. In some cases, this could be considered a threat to the emperor's power, so the Duke was stunned by this bold idea. He glared at Mikhail with deep suspicion. Do you realize what you just said? An indescribable powerful pressure immediately weighed down on Mikhail's shoulders. It was the Duke's intimidation, a completely different level compared to when they met at his house. But Mikhail could withstand that pressure for a considerable amount of time. He looked at the Duke calmly, without changing his smiling expression. Of course, I know. Seeing that Mikhail was not shaken by the intense aura, the Duke had to retract his intimidation with a grumpy expression. You still dare to ask like that? Mikhail resolutely replied with a confident demeanor. If it were just a normal land from the beginning, I wouldn't have bothered doing this. The Duke's eyes lit up with curiosity. Tell me, Mikhail responded without further thought. Your Grace, I want to ask you something. How many soldiers do you think we need to defend the territory of Draculion? The Duke pondered for a moment and replied, I'm not sure, but perhaps we would need a defensive force equivalent to that of a baron. Mikhail smiled bitterly at the Duke's words. Some people had said similar things, but he knew it was not true. He flatly denied it. No, Your Grace, if we don't prepare in advance, we'll need a number of soldiers equivalent to that of a duke or a marquis. The Duke was astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. He was so agitated that he slammed the table and stood up to argue with Mikhail. Impossible, even if the demons are as dangerous as they can be. Like many others, the Duke had overlooked the most important truth. Mikhail immediately reminded him seriously, no, the issue isn't how dangerous they are. Remember, they are demons, they are stubborn and insidious. Because they are demons, we can't judge them normally. Mikhail's words made the Duke realize many things. It had been a long time since demons ravaged the world and were driven away by the hero's hand. People had forgotten what demons were and began judging them by their own standards. It's not just about size, the level of aura or the amount of mana. Demons are fundamentally different from humans. Of course, the way to deal with them is also different from humans. Without preparation, it's certainly impossible to last. The Duke finally calmed down and sat down. All right, I understand. Investing heavily in building a specialized army against demons would also be a huge burden on the Empire. But I still don't know how it relates to autonomy. The Duke rubbed his fingers on the table, perplexed as he pondered the reason. Mikhail smiled and proposed, I intend to cultivate strength to deal with demons right here in this land. Those who are no longer human, those who are wounded by dark magic and demons, demon hunters. In short, it refers to people like Teeps. The Duke knew that demon hunters were skilled and most importantly, they had a burning hatred for demons. They would stop at nothing to destroy them. Therefore, he nodded and began to agree with Mikhail. If so, the Empire can fight the demons by allowing autonomy. Finally, the Duke smiled kindly at Mikhail. I don't think it's a bad idea, but as you know, it all depends on His Majesty's decision. Mikhail calmly smiled. I know. Mikhail calmly stood up with confidence swelling within him. I'm sure, if it's the Emperor I know, he will definitely accept my proposal. Mikhail ended the conversation with his eyes shining with faith and expectation. He will accept my request, just wait and see. The Duke left immediately to report the matter to the Emperor. Mikhail saw him off and then went to the Draculion manor. In the family garden, Teeps was sitting before the graves of his parents. As soon as he sensed Mikhail's presence, Teeps slowly opened his eyes and stopped praying. He had been there ever since Draculion disappeared, just staring at the sky and the graves, praying. Draculion slumped his shoulders and greeted Mikhail with a dejected tone. You came. Mikhail immediately asked sincerely, do you feel better? Teeps still couldn't figure out what to do in the future and how to live when he would have to live an immoral life, even though he didn't want to, so his answer was vague. Yes, a little bit, but there are still many things to deal with. Mikhail gently encouraged Teeps, don't worry about your body. The curse of immortality is very complex, but nothing is impossible to solve. Teeps unexpectedly smiled bitterly, as if he had considered it for a long time before reaching this decision. About that, I'll postpone it for now. Mikhail was slightly surprised and asked Teeps, you don't want to be freed from the curse of immortality? Teeps silently shook his head. I want to be freed, but if I do that, I will become a normal human, and the fact that the gods sent a hero means that more demons will appear. As he said this and looked up at the sky, Teeps' eyes became sharper. That gaze was very similar to the gaze of demon hunters, so Mikhail directly proposed, do you want to become a demon hunter? Teeps looked down at his parents' graves with bitterness. If that's the only way I can get revenge on the demons, then I have to do it. There is no struggle for the top position among demon hunters. They are people who can't become human because of demons. There is only one driving force that motivates them, revenge. At least, Mikhail didn't consider their revenge to be a bad thing. If that revenge was kept within a limit, so that hatred didn't consume their minds, then it could also become someone's reason for living, as it was with Teeps now. Mikhail's mission was to make sure things didn't go beyond that boundary, not just for Teeps but for other demon hunters as well. Mikhail chuckled as he thought about Teeps' past life. Perhaps becoming a demon hunter was truly his destiny. Mikhail excitedly said, then, I'll help you get revenge. Teeps was surprised and turned to look at Mikhail. You will help me. Mikhail confidently nodded, his face full of trust in Teeps. Then, Mikhail told Teeps about his plans. That he would turn this land into a haven for demon hunters and prepare to face the demon invasion, that he was in the process of making a deal with the Emperor for that purpose, and unfortunately, if he succeeded in persuading the Emperor, the leadership position would still be vacant. Teeps' eyes lit up in surprise. You trust me to lead the hunters? Mikhail smiled and nodded. There will be a lot to do. You will have to gather the hunters and manage the lands here. Hearing Mikhail's words, Teep's fingertips trembled with emotion. Mikhail silently waited for Teep's answer. After a while, Teep shook his head. But, I am a Draculian. Teeps rolled his eyes towards the family graves with a dejected expression. Then he continued in a choked voice, I am the son of the one who caused disaster to this place, Teeps said, directing his gaze filled with sadness and guilt down at his father's grave, which had been built not long ago. Mikhail resolutely walked towards the graves and knelt down with sincerity. Then, he inserted the flowers he had prepared next to the flowers in the vase and replied to Teeps firmly, That's not a problem for me. I make my decision based on what I see. Mikhail paused for a moment to pray before the two graves. Then he told Teeps, Your courage and determination back then have already proven your worth, but why haven't you forgiven yourself yet? Mikhail slowly stood up, giving Teeps time to think. He needs his strength, his cruelty, and his hatred. Before Mikhail's regression, Teeps fought against the demons without fear of death. His spear tore apart countless demons, and he ruled as the terror of the demons on the front lines of the battlefield. Because of the foundation of the past life, Mikhail continues to motivate Teeps. I believe in you. Straighten your back, Teeps. You are more suited to this position than anyone else. Mikhail's words had many implications, but the most important thing was to reinforce Teeps's belief. After careful consideration, Teeps knelt on one knee and bowed to show his respect for Mikhail. Then, in a boiling voice, he said, As you said, I will prove myself by action. I will take on this responsibility. Mikhail smiled contentedly as Teeps finally became the leader of the group of hunters who resolutely defended the front line, a trustworthy person who would gather many talented demon hunters. Teeps's death, as Mikhail heard in his past life, was tragic and terrible, but Mikhail told himself that this time would be different. Seeing Teeps kneel before him as if expressing his loyalty, Mikhail followed the situation and tapped his shoulder with his magic staff in response. Mikhail truly hoped and believed that this time Teeps would survive to the end and prove the meaning of his existence. As the magical light flickered at the tip of the staff, Mikhail saw the future, a future where everyone was sure to live. A few days later, in the royal palace, a man was sitting on the most powerful throne in the empire. He was a middle-aged man with golden beard and hair, wearing a red robe, and was sitting in contemplation. That was King Theseus Riffle Alexandro. He was lost in thought about the chess pieces in his hand. How troublesome. Theseus picked up a chess piece. It symbolized a hero with a sword, and next to it was another chess piece symbolizing a mage with a magic staff. He muttered to himself, These two things should have been handled separately, but now they have merged into one. Even I can't predict this. Theseus just stared at the hero chess piece with a thoughtful look. Then he muttered to himself, Moreover, predicting the direction of this chess piece is not easy at all. Its behavior is unpredictable. For someone like me, these variables are quite troublesome. Suddenly Theseus looked up and spoke, What do you think about this? It turned out he wasn't alone in the room. Facing Theseus, Mikhail's father, Duke Idan Valpurgis, was kneeling respectfully before the emperor. Of course, he was summoned because of his precious son. Idan bowed his head before Theseus. This is no longer in the hands of Vesta, your majesty. Theseus asked with a sarcastic tone, Isn't he your son? Idan bitterly replied, He is a troublemaker. I can't control him. Haha, aren't all kids like that nowadays? Now the important thing is not who will become the hero, your majesty. In response to Idan's justifications, Theseus just nodded and continued to think. Idan started to change the direction of the conversation. The important fact is that a hero has been chosen. That means the half-peace that has been going on for a long time is about to end. Theseus smiled bitterly. Half-peace, is this the time of chaos? Demons rising, monsters thirsting for blood, and the demon lord is growing strong right in the capital, as you said, right? Theseus frowned. He was never a foolish leader. As an emperor, the fact that the great demon was moving right under his nose made him feel disgusted, truly annoying. Idan frankly expressed his opinion skillfully. Trying to predict the actions of the hero is pointless. So far, all heroes have been like that. The hero cannot be controlled by anyone. Being a hero who only fights where he is told, wouldn't that be pointless, your majesty? Idan's words were right, but they were still a challenge to the emperor's authority, so he couldn't help but tap his hand on the arm of the throne in annoyance. Theseus snorted coldly, Only by being out of control can you become a hero. Idan didn't bother to answer that question. He just waited for Theseus's next words. After a while, Theseus spoke, I'm not stupid, Duke. What I mean is, even if it is a bit annoying, this doesn't go beyond the limit. I understand very well that no one can control the hero, but if I can't control him, then no one else can either. Idan sighed in relief and looked up at Theseus, as if he had passed the first hurdle. After putting the chess piece away, Theseus silently stood up and announced, "So I have left a warning sign so that no one will interfere with the hero's business." Idan quickly Theseus's intention, "Your Majesty is talking about the autonomous zone." Theseus just smiled as he stepped down from the throne, silently confirming Idan's speculation. The autonomous territory was not completely under the Emperor's control, but it was not completely unrelated either. Theseus continued in a vague, suggestive tone, "You understand now, Duke Walpurgis, your role as a father is very important." Theseus was suggesting an unspoken agreement. Idan didn't want his son to be controlled by the Emperor. The Emperor couldn't have not known that and he had accepted. Then Idan also needs to take a step back. "Please tell me, Your Majesty, what do you want me to do?" Idan's mind raced with tension as Theseus slowly walked around the hall without a word. The Emperor could ask for anything. The important thing was how Idan would respond if it was a request beyond his ability to fulfill. A moment later, Theseus stopped, smiled cunningly at Idan as if he had read the Duke's mind. In the Emperor's eyes, a cursed curiosity flickered that Idan could recognize as soon as he looked at it. And then a few days later, Teeps, as usual, came before his family's mansion. For no reason at all, he was simply waiting. He was waiting for the decision that could affect his future. Of course, even if the Emperor didn't approve and Mikhail's plan failed, Teeps would still become a demon hunter, only the position would be different. At this moment, Mikhail also came to Draculian's mansion with a cheerful mood. "I knew you would be here." Teeps was surprised to see a scroll in Mikhail's hand. "What you are holding in your hand is perhaps..." Mikhail smiled with amusement and replied, "Yes, it's exactly what you're thinking." Mikhail raised the decree and announced with pride, "His Majesty has given the order. From now on, this territory will belong to me, Mikhail Walpurgis. This is an autonomous sanctuary." Although Teeps already knew that, Mikhail still couldn't help but excitedly confirm it again. Seeing that Teeps was enthusiastic but not significantly, Mikhail emphasized his purpose again. "So, as I have said before, I intend to turn this place into a place for demon hunters. So I want to invite you to take on the position of leader of the hunters, and also become the lord of this land." As he finished, Mikhail rushed forward and thrust a necklace into Teeps's hand. It was an enchanted necklace that Mikhail had specially made for Teeps, because he was worried that he would feel inferior because of his identity. Seeing Teeps staring blankly at the necklace, Mikhail briefly explained its function. "This is a magic weapon I created to hide your true identity. When you put it on, you don't have to be afraid that people will find out that you are Draculian's son. I think you will be more comfortable with it." Teeps couldn't help but look at the necklace with a moved expression. But besides the appreciation, there was a little doubt. The hand holding the necklace trembled slightly. "You made this yourself?" Mikhail hesitated to answer immediately because he felt that Teeps was thinking that he was not actually the lord, but just his subordinate. Mikhail thought carefully and chuckled. "Although the king has entrusted this land to me, but the memories related to this mansion and land still need to be respected. So I have no intention of claiming ownership of this place or declaring any kind of possession." Teeps felt a little more relaxed after hearing that. Moreover, basically, demon hunters often destroy themselves in order to get revenge, but Mikhail doesn't want that. For him, hunters need to be a force that can operate for a long time, so he firmly affirmed to Teeps, "I want this place to become a home, a base for the hunters." Teeps was even more surprised. "You want to do that for real?" Mikhail didn't hesitate for a moment and knelt on one knee in front of Teeps. He respectfully expressed his sincere respect for him as the lord of the land. "To turn this place into a suitable home, a base for the hunters, I will stay here temporarily for a while to take care of the land. Meanwhile, I hope you can search for the hunters who have been living in the shadows all this time." Mikhail finished and looked straight into Teeps' eyes with full expectation. Teeps' eyes also lit up with understanding that he would truly become the leader of a hunter legion. "Search, you mean?" Mikhail just smiled and nodded without further explanation. The news about the autonomous sanctuary was quickly reported to Steward Mordin and Leon, but Leon immediately showed annoyance and complained, "What? We will stay here for 3 or 4 months. Steward Mordin also agreed with Leon, "Isn't that too long?" Mikhail casually leaned back in his chair. "I have to stabilize the foundation of the territory to some extent. I've already shortened the time, so it's only 3 or 4 months. After thinking for a moment, Mikhail suddenly glanced towards Steward Mordin and Leon. "You two should also train seriously." Steward Mordin and Leon only now remembered that they hadn't trained for a long time. In fact, without Mikhail's urging, they wouldn't have thought about it at all. Steward Mordin was lazy, and Leon didn't know what to do to further enhance his strength. Mikhail's eyes became sharp like a strict trainer. "The things you two have learned while wandering here, you also need time to digest them, right?" Leon didn't say anything but just looked at his hands. Perhaps he also knew Mikhail was right. There was even a look of helplessness in his eyes as he thought about what happened when he faced Draculian. Mikhail targeted Leon first because he lacked much more experience than Steward Mordin. As soon as Mikhail called him, Leon asked, "Tell me what I need to do." Mikhail smiled contentedly at Leon's positive attitude. "Compared to the first time we met, your strength has increased very rapidly. You're much stronger now. But you still feel inadequate, right?" Leon silently nodded in acknowledgement of his still shaky feeling, his despair, and his self-blame for his shortcomings when facing a strong enemy. Mikhail understood that Leon wasn't a lazy genius, so he continued to encourage him. "I won't tell you not to rush, because in reality, you can become even stronger, and you have to do it." Leon immediately understood. "So you want me to use this opportunity here to train myself thoroughly?" Mikhail replied with a satisfied smile. "With people who can develop themselves, I have nothing to worry about. I don't care what you will do. Just be strong and rise like the weeds out there," Mikhail said indirectly, simply because he didn't want Leon to mechanically train according to a specific method. He knew Leon was capable of figuring out his own methods to improve himself. At this point, Leon also smiled. He realized that in the past he had been too focused on training in his dreams and too dependent on Mikhail, which is why he didn't know what to do temporarily. Leon tightened his grip on his sword while chuckling. "Do you have any preparations?" Mikhail clicked his tongue and looked out the window. "There are monsters everywhere around here, just consider them as training subjects." Leon was full of energy and slung his sword over his shoulder. "All right then. I will become stronger like a weed, don't worry about me." He smiled brightly at being able to choose his own opponent. He would no longer have just one unbeatable opponent, the entity in his dream. After Leon excitedly left, Mikhail smiled cunningly, thinking about the sight of him killing his future self in his dream. It would be very entertaining if that could happen. Steward Mordin looked at Mikhail with a worried expression, sweating profusely. Mikhail would, of course, pay attention to him. "Next, it's your turn, Steward." Although Steward Mordin was very lazy, he had to bow his head before Mikhail. "Please speak, I will listen with a learning attitude." Seeing Steward Mordin no longer trying to argue with him like usual, Mikhail laughed teasingly. "What's wrong? Why do you agree so quickly?" Mikhail replied with a sigh. "Well, in terms of pure magic circles, it's true that I'm better than you, but you can use up to 8 magic circles when necessary, right?" At a glance, it seems you have no intention of hiding it. I was curious, but thinking of you as a kind of monster makes it unnecessary to understand. Even after bowing to Mikhail, Steward Mordin still had a sharp tongue. Mikhail, of course, didn't let it go easily. "Calling you a monster is a bit excessive, even if it's the highest praise among mages." Immediately after that, he walked towards the door and opened it. Before Steward Mordin could react, Mikhail grinned and pointed towards the dark void outside the door. "Start running, Steward." Steward Mordin, who was full of the will to learn, instantly froze. "What?" Mikhail only now replied to Steward Mordin's previous sarcasm. "People have said since ancient times that a healthy mind lies in a healthy body. Yes, first, your body needs to be healthy. You're old. So, run diligently on your legs. Start easy with 10 laps. Mikhail smiled brightly at Steward Mordin, but he turned his face away in refusal. Well, young master, I'm old, so this is a bit too much." Mikhail resolutely shook his head. No, you can do it. You're old, so you have to do more. I saw your potential when you used magic last time. You ran seriously while carrying a horse on your back, didn't you?" Mikhail approached and grabbed Steward Mordin's shoulder, leaving him no chance to escape. He grabbed him by the neck and dragged him along clumsily, despite his pitiful cries. "No, it's because you told me to run like that, so I ran, young master." Mikhail continued to forcefully drag Steward Mordin away like a sandbag. "I know, you did what I told you. I appreciate that. So, if I tell you to run again, you will, right?" Looking at the steward with a tragic expression of sadness, Mikhail smiled brightly and genuinely kindly. That was the beginning of Steward Mordin's physical training project, which lasted for many months. While Leon could grow strong like weeds, the old steward couldn't. Due to his age, he needed to exercise to live a little longer. The next day, Teeps had prepared his luggage and was ready to set off to find demon-slaying talent. "Well, see you in a few months, hero." After saying that, he immediately left without delay. Just in case, Mikhail asked if Teeps needed any further assistance, but he refused. Mikhail also said goodbye to Teeps with ease, not feeling the need to worry about him. The ability to be immortal is the most suitable strength for a hunter, isn't it? The power that others crave. Moreover, Mikhail recalled what had happened before the regression. Teeps was the renowned and famous leader of the demon hunting team. The important question is how he achieved that position. It's very simple. He beheaded every demon he encountered and created his own fame, the talent of a hunter and a strong spirit of revenge. He is both. The house matters with Steward Mordin and Leon were finished, and Teep's affairs didn't need any concern either. Now Mikhail had only one thing left. Mikhail looked down at the ground. The soil beneath his feet was dry, cracked, and devoid of life. Even grass wouldn't grow, let alone trees and crops. But Mikhail still smiled brightly at the piece of land that looked no different from a desert and mumbled, "Let's cultivate it." Set looked at the desolate scene before him and asked naively and doubtfully, "Is this really possible?" Mikhail burst into a confident laugh. "Ha, you're asking a pointless question." Set's eyes immediately lit up with curiosity. "Oh, so you have a plan?" Immediately, Mikhail replied with a calm expression, "Of course not." Set glanced at Mikhail with a confused expression. It doesn't matter if he's at the 9th or 8th circle level, he won't be able to turn this wasteland into a field in just a few months, yet he's still acting nonchalant. She grumbled with a frown. "So, what are you going to do now?" Mikhail clicked his tongue. "First, I'll secure living space for the people." Mikhail's plan was to concentrate the people in one area for development, while simultaneously reducing the number of monsters in the surrounding areas. He would then prepare defensive magic around the protected area. The plan sounded reasonable. However, Set felt a nagging question. "Didn't you say you didn't want to give up this place? If you follow that plan, then this place will just go back to being abandoned." Mikhail chuckled and looked down at the ground. "Who said I was going to abandon this place? Even if nobody lives here, there are still many ways to manage the land." Then, Mikhail drew some magic lines in the air and summoned something. The vibrant green light made Set squint, and she instinctively covered her face. As the light faded, Set was astonished to see what Mikhail had summoned. That's seeds of the world tree." In Mikhail's hand was a handful of seeds, each of vibrant sparkling, all uniform and plump, the size of a thumb joint. Set became panicked at the sight of the seeds. "The world tree is fine, so why do you have this? The world tree is the only unique tree in this world." Mikhail chuckled at Set's dramatic reaction before reassuring her, "These are not the real thing, just copies. They are mass-produced secondary products." Mikhail flicked his hand, and the seeds were scattered around him. Naturally, being copies, they also possessed inherent vitality and a portion of the world tree's divine power. The divine seeds were glowing as they fell to the ground, not clustering together but rolling apart, as if they knew to create distance between themselves. Mikhail stared expectantly at the rolling seeds. "It's not overly effective, but it grows quickly and spreads widely." The seeds began to grow rapidly from the moment they settled on the ground without any further stimulation, no watering, no fertilizer. The sprouts emerged and quickly developed into palm trees, their roots plunging deep into the earth in a short time. While insignificant, the world tree's energy was flowing out from the saplings. Set couldn't help but gape in astonishment. How did it grow so fast? When did you find it?" Mikhail lied without blinking. "I did some research when we found the world tree. Actually, this is a project he was researching before his regression to save a land, but it couldn't take root in a land plagued by monsters and demons. Fortunately, the situation here is different." The seeds continued to disperse widely in all directions like dandelion seeds, suspended in the air. However, there was a limit to the number of trees that could be grown. Once it reached a certain number, it would naturally start to wither and die, but that number was sufficient to fill this area. Although the trees could only exist for a year, it was still useful because it would repel demons for a year. Set was curious again. "This thing doesn't need care. What will you do when you're away?" Mikhail replied, "Nephthys will help me. She said she can help a bit." With the power of abundance, Nephthys is very compatible with living plants like the world tree, so Set also nodded in agreement with Mikhail's decision. "If it's Nephthys, I'm sure she'll do a good job." Set continued to have another concern. "Have you named these trees yet?" Mikhail hadn't thought about that and took a moment to think. "Names? I don't know. What about Dream Wish?" Set thought about the name he said for a moment and clicked his tongue. "It's not a bad name either." A few days later, the demonic energy of the polluted land was greatly suppressed thanks to the world tree copies. Mikhail was finally free to contact Idan. Mikhail began the conversation in a haughty tone. "Father, the time has come." Idan, on the other end of the crystal ball, hearing this tone, just wanted to break his son's legs. But he didn't unleash his anger like usual, but instead retorted sarcastically, "You're begging in a haughty way, hero. If you weren't my son, I would have broken your legs." Even though they couldn't meet face to face, Mikhail guessed that 9 out of 10 times, Idan was carrying a mace or some kind of club. Why a magician used a club so much was a mystery. Mikhail, still with a shameless grin, "Don't say that, father. You said you would support me wholeheartedly." Idan replied firmly, "I will do so." But if you're going to create an autonomous territory, you should at least discuss it with your old man first, you little rascal." Along with the outburst of fury, veins popped out from Idan's forehead. Mikhail brazenly replied, "You should be used to this by now, right, father?" Idan let out a sigh. Through the crystal ball, Mikhail could feel his father's arm trembling with anger. After regaining his composure, Idan started talking business. "All right, I can't beat you up because you're too far away. I've been under pressure from the king." Mikhail curiously asked, "What did His Majesty say?" Idan clicked his tongue. "The Empire won't put pressure on you. His Majesty also recognizes the importance of the hero." That was a decent answer, but Idan sighed with a serious expression. Mikhail was both curious and anxious, wondering what could make his father so tense. Idan sighed and finally spoke. "Theseus' request. He wants to meet you in the capital, talk face to face." Mikhail immediately felt dizzy. It wasn't that Mikhail hadn't met Theseus before, but because he had, he knew it was going to be a headache. Theseus was the type of emperor who knew how to attack fiercely with sharp words. However, Mikhail had no intention of avoiding it. His current position was different from his previous life, so there was no major issue with meeting the emperor. Mikhail told himself this, then ended his conversation with Idan. Then he went to find the steward, Mordin. The old steward was focused on the strength training exercises Mikhail had instructed, doing push-ups while wearing a stone weighing tens of pounds on his back. As soon as Mikhail walked in, the steward quipped, "Young master, what wind blew you here?" Mikhail let it slide this time and instructed him, "I'm planning to visit the capital for a while, not long, but I want to ask you to do some things for me." Steward Mordin continued to push up diligently, panting, "Why would you, go to the capital?" Mikhail clicked his tongue. "Nothing, the king wants to talk to me." Steward Mordin nodded, as if he understood. "I see, His Majesty, His Majesty." After thinking for a moment, Steward Mordin suddenly realized the issue and immediately stopped his movements with a worried look. "His Majesty, what?" However, Mikhail only saw this meeting with Theseus as nothing important. As soon as he was ready, Mikhail boarded the carriage and headed straight to the capital. Idan had quickly sent a carriage for him, and it arrived faster than the manpower he had promised to mobilize for him from last week. Set looked around the carriage with delight. "We're going to the capital by carriage, then this time we'll get to travel comfortably." Set began to chatter again, thinking about it. "You never have to go anywhere yourself." Mikhail clicked his tongue, "Because there's no need to." His blunt answer didn't offer any openings for further conversation, leaving Set a little disappointed. But she quickly regained her cheerfulness, clapping her hands excitedly. Right. My power has increased lately, so I've changed a bit," Set said with an excited tone, making Mikhail curious. "Changed how?" Set smiled brightly. "That's right. Do you want to see?" she chirped, fluttering around Mikhail like a fledgling bird unable to contain her excitement. Seeing Mikhail's expectant look, Set made her decision regardless of his anticipation. "I'll show you." With that, Set flew down low, closing her eyes and concentrating. Then, a short burst of light suddenly enveloped her. In a blink, Set transformed into the same form Mikhail had first seen her in the dungeon. She swayed excitedly while looking at him. "How do I look? I look human now, right?" Mikhail couldn't help but be surprised, seeing Set now at the size of a normal human. "That is unexpected." Set seemed quite pleased with her regained form after a long time. "When you absorb divine power, I think I've also recovered some of mine." Mikhail tilted his head curiously. "How long can you maintain this form?" Set pondered for a moment. Right now it's about 30 minutes a day. Depending on the number of artifacts you collect in the future, it might change a bit." Mikhail continued his inquiries. "Are there other effects?" Set raised her hand. Then, she swung her hand powerfully towards the carriage window. A small gust of wind began to blow from her hand and quickly surged outwards. At that moment, Mikhail felt a jolt and sensed something sharp sweeping around him. As Mikhail surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that about half of the energy emanating from the monsters in the area had decreased. This meant half of them were dead. He couldn't help but ask Set in surprise, "What did you just do?" Set lowered her head, seeming dissatisfied with the result. "I tried using my storm power to attack the monsters around here, but only half of them. The effect is significantly reduced compared to my capabilities during my golden age, but it still helps a little." Mikhail continued asking as if he just remembered something. "Speaking of, I've never heard you talk about your golden age." Set's face instantly turned somber. "My golden age. It was a time when I had no problems. The time when I was in my golden age, like in the legends of the Age of the Gods or similar times," Set recounted, her voice filled with melancholy and nostalgia. Her voice seemed to carry a lot of sorrow. "I'm not saying I'm a god or anything, but compared to the humans of this time, I was definitely much stronger in the past." Mikhail thought to himself, "You could say she's someone like a god." Whether it's a grandmaster, a nine-circle mage, or similar forces, such things are meaningless in the face of gods. That's why humans struggle to collect artifacts. If the power of artifacts can help them reach the level of gods, then they believe that power can also defeat the demon lord. Thinking about this, Mikhail couldn't help but wonder, I don't understand, how could a civilization built by such powerful beings collapse? Set remained silent. Mikhail knew she wouldn't answer that question. He just couldn't understand, so he blurted it out. Still, he already had a hypothesis in mind. Maybe there was a factor that helped the demon lord defeat the great Asar. For example, it could have been a traitor. Of course, this was just speculation that Set wouldn't reveal to Mikhail. Right at that moment, an air hole appeared on Set's head. She quickly deflated like a punctured balloon, making Mikhail widen his eyes in surprise. Seeing Set become limp like a small bird and shrink back to the size of a spirit, Mikhail couldn't help but express his skepticism. You said 30 minutes. Set suddenly shrunk, stiffened and sat awkwardly, her legs tucked under her on the chair. Then, she giggled and cutely tapped her own head. I was a bit excited and used energy on too many things, so the time got reduced. Then, she chuckled and climbed back onto Mikhail's shoulder. He couldn't help but laugh internally. I knew it. I'm used to it. Although Set didn't understand why Mikhail was laughing, she naturally laughed along with him. As they still had plenty of time before reaching the capital, Mikhail decided to check all the things he had received so far. Unfortunately, the things he had received recently were all divine power. Divine power isn't bad, but the problem is that it doesn't have any connection with mages who use mana. Luckily, in Mikhail's case, mana and divine power didn't conflict with each other. Thinking about this, he suddenly realized that the two powers hadn't merged, but rather a third form of energy had been created. Mikhail could clearly feel the subtle changes happening within his body as this third form of energy formed. He just couldn't decide what to call this new type of energy stirring within him. To confirm his hypothesis, Mikhail started thinking, maybe I should try something to test it out. Mikhail slowly moved the energy flow to experiment. At the boundary between divine power and mana, the divine power of the world tree, the power of the storm artifact and the artifact of prosperity, and also the holy mark of Heikao. Right then, along with a tingling sensation running down his body, the energy flow began to circulate rapidly within Mikhail. Within that energy flow, three types of divine powers were silently mixing, making it difficult for him to sense them unless he focused intensely. Among those energy sources, the world tree and prosperity were almost merged. As they gathered together, the smell of grass and trees filled Mikhail's nose. At the same time, vitality flowed throughout his body. As if Mikhail's body was a budding tree, the divine power of the world tree and the power of prosperity began to blend, bit by bit, continuing to rise as if it had endless vitality. Their merging was natural because their essences were very close to each other. The moment he realized this, Mikhail unknowingly smiled. Then, the power of prosperity in the world tree began to flow throughout his body. It was as if a vine was running through his entire body. An indescribable sense of freshness overwhelmed him. When Mikhail opened his eyes, he saw Set looking at him with a confused expression. He raised an eyebrow in doubt. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Set muttered, this is insane. You've become a cultivator. Before Mikhail could realize it, the carriage was full of greenery, as if they were in a lush forest. In the forest, there were even tree spirits flying around with bright smiles. Mikhail looked up at the surroundings with a dazed expression. He seemed unable to grasp his newfound power. Oh, a cultivator. Although both use magic, there is a significant difference between cultivators and mages. Cultivators don't use mana, they utilize the power of nature. They can receive help from plants and animals. The ability to communicate with all living things, known as druid, is an innate power possessed by some individuals. Mikhail had never had this ability before, but the important thing is that he has now obtained a new power by combining two types of divine power. Mikhail smiled contentedly to himself, excited to think of all the abilities he could unlock in the future. Set still couldn't believe what was happening and started to babble. How is this even possible? How can the power of the world tree and the power of abundance be combined? How can a human achieve this? Mikhail just smiled and asked back, but it's possible, isn't it? Set pouted and argued, yes, it's possible, but it's completely unreasonable. Divine power is not something humans can easily control, Mikhail retorted. We know Heikao's divine power is widely used by priests. Set shook her head in disbelief. Her divine power is ordinary, it's a modified type of divine power for human use. Even the saintesses, those skilled in manipulating divine power, can't control true divine power, but you've combined two types together. Mikhail remained calm and reiterated, it's difficult to achieve, but not impossible, Set argued back fiercely. That's why it's unreasonable. It means a human has understood the nature of divine power and found their own way to use it. So it's not according to natural law. Hearing Set say this wasn't natural, Mikhail suddenly had a hunch. This is beyond my understanding, but there are some guesses I can make. Heikal once called herself a demigod and said she couldn't interfere in human lives beyond a certain limit for that reason. Maybe this is related to that. But Mikhail decided not to think about it anymore. Without clear evidence, there's no need to worry about things and speculate. After all, the important thing is that he has successfully combined two types of divine power. At that moment, a small figure, only as big as Set, suddenly appeared in front of Mikhail and innocently asked, "Who are you?" A round-faced fairy emerged from the lush greenery. She had big, sparkling eyes and adorable chubby cheeks. More importantly, Mikhail could instantly understand the fairy's language, as if the druid ability was flowing through his veins. Although he understood the fairy's words instinctively as a druid, Mikhail didn't expect that the language of nature would also flow out of his mouth so easily. "You, what are you?" The little fairy pointed at herself, confused. "Me, I don't know." After tilting her head in hesitation for a moment, the little fairy pointed at Mikhail. "But you, very friendly, wants to be friends with you." The fairy smiled brightly, tilting her head that was as big as her body. Immediately after, the fairy flew around Mikhail like a glowing firefly and suddenly dived towards a bush. The fairy busily moved her short hands and diligently dug around the young grass. It looked messy, but she managed to dig up the young plant without damaging any roots. Set was staring at the fairy and suddenly chuckled. "Looks like a mole, doesn't it?" She wondered why the fairy looked so mole-like. After a while, the fairy cleverly held something and ran towards Mikhail, causing him to open his eyes wide in surprise. Wait, could that be? In the fairy's hand was an object that emitted light. It was a pale yellow leaf, the Thessis herb, a magical ingredient sought after by alchemists all over the world. Moreover, it was of the highest quality. Mikhail took the leaf with disbelief in his eyes. Even with his druid abilities, this was beyond imagination. Thessis herbs would never appear randomly amidst naturally growing grass and flowers like this. It was the essential ingredient to create the alchemist's secret elixir. Seeing Mikhail contemplating and twirling the stem of the leaf between his fingers, the fairy urged him to accept it. "Don't worry, it's a gift." Mikhail looked at the fairy with suspicion. She hastily explained, "It's really a gift, it's not a bribe." Mikhail bluntly said, "What if I refuse?" The fairy made a shocked sound with her mouth, her chubby face becoming bewildered. Set couldn't sit still seeing the fairy's distress. She immediately grabbed Mikhail's hair and pulled, scolding, "Don't play around anymore, it's clearly created during your awakening, you should accept the kid's bribe." Mikhail clicked his tongue and closed his eyes as if reluctantly obeying Set. All right, I get it." Actually, Mikhail didn't intend to refuse from the beginning. Aside from the value of the Thessis herb, he also wanted to have a good relationship with the fairy, or perhaps call her a tree spirit. After all, since he'd awakened his druid abilities, he would need the help of a tree spirit in the future. Then, Mikhail said to the dejected fairy, "Okay, I'll take it." The fairy immediately brightened up with a bright smile. To get acquainted, Mikhail asked the fairy, "What's your name?" The fairy proudly replied, "I don't know." Mikhail clicked his tongue and said, "If you don't have a name, can I give you one? I need a name to call you." The fairy chirped excitedly, Yes, I want a name." Mikhail began to ponder, what kind of name would be good. His experience in naming was rather limited, so he needed some time to think. At that moment, the image of the fairy enthusiastically digging appeared in his mind, like a mole. Mikhail burst into a mischievous laugh and spat out a short word, "Mole." As soon as he said it, Set opened her eyes wide in disbelief. She immediately recognized the origin of the name. Set leaned close to Mikhail's face with a bullet-like stare. "Don't tell me it's mole and mole, right?" Mikhail calmly nodded. "That's right." Set shouted in protest on behalf of the fairy, "You have to put some heart into naming." But the fairy opened her big round eyes and mumbled the name Mikhail just gave her, Mole. Then, she smiled brightly with a cheerful expression, excitedly shouting her name, "Mole, Mole." Mikhail immediately seized Mole's positive reaction to counter Set's criticism. "See, she likes it." Set could only sigh helplessly. In the following days, the carriage carrying Mikhail continued its journey across countless miles to the capital without any obstacles. A few days later, the carriage arrived in the capital, a vibrant place symbolizing the prosperity and abundance of the empire. Gazing at the capital, different from the desolate sight in his previous life, Mikhail felt a sense of relief. The atmosphere here was still good. Set began to ask curiously about Mikhail's schedule. "Are you going to see the king right away?" Mikhail clicked his tongue and replied, "No, I don't have any intention of doing that. I can't go to see him empty-handed. The tone in Mikhail's words made Set shiver slightly. She could guess that he was planning to recklessly give the Emperor a hard time. With that thought, Mikhail's steps flew as he walked towards the cathedral located in the heart of the capital. As soon as Archbishop Ali saw Mikhail, he greeted him with a wide smile. "Hero, please come in." Unlike the first time Mikhail saw Archbishop Ali, the dark shadow on his face had disappeared. Mikhail remarked warmly, "Your complexion looks much brighter." Archbishop Ali continued to smile brightly. "Yes, because the hero has solved the problem for us." After the cheerful greetings, Archbishop Ali asked Mikhail with a confused look, "But why did you suddenly come here?" Mikhail answered frankly, "Oh, I'm going to see the king, so I wanted to stop by and see you first." Archbishop Ali opened his eyes wide in surprise. His expression slightly shifted to one of concern. "Oh, the king, all I can do is wish you luck." Mikhail immediately seriously mentioned his request. "It's not that you can't do anything else, there's actually something you can help me with. I hear you know some valuable information." Archbishop Ali tilted his head, looking confused. "Valuable information? What do you mean?" Mikhail knew that when Archbishop Ali met the Emperor was only 15 years old at the time, and it was a rather bad period for him, so his request was to learn about the dark past of the king. Archbishop Ali was startled and opened his eyes wide, because he knew that there was nothing worse than the Emperor's dark history. However, Archbishop Ali still didn't understand Mikhail's purpose in extracting this information. Why suddenly?" Mikhail said. "I am a hero, Your Eminence." Archbishop Ali vaguely understood that Mikhail wanted to use this information to avoid being threatened by the Emperor's power. Although this was a very daring act, Mikhail was full of excitement and said cryptically to Archbishop Ali, "I prefer soft candies to hard butter candies." Meanwhile, in a magnificent mansion, a nobleman, upon hearing the news about Mikhail, grumbled in annoyance. "What, the Walpurgis brat has arrived in the capital. Damn it!" That muttered curse was not enough to express the nobleman's displeasure at this moment. He looked up at the sun as if asking why the gods had made Mikhail a hero. His mouth continued to spew insults. "I can't believe that idiot became a hero, it's ridiculous. This noble man is Marquis Kelebos, who holds the same status as Idan and has always been in fierce competition for power with the Walpurgis family." Marquis Kelebos frowned and asked his subordinate, "What do you think about this?" His subordinate replied, "I don't think we can ignore the possibility that there might have been an unspoken agreement." Marquis Kelebos replied calmly, "I think so too." Their suspicion is entirely reasonable, because, normally, a renowned idiot wouldn't be able to achieve the ability to become a hero in such a short time, less than a year. Marquis Kelebos' belief was further solidified when he thought about how Mikhail used to be such an idiot that he was rejected by the young miss of the Duke of Lindel's family, but now he has created such a great influence. Marquis Kelebos snorted repeatedly, muttering confidently, "That's impossible." He's heard rumors about the cases Mikhail solved, but he hasn't heard any convincing evidence proving that he actually solved them himself. His heart tells him that the idiot was chosen as a hero because of luck or an unspoken agreement. Marquis Kelebos also believed that the status of the Holy Church had now declined. It had rotted from within. Even though that was declared to be in the past, the Holy Nation had never been a trustworthy side in Marquis Kelebos' eyes. After a while, Marquis Kelebos' subordinate asked, "What should we do, my lord?" Marquis Kelebos still felt that he lacked information to reach a conclusion, so he ordered, "First, we must go to the capital. That brat suddenly coming to the capital must have only one reason." Marquis Kelebos' subordinate then guessed, "Could it be because of the king's order?" Marquis Kelebos nodded firmly, "Exactly, that's the only reason. The emperor's greed for talent is known to all." Marquis Kelebos was afraid that if the emperor favored Walpurgis, the balance of power in the empire would collapse. As the head of one of the 4 largest families in the empire, Marquis Kelebos had no intention of letting this happen. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. "It's all because of that idiot." "No, that's just an excuse. It's because I don't like the Walpurgis family. I hate the Walpurgis family of mages and the head of that damned family," he said, his anger rising like a flood, his face wrinkling like a monkey's butt. He remembered a woman, a long time ago, really a long time ago. The memory of the daughter apologizing to him was still vivid, as if it had just happened yesterday. Marquis Kelebos clenched his intertwined hands and finally revealed his true feelings. "Walpurgis, you bastards, I can't wait to see how well you'll do." Meanwhile, after extracting valuable information, Mikhail bid farewell to Archbishop Ali with a triumphant smile.